This is the best possible start to Albion Online for brand new players. This works for Xbox, PC, and mobile players. I'm going to teach you how to get early freebies that will level you up quickly when you make your account, the best settings and the best client to use, and the best server to choose depending on who you are and where you're from, how to skip weeks of grinding by speed running what's called journal quests, what and how to level fast to do all of the solo content, how to secure silver, which is the game's currency, so that you never go broke and you don't have to buy back into the game. I'm going to teach you how to level fast with no risk or luck involved, but also I'm going to teach you how to level with luck and risk involved if you want to. I'm going to teach you how to earn silver passively, and all of this as a free-to-play, guildless solo player. Let's get into it. First off, let me show you how to get some freebies in this game for bonus XP, and by the way, in this game, experience points is referred to as fame, so throughout the rest of the video, we're going to be calling it fame. That is what the game calls experience points. Anyway, the best way to get some early freebies, and this is on all of my Albion Online videos, right below any video, go down here and expand the description, and after all of the timestamps, you're going to see, if you want to play Albion Online, click here. What you'll do is you'll click this link, okay? Let me hide the text so you can see. You're going to click this Albion Online link. Now, this is a referral link, and what it does, it takes you to the Albion Online homepage. You're going to then register your account and do all the usual stuff that you would do. And once you complete Tutorial Island, you will receive an in-game gift of Fame Tomes. Now, if you've already made an account, after you click the referral link, just log in and do your usual stuff. And that should work if you haven't already used some other person's referral. But by using my referral, I am one of the most referred players in the game because I'm one of the most famous players in Albion. And so you get more gifts using my link than someone else's, but it's whatever you want to do. Now, the best client to use is the native client from albiononline.com from the website. It is cheaper for in-store purchases, where if you try to buy or card swipe things from Steam, it will cost you a bit more. Same with, I'm not entirely sure of the Epic Game Store, possibly, but I also don't know about the Xbox client because as I'm recording this, that's not available, and I don't own an Xbox. But use the native client for the least amount of downtime and the most reliable way to also access the test server, which is a server that sometimes lets you try out new items, new builds, max level characters with the best gear in the game. It's a lot of fun whenever you want to just try the game out with high level items, okay? Now, everyone uses multiple accounts that plays this game long term. And so, if you use the Steam client, you would need multiple Steam accounts, which is a real pain in the ass to log in and out of. So, you want to use the native client. And so, again, everyone that plays this for an extended amount of months, they use it for crafting, scouting, price checking, but also island ownership. The more characters and the more accounts you have, the more islands you can have access to, which will get you more silver. And yes, it's totally allowed. It's not against the game rules. Now, let's talk about pre-game settings. So, on the game client itself, and I don't know how this will work on Xbox because, again, I don't own an Xbox, but for everyone else, go to your settings button right down here in the bottom left. And generally, if you are doing full loot zones, you want this box to have white in. This is called a clean temporary folder on close. If you don't do this, it will start being slower and slower load times when you move between zones, and that means gankers and people chasing after you can catch up to you and then follow you and kill you and take your stuff. This is a full loot game in certain zones, alright? Now for graphics, you generally want to play with the best graphics that you can possibly have, and the reason for that is as you roam around, there are these little small treasures on the ground called hidden treasures. And you want to be able to see them, and because they're worth a good amount of early money. And in higher loot zones, they can still give you pretty good amounts of money. So you want to make sure that you can see those. And so you can copy my graphic settings if you want, but generally just turn everything all the way up and you should be fine. Now, you do want window animations turned off. This is a delay on looting and opening and closing your inventory, which can get you killed. It can also get you to the point where if you're waiting for a window to pop up on your screen, that you miss out on loot that someone could snatch before you do. Camera shake, I recommend you turn this off. Bloom, you want this on. I know most games you turn this off, but you want this on so you can see the glow of a hidden treasure. Alright, so before you begin, it is very important that you learn about server selection. There are currently 3 servers. There is the Americas, that's United States, Canada, South America, okay? And everything in between, you know, like Mexico, Argentina, etc. Then you have Europe, and you have Asia. Now, normally, in most games, you would pick whatever game, or whatever server has the lowest ping. And you're free to do that, but that would be a mistake, and let me explain. Starting off with the Asia server. It is the worst server to play on. It has the most cheaters, it has a ruined economy that is forever gone, and it has the biggest PK zergs, but it also has the least amount of overall active players. It is the deadest of servers, but it is also the most dangerous of servers, okay? Next up is the West or Americas server. That would be, you know, United States and Canada, etc. It has been completely overrun with Spanish and Portuguese players, okay? Now, this may not be a bad thing. If you speak Spanish, if you speak Portuguese, if you love Brazil and all of the MMORPG tropes that go with that, then absolutely play on the Western server. Now, unfortunately for me, I've been playing this game over 7 years, and all my wealth, all my characters, my hundreds of accounts are all on this server, and I'm not leaving to start over and be broke on a different server. So I'm stuck here, okay? But if you're looking to socialize as you would in an MMORPG, just be aware that the amount of English speakers is very low, almost non-existent. None of the top guilds speak English, okay? Alright. But also, the America server is the original and oldest server. It has the strongest and richest players, okay? That means you're not going to have as fair of a fight. Whereas Europe is the newest server. It has the least amount of cheaters and bots. All the streamers and YouTubers play there. Now, there aren't really any American streamers or YouTubers for this game, honestly. But all of the Americans and the English speakers have all started to go to Europe to flee from the Portuguese and Spanish players. I'm not joking, I'm not memeing here. That is the absolute truth. So if you are brand new to the game and you are an American on the Xbox and you are looking for other X-bros to play with, the smartest decision that you can make is to go on the European server. I hate that is the case. I do not enjoy that fact. But if you play on Americas, unless you're bilingual, you're not going to know what anyone's saying. There is no translator in this game. Alright, so once you log in for the first time, there we go, you're going to be prompted to create a character. Now, I want to point out that this game has male and female, not body type 1 and 2. This is a German-made game, so kudos to them for that, okay? Now, you can change your appearance anytime after Tutorial Island, but you cannot change your gender without buying gold, which is a real-life money currency. So if you want to be stuck as a guy or a girl, you know, make your choice. Now, there is no difference between the male and the female model. They have the same hitbox, despite the females obviously being smaller than the males. Again, they have the same hitbox. There is no inherent advantage. So unless you want to pretend to be a girl and beg for money, there is no reason to choose female unless you just like looking at a very old school pixelated female body. I don't know. Like some of them are okay, right? You know, like this one's okay, right? But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that make sure that you choose the correct gender that you want to play as so you don't have to pay real money later to fix it. Be very careful when picking your name in this game, okay? Because if you have a naughty name, an upsetty spaghetti name, or something offensive, you will be forcefully renamed to Googly Moogly and 4 random numbers, alright? And you will be stuck with that name forever. Also, having, you know, raunchy names can get you, it could be years from now, but eventually they'll get you. And you cannot change your name. There is no name change. You can't ask a game master. You can't pay for a name change. They have never name changed even famous people getting harassed. They won't do it, okay? So make sure that you pick a suitable name. And you know what would be really cool? If all the Xbox players put Xbox in their name, I think that would be really neat. But I doubt that'll happen. Now, a big warning when using the in-game chat. Anything that upsets a Janny, which is short for janitor, which is another term for moderator or game master, can get you temporarily or permanently muted, which is going to really mess up your game and make it hard to group with people, okay? So, make sure that you never talk about religion, politics, any kind of taboo subjects or touchy issues. Nothing, no real-world newsy stuff. Anything that would upset a leftist, a rightist, is that even a word? Anything that would upset a girl or a normie or anything of the sort, just don't say it. There's always these people that spend their entire days in the chat looking for a single reason to report you. And there are so many in-game chat moderators that it's kind of disgusting. So my advice is don't talk unless you need to actually say something. Don't be a spicy boy and try to talk about the current geopolitical whatever happenings, because it'll bite you in your butt. Alright, so if you are brand new and you have no friends and no guidance in this game and no one to give you some free items and money, play the damn tutorial. If you have friends, if you are not new, and you plan to card swipe, as in you're going to buy into the game, because this game is pay to win. You can literally pay money to level up faster, get gear, get currency to trade with other players. It is a pay to win game. You can skip the tutorial, so make sure, if you are brand new, that this play tutorial button has a yellow check on it, and then hit enter world. Now, before you get started with the tutorial, there's some things that we should do here, and that is more game settings. So you're going to go to the top right and then go to game settings. I do not know the controls on Xbox. I do not own an Xbox. I am sorry. But what you're going to do now is you can see over here we have general. All right, so make sure that you're on the general tab, and then we are going to go to general settings, and you want to make sure that camera shake, which is this button right here. I know it's a little hard to see with the text, but make sure that camera shake is turned off, as in there is no yellow check there, okay? You also want to make sure select full stack of by default is off in under general settings. That was my computer, by the way. So yeah, make sure when buying items, select full stack is off by default, okay? Then under vanity, you're going to scroll down to vanity, and you want to make sure that show for guild, alliance party, show for opponents, these are selected to only in safe areas. You want to always see what your enemies are wearing and identify them on their gear. Now, there is an inspect button to get a closer look, but you want to be able to just visually see, oh, it's a bow player, it's a staff player, it's a, you know, a punching glove player, etc. All right, more settings, graphics, we did all that in the launcher, no need to touch it. Now, on audio, you want to turn your sound effects, your master volume, all the way to maximum. So that is the sound effects and the master volume. Turn those all the way up. You can turn ambience and music all the way down. In full loot zones, this will allow you to hear players off screen, mounting, dismounting, casting spells, using run abilities. And when you hear someone off screen do these things, you have to mount up. You got to get ready for a fight because they're coming for you. A lot of players in this game, I hate to say this, that it is a fact, they have what is called an ESP or a radar hack. They can see beyond the edges of their screen. They can see, there's a game, in this game, you can see name bars outside of your screen, but even those fade away. But they can see even further beyond than that. So they have more of a sense of where you are, and you don't want to be a victim. And the best thing you could do to combat that is to listen when you are in these full loot zones for any kind of actions that were... You got to be paranoid. Oh, someone dismounted off my screen, and now their boots are making that running spell effect? Yeah, they're probably running at me to kill me. You have to be aware of these things. All right, some more settings to change. Under interface, if you're a streamer or a YouTuber, turn off speech bubbles because people will just run up on your screen and shout your real name and address, okay? It's kind of funny when it happens because nothing ever happens to me. But for combat, you want to only show player damage numbers, all right? If you want. You can see here that you can just copy what I have, but I have only show my damage numbers, show mob health bars, damage numbers, yeah, and so on. So, yeah, you can just copy this if you want. All right, so next up, under controls, you generally want to use the golden cursor. This is a lot easier to see. For most people, although pick whatever you think is good. The blue one can be good sometimes, but there's a lot of blue and purple in this game. There's not a lot of golden ground or golden areas, so the gold one is generally a better choice. You also want auto-target aggressor on, so if you get attacked while not having a target selected, this is usually while you're gathering or there's a bunch of stuff on screen. It'll just target whoever's attacking you, and then you can cast your auto-target abilities on them without having to click on them first or anything of the sort. So this part's more for PC players. I'm not sure how this would work for controller, but generally under key bindings, under bindings, I like to have auto run on my tilde button, which is the button above tab. It's a little squiggly to the left of the 1 button. And then there is markers, like use markers. Use markers, I have 5 through dash on my keyboard, so you can mark objects above people's heads. And I use the dash to unmark a target. You can also just remark it the same symbol and to unmark it that way. For controller, you probably won't mess with this kind of stuff, so you guys on Xbox should be fine. More important settings, under social, make sure that you auto-deny duel requests. And you may be thinking, why would you want to auto-deny a duel request? In this game, people can set a wager on a duel, and while you're in town or even in the world, in the middle of your screen, there will be this random pop-up that's like, do you want to accept a duel request by some douchebag who is betting 100 million silver on a fight? And if you're clicking in the middle of your screen and that pops up and you accidentally click yes, and you lose the duel, you're completely broke. You can be out hundreds of real-life dollars worth of silver by just clicking the middle of your screen to move and clicking at the wrong moment. So you always turn on auto-deny duel requests so that you do not get your money stolen from you. Now, obviously, when you want to duel people for fun or to try to maybe fight some people, you don't have to make a wager, and you could turn this off and then do it. And they'll be, in your chat box, you'll see when people try to request a duel, and it'll be like you auto-denied the request or whatever. So, you don't have to leave this on forever, but as a new player, it's very important that you turn this on so you don't get your money stolen from you by accidentally misclicking the middle of your screen. And if you're on Xbox, what if, I don't know what the button is to accept a duel request, but if you're just randomly pushing that button for whatever reason and then someone requests a duel, you're out money. You're completely broke. You could lose hundreds of hours of grinding because you clicked a button. It sucks. It's painful. I'm trying to save you from this so you don't end up quitting early. Also, be a man and turn off the profanity filter. You can look at bad words on the internet, my guy. Alright, it is now time for you to do the tutorial, but do not leave the island, and also make sure that you watch my tutorial segment before you get too deep into the tutorial island, because there is a point of no return, and while doing tutorial island, there's lots of resources on this island that respawn rather quickly. There is a lot to do here to prepare your character for the actual game, and you don't want to leave the island until you are ready. So please watch my entire tutorial segment before you go and do it yourself. And the way I structure my videos is kind of a play-along, where as you're playing and learning the game, you can see what I'm doing or what I recommend that you do. And then you can kind of veer off the path and do your own thing. But, you know, there's a lot to this game, and this is going to be a very long video. I imagine that this video would be probably 5 hours at the least, okay? Maybe even longer than that. So just be aware that there is a lot that's going to happen, and I will prepare you fully before you enter the actual game world. Alright, so once you get to the main tutorial hub, known as the Cove in the bottom right, there's a few things going on. This number down here, in save zones, it tells you how many players are around. Now, this game is instanced and non-instanced, and what that means is that there are several different versions of Tutorial Island running on each server, so don't think there's only 24 people playing in the tutorial right now. There are very, very many different tutorial islands, so if you're trying to play with your friends, and your friend's like, hey, I'm over here near the wizard guy, and you're like, I don't see you, what the hell? That's because you guys are on separate tutorial islands, so don't beat yourself up about it. There's no way to join each other, your friends, on tutorial island, so just get through it, and you can meet your friends in the actual game world. This is kind of an instanced pseudo-learning zone to, like, separate players, because if they didn't do this, there would be just blobs of players all over the place, and it would be agonizing. Alright, so I want you to get used to mounting in this game. This game is very different when it comes to mounts. So you start the tutorial with the mule that you purchase for 3 silver from the vendor. And so generally, whenever you dismount, you have this big circle here, and whenever you leave the circle, your mount disappears. If you are attacked by another player, your mount also disappears. Your mount has its own life bar. If your mount is attacked in combat, which you can only attack a mount when you are on it. So If you are on a mount and mobs attack you, this little yellow life bar at the bottom is your mount's life. When it depletes, your mount goes on a cooldown before you can summon it again. And generally, the way you play this game is, like, you're going to see a lot of people doing this, like this guy right here. He's just going to be running around on foot. That's not how you play this game. You do everything on your mount, and whenever you need to fight a mob, you dismount near the mob, you fight the mob, you remount up, and you continue along your way. Your mount is your lifeline to not get murdered by other players and to efficiently play the game. When you are gathering things, which we'll do in a little bit, you dismount near the thing you gather it up, like you chop a tree or whatever, you get back on your mount, you go to the next tree, and then you chop that tree, and then you get back on your mount. And that is how you'll be playing the game. A lot of brand new players don't understand this, and they try to play it like World of Warcraft, where you walk around everywhere until you get your mount. You're going to be mounting and dismounting on just about everything you do in this game. So when the game wants you to skin foxes and chop trees, I want you to skin a few extra foxes and a few extra trees. Now, you don't have to go overboard, but I would say at least 30 of each resource would be good. Now, when the game sends you into the mountainous area to get fiber and ore, you're going to do the same thing. Just get some extra ore and get some extra fiber. But also, you'll see in this little nub area right here on the map, there is a hidden treasure chest, which you should go get at least once while you're out here. You don't have to do it now. You can do it later. You can do it whenever. But it is guarded by a couple bandits. But all you got to do is, I'll show you right now. We're going to ride up to the bandits. We're going to dismount. We're going to target the treasure chest and attack it and not stand in their attacks. If you do, it's fine. They're not very lethal. But that is 200 silver that we got. We're going to remount up and run away from the bandits. And now we have, a couple hundred extra silver, which isn't that much. It's really not that much. But it's going to help us buy some items from the market in Tutorial Island it'll speed things up, let's just say that, without having to go grind mobs. And I believe that chest respawns every, 3 to 5 minutes or something. So if this video gets very popular, there's going to be people that are camping it for some reason. Don't be that guy. It's not a lot of money, but right now, it'll just help you skip a process of grinding. Alright, so the game gets a little confusing at this point. If you look at the top right corner, you have this Destiny board thing flashing. Craft simple cloth or better. You're like, how do I do that? But the quest is to just open your Destiny board. I don't know why the game is so confusing about this, but yeah, just do that and that will proceed with the quest. Alright, so at this point in the game wants me to steal the heretic map in the forest, and these things are technically... There's multiple different maps all over the place. This one right here that it gave me is actually the closest. Even if your quest does not tell you to go to this one, you can still go to this one because it is, again, the closest one. And all you got to do is stand on this near this little table with maps. If you don't have the quest, you won't see the maps, but if you stand near this table, it'll still complete the quest anyway. So what I want to do now is I want to show you how to properly mob grind, okay? Because it's important that you learn this early. Enemies have what's called a leash range. If I aggro these little guys and I run from them, if I run far enough away, they will return to their original position. That is called leashing, okay? So what you want to do is you want to grab as many enemies as possible and drag them to the center and kill them all at once. So it might look a little something like this, alright? So I'm going to go ahead and just attack all of these guys at once here. There we go, and I got some shields. I can roll out of the fire, and look at that. I've just killed all of these guys all at the same time. So instead of fighting one enemy at a time, you should get used to AoE mob grinding. This is MMO basics. Now, once you've completed the quest and it tells you to return to Captain Tia, if you didn't get that silver chest, keep grinding out here until you have well over 300 silver. You're going to need it to buy some items later. So one way to heal your mount, you'll notice my mount is damaged. You can just let it die. But if you drop off your mount and walk out of its summon range, it will then go on a cooldown. And when that cooldown ends, it will be fully healed. It'll also slowly regenerate on its own. But generally, this is a faster way to heal your mount. Though in an unsafe full loot zone, it would not be ideal. Alright, now you get to choose a quest. You want to craft a bow, a sword, or a fire staff. Bow is the hunter tree. Sword is the warrior tree, and fire staff is the mage tree. The 3 combat trees in the game, okay? So, they're all a good choice. You can craft whatever you want. However, for the entirety of the guide, which is directed more towards Xbox players playing on a controller, The only choice that you should choose is the melee choice. So for Xbox, guys, craft a sword, okay? And the reason why is that the aiming with controllers is kind of wonky right now. It was the whole way of using an Xbox controller, it was way better controls before this current patch. They kind of scuffed a lot of things. They made it harder to fish with the controller. A whole lot of things they messed up. They might revert the change. They might improve the change. I don't know when that will be. But until then, you want a weapon that you can reliably play with on a controller, and that would be the sword, which we will then use. We will go into the axe weapon line after Tutorial Island, which we will be able to quickly do. The bow weapon line is totally fine. The mage weapon line is also totally fine. They're all valid choices. But for this video, we are going axes. Now, when it says to craft a sword, don't craft this beginner's broadsword. Craft this tier 2 novice's broadsword. How do I know it's tier 2? In the top left corner is the tier number of the item. This is a 1. This one is a 2. Alright? And so you want to craft this novice's broadsword. And if you harvested extra metal and skins, you should be able to do it. You can also go ahead and craft the shield as well. And go ahead and equip those bad boys. And then we're going to learn the skill there. Cool, cool. We're going to then return back to the quest giver here. And this one says to go to the marketplace and buy items. All right. So, yeah, there we go. All right. So now we're going to go to the market, and we're going to buy certain items. All right. So we want one of each material type, and this is going to let us unlock higher tiers of all of the material types at the start. That's not how the full game works, but that is how the early game works. So we want one piece of cloth, one piece of leather, and one piece of plate for our armor. So we are going to buy the Novice's Mercenary Hood first, which is right here towards the top. Novice's Mercenary Hood. This is the leather component. Then we are going to buy the Soldier's Boots. That is the plate component. And then we're going to buy the Scholar Robe. That is the cloth component. So the way gear works is you have your weapon or a two-handed weapon. You have your offhand. If you have a two-handed weapon, you cannot use an offhand. You have your helmet slot, your armor, and your boot slot. The two most important slots are your weapon slot and your armor slot. Not the helmet, not the boots. The majority of your stats come from armor and weapon. So, the three different types of armors have a huge effect on how you play the game. And that is, if you wear cloth armor, which is what we bought, you will deal significantly more damage, but you will also take significantly more damage. This means it is optimal in a PvE scenario where defenses don't really matter, and you want to kill mobs of enemies as fast as possible, that you wear cloth armor. In PvP situations, you want to wear leather armor. Leather is a balance between defense and offense and generally has more useful abilities. You get abilities from your armor. Plate gives you no offensive stats and all defensive stats. So plate armor is for group activities mainly, pretty much only. If you have a lot of friends and you're doing like a group dungeon, you're doing a raid, you're having a big army fight in this game called a ZVZ, then the tanks want to wear plate armor so that they do not immediately die when they engage the enemy and try to corral everyone into a ball for all the mages in the back line to blow up that ball. Anyway, but this guide is for solo players, and we are more worried about how fast we can farm mobs and level up quickly, so we want to wear a cloth armor. Now, the game will want you to allocate skills, so for the boots, we're going to use Rejuvenating Sprint, and we are actually going to use Courier, probably. You can also just go Toughness, but we're going to do a bunch of gatherings, so we want Courier for the max load. You can change these at any time outside of combat, it's fine. For the armor, you're going to go Frost Shield, and you're going to go Aggression for more damage, and then for your hood, you're going to go Howl, and it does close it there, but we're going to go Balanced Mind as the passive for that damage and defense. All right, and then once you have all of this stuff equipped, you can then go to Tia and turn in the quest, getting your cape, which is just a small stat boost. It's nothing special. All right, so before you do the quest that says find the heretic fort in the mountains, it is very important that we do some prep work before we leave the island. First off, let's go ahead and go to this guy here. This is the repair bench. He is located right here. This is what the repair station looks like. It's like a little plus symbol on a table. Talk to him and just repair all your stuff real quick. Just go ahead and do that. All right, the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to go up to this little crafter here. This is the tool maker. And you're going to click this bag icon, and then this will let you craft capes and bags. Whatever remaining amount of cloth and leather that you have, craft as many bags as you can. And so, what we want to do is we want to wear the highest quality bag that we happen to have gotten. If you don't get any high quality bags, that's fine. It's not a big deal. You'll see here I crafted 2 novices bags, and the quality is normal. Now, when I completed the quest, I was actually given a good quality bag. You'll see the difference. This is a 45 kilogram max load, and these regular ones are 43 kilograms. So it's 2. It's a difference of 2. But you can also get an outstanding quality one, an excellent quality, which is a silver border, or a golden border, which is a 0.05% chance, which would be masterpiece, okay? And don't worry about it if you don't get a higher quality bag. It's totally fine. Now, this part's a little controversial, but you're going to take your entire inventory, not what you have equipped. Keep everything on that you have currently equipped. But in your inventory, you are going to throw everything out. I know this may sound scary. You're like, what the hell? Okay. And yes, I know you could sell some of this stuff to a vendor for like 1 silver each. No, it's not worth it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it one bit, okay? And I'm going to explain to you the reason why we are doing this. So, before we go to the mountains, you'll notice there is a big pile of stones here. And let me just show you what we're going to be doing here, okay? 1 rough stone is equal to 221 silver. This is the average market price currently. This will be different depending on what server you play on and what time you play and when you play. If you're watching this video months down the line, this number could be higher, it could be lower. But almost always, this is the one resource on the entire island that is worth more than anything. Like if I grab some rough logs, you can see here 2 rough logs is worth 81, per piece is worth 40. Now, also, hold on, let me split this and then trash one so I can show you. The reason why we want to grab a whole bunch of stones, these stones they weigh 0.2 kilograms. The wood also 0.2 kilograms. The animals you skin, the copper you mine, the cloth you can harvest is the same weight, and they are not nearly as valuable as these rough stones. Now, I will say that there are a few haters of this strategy of mining rough stones because it does not level your character up while you do this, but this is the earliest, fastest way to make early money, which will set you up infinitesimally later down the line. And this guy, you can see he's got a little hammer, but realistically, it doesn't really help you mine any faster because it's a tier 1 hammer, so it's about the same speed as picking it up with your hands. So don't worry too much about it. What I recommend that you do is you spend some time in this big circle stone pit, and you harvest as much of this as you can. I'm talking like 800 of these, okay? And if there's not a lot of players around, you can harvest these 2 at a time rather than 1 at a time. And you can see all of these guys are following my guide video and doing the same thing because they know, all right? So it is what I absolutely highly recommend that you do. The reason we do this is we need, preferably, well over 50,000 worth of stone. And you can see just the time that I've been explaining this to you and barely harvesting any at all, I've already got 5,000 silver worth of stone. So it won't take too long, but I also want you to be aware of something else. In the top right here, you have this little human icon, right? This is 3%. That is your carry weight. You can also see it here on your inventory. Now, once you exceed 100% carry weight, your character will be slowed down. And then once you exceed 130%, you will be only moving at 20% move speed. If you want, you can stay here and load up 130% carry weight. And if you want more carry weight, you would need a slightly higher quality bag. You can switch your boots to the courier mode to have a higher max load. Those are the only 2 ways to increase your carry weight. It is up to you. Now, some people opt to buy a bunch of mules, but these mules, it's saying their average market price is 4,000 silver, which sounds pretty good because you trade 3 silver, you get 4,000. That is a thing, but 1 mule weighs 45 kilograms, okay? So what do you think is worth more, 45 kilograms of stone or 1 mule? Well, I can tell you right now that this rough stone is worth at least 2 mules, and it's only 6 kilograms, so there you go. So what I want you to do is spend 15 to 45 minutes mining this stone. It will absolutely pay dividends if you do this now. It will make the rest of your starting adventure easier. Now, obviously, if you have a friend to give you money, if you have a credit card with or a good job in real life, and you just want to buy some gold and turn it into silver, you can completely skip this step. But don't do that. Don't give this game company money. Save it. You don't need to. This guy is for completely free-to-play players that don't need to pay Pig a Unity video game. Okay, the game company hates my guts, so I'm being real with you right now. Okay, you don't need to pay Pig in this game at all. You can play it fully as a free-to-play character. And I want to mention that while you may be thinking, why can't I just go out into the open world and find a small pile of stones and then harvest those? And the answer is that they do not respawn nearly as fast as they do here. You will never find anywhere in the world where there are more stones in one spot than this, okay? So this is the highest silver per hour, besides high-risk flipping on the markets, that you can do as a brand new player, and you don't want to skip this part. I know it's boring. Load up a stream, load up your favorite music, watch a TV show, do literally anything else while you just mindlessly click these stones. You are playing an MMORPG. Get used to the mindless drudgery of grinding. Now, even though you may say, or the game tells you have over 50,000 worth of silver worth of stone, that doesn't mean that you actually do, because when you sell to other players, they might buy it at an undercut price. You might have to pay taxes. So you want well over 50,000. I would recommend 80 to 100 to 150,000 if you can spare it, if you can stand it. You want a nice cash cow surplus when you enter the game world so that you can skip a lot of the early grinds that the game makes you potentially do and go straight into the good, profitable, and faster XP methods of leveling up in this game. Alright, I have farmed 1,063 rough stone. I'm at 99% carry weight, which means I still have my full movement speed. And this will allow me to, well, go do the remaining quests here on Tutorial Island. And just to show you the value, the current value is showing, the stack of 999 is showing at 220,000, this one being 14,000. Now, if I sell these at half that price, that's still over 100,000. We only really need 50,000, so this is technically overkill. But we want to have as much early starting money as possible. And so now it's telling us to enter the fort, and then it's going to tell us to kill 10 enemy mobs, which is pretty easy with our tier 2 gear. You'll notice it's a lot easier. I mean, we just go up and attack them, and yeah, they just absolutely melt. Their health bars just disintegrate. After that, we set fire to the storage, and now it says, call the ship by lighting the signal fire, which, my map is really zoomed in here, but, essentially we're going to run to this circle, and I just want to mention that in some patches, when you touch this circle, it messes up your UI for some reason. Let's see if it does it this time. No, it's fixed. Now, I want to mention, it's telling us to go right here through this doorway. Once you go through this doorway and down the stairs, you can never ever return, and I'll show you that now. So you want to make sure you have as much rough stone as you can possibly stomach mining before you leave, because we need that money. So we went through the doorway and we went down the stairs. Now if we try to go back up the stairs, the doorway collapsed. It's all rubble now for some reason. We cannot leave and go back and mine anymore. Alright, so once we go up here, and there are, believe it or not, there are people that got stuck on this. You want to talk to Captain Tia and accept the quest. Then, the travel planner, it will allow you to leave. Now, if for whatever reason you skipped all the entire tutorial as fast as possible, the game will not let you leave until 15 real-life minutes have passed. If you've been mining and playing for your first time, you won't have this problem, but if you're some sort of speedrunner, crazy, absolute, wild man, the game locks you here, and you have to sit here and wait until 15 real-life minutes have passed. Alright, now it's going to ask you, which area of the game do you want to go in? And I have a huge recommendation for you. So I recommend Step Cross, and if you're wondering which one that is the orange one. These positions are always ever changing when it says town selection. This will be completely randomized. Alright, But it is the bottommost dot on the map. It is in this little desert region. It's called Step Cross. Let me tell you why it's the best spot. It is the best all-around for gathering. It gives you hide, fiber, there is stone nearby, and there are trees nearby. Now, in the steppe regions, you can also harvest ore, but it's not as often that you would. It has the closest refineries. Bridgewatch is where we will be living, which is the stone refinery bonus. Martlock, which is this mountain, it's this like kind of hills region to our left, and that's where you refine hide at a higher bonus rate. And then Limhurst is the forest region, and that is where you refine fiber at a higher rate. All right, also, Bridgewatch has the cheapest stone pricing, and as a new player, you want to get up your housing or islands as soon as possible so that you can start earning passive income. And so you really want to live in the area that's the cheapest, obviously, right? It is also the best market for sellers, not buyers, sellers, all right? What I mean by selling is that if you gather a bunch of stuff and you sell it on the market, you're going to make more money than if you sold it in other towns. So make sure that you pick Step Cross as your starting town region. Now, you can always get naked and go to any of these instantaneously, right? But this is, again, the absolute best starting region, okay? And what you're going to do now, be a part of Albion for 1 year. Yes, this account is 1 year old. Okay, so when you walk up, this character will open a little map thing, and it's like, choose your starting path. What I'm going to tell you to do may shock you, but you're going to click skip, and the reason you're clicking skip is because it's going to let you do all three of these at the same time. So click skip, and there you go. We have Adventurer, Duelist, and Gatherer all at once. The game is not limiting us anymore. Now, I'm going to show you how to make this is completely random, but if you happen to see shark fins circling in the water, not normal fish, but shark fins circling in the waters, okay? Right now, there is no sharks, but if you see shark fins, and they can spawn here in this Step Cross starter town, okay? So just right along the coast, and if you see shark fins, frickin' that's 100,000 that you could potentially make right off the bat as soon as you start the game here, okay? But it looks like there's no shark fins. But here's what you would do if you see shark fins. You're going to go up to this little mallet marketplace, and what you will do is you would go to category, and then you would go to gathering. Let's see, where is it at? Yeah, you go here to like gathering equipment, and then you would check out, you would like click sickle, and you would click tier 2. There's no tier 2 sickles for sale. But you just, we go to skinning knife. Ooh, that's a little stupid pricey. Pickaxe, let's see. And what you would do is you would buy a tier 2 pickaxe. You would buy a tier 2 any tool. I'm going to buy a pickaxe just to show you, okay? They're 100 something right now, whatever. This gives you a little achievement journal entry that says buy a tier 2 tool from the marketplace. And you click that, or when you go up here to this little activities tab and you go to Albion Journal, you'll have some unclaimed rewards. Buying a tier 2 tool from a marketplace gives you a free tier 3 fishing rod, and we're going to claim that right now. And with that tier 3 fishing rod, you could fish up the shark. It will be very difficult to fish up the shark with a tier 3 fishing pole, but you can do it, and when you do it, that's a free 100,000, okay? But it's very rare that sharks are swimming near the shore. But when they do, it's free money. But I don't need this pickaxe, so I'm just going to toss it. There we go. And that's going to not make me overloaded anymore. But yeah, so this is a newbie town called Step Cross. And what I highly advise that you do here is nothing. I advise that you skip this immediately and go to the main city. There is nothing to be done here. Now, I want to talk about the marketplace real quick. Every marketplace is completely separate from each other in the safe zones. So, what I'm talking about, Step Cross is its own marketplace. Bridgewatch is its own marketplace. Martlock is its own marketplace. Highland Cross is its own marketplace. These are all unlinked marketplaces, okay? The only linked marketplaces are in the black zones, and those are known as Smugglers' Dens. So what I want you to do is from the starter zone here, exit out of here. This is Fractured Ground, and you're going to go to Bridgewatch. So right now we're in Step Cross. You can see the little lines in the sand is the roads that lead, right? So the northeast exit is this road here, which you can see is the northeast exit here. This is how you navigate the map. This will take us to Fractured Ground. It will spawn right down here. And we're going to take the road along Fractured Ground all the way northeast to Bridgewatch. And this is a blue zone. A blue zone is a safe zone. You cannot be attacked by other players. You cannot be murdered. You cannot lose your stuff. All right, so we're going to leave town, and we are going to go to Bridgewatch. And so you can just follow the road if you want, or you can cut across, and you just need to get your ass up here. And if you are overburdened with a whole lot of stone, it's going to take you a little while, especially if your mount is, if you picked up a lot of stone, but it'll be worth the trip. All right, so I'm going to be showing you how the town works. So we are going to enter Bridgewatch, and you may be overwhelmed. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's going to be a lot of people depending on the time that you play. There's 88 people right now. And yes, we just got an achievement that says visit a royal city. This is a royal city. This is a town. There is no fighting, no getting murdered, no ganking, none of that, okay? Now, we have entered from right here, and there's a lot going on. There's a whole lot of icons. But all you need to concern yourself with right now is just this tiny little spot in the top right corner, okay? So right here, this is a bank. This is a marketplace. We know this table is the repair station. We learned that on Tutorial Island. You've got like an arena vendor, an artifact foundry. There's a lot of stuff going on, okay? But what we need to concern ourselves with right now is the marketplace. It's very important that we offload this stone. So what we're going to do... And the marketplace and the bank are its own separate areas. So you're going to see a whole lot of people crowded around this door here. And, wow, we got some celebrities standing here. This Too Hotin guy is a dickhead in the chat. And this Dustria person is a dickhead on Reddit. So yeah, fun times. But, and those people hate my guts, by the way. A lot of people hate me in this game because I'm very based in red pilled. Anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to enter the Bridgewatch Market, which is we're just going to go through this doorway. We're going to enter a loading screen. And this is going to look hella confusing at the first time you come down here. There are 101 people in this tiny little area. And right here is the marketplace vendor. So if we walk over to this, there's just a giant pile of mounts and names all blurred together. But... behind all of these mounts and players, there is a person standing at the stage. Alright, so if you just, I don't know what it is on Xbox, but if you left-click the stage, it will open the vendor menu, okay? That's all you need to know for now. And now I'm going to teach you how to use the marketplace. Alright, so let's learn how to sell items, alright? So on the right side of the marketplace, you have a buy tab, a sell tab, create buy order, create my orders, and loadouts, alright? So what we want to do first is we want to go to sell. And this is our inventory right now. If you don't see this in your inventory, like if it looks like if it says empty, obviously my inventory is not empty. Here's why it says that. I have foot armor as a sorting mechanism. So what you need to do is make sure that you get into the habit of clicking these little circles that refreshes or sets everything back to default. Because if I have like that set, it says my inventory is empty. By clicking the circle, it resets everything back, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to click rough stone and we're going to click sell. I'm going to click my small stack first. This is my 64 stack. This is my 999 stack, okay? We're going to click my smaller stack first, and we don't want to look at this window. There is a small arrow on the top right of this box. You're going to expand that, and you're going to see sell orders and buy orders. You're also going to see 24 hours, 7 days, and 4 weeks. Click the 4-week tab. You can see the average price within 4 weeks for this item was 209 silver. So what this means right now is that it is selling above average. Because right now, if I wanted to buy stone, I would have to buy it from these people on the sell order, okay? Sell order means people selling an item, okay? These people, this guy's selling 2 stone at 288. This guy's selling 14 stone at 290. Right, you can see this person's selling 939 stone at 292 each. Now, if you hover your mouse, I don't know how to do this on Xbox, but if you hover your mouse over these bubbles on the graph, you can see how many are sold in the average price. So, let's see, this bubble's today, which is 0. It's going to say it's sold 0. Yesterday, 90,980 stone was sold at an average price of 307. And the day before that, 82,000 stone was sold at an average price of 323, okay? So you can use this to see, like, look at that, 106,000 stone, 132,000 stone. So yeah, a lot of stone is being sold constantly every single day. And you could change it hourly, right? So we see like 3 hours ago, 3,000 stone, 4 hours ago, 9,000 stone, 4,000. So a lot of stone is being sold every hour, okay? But anyway, buy order is people offering to buy stone, and it will usually be a lower price. So right now, this guy is offering to buy 3,945 stone at 230 each. Now, in order to set up a sell order, you need money, because you have to pay a listing fee and taxes. So if I wanted to sell my stack of 999 rough stone, it would cost me about 30,000 silver just to set it up, which we don't have, right? So this means because we're broken, we're new, we have to just directly sell it to this offer here. And it will always sell it to the highest offer person. Like, I can't go down here and sell stone to this guy offering 2 silver. I just can't. The game will not let me do this, okay? But what the game will do is let me buy stone from this guy at 447 each if I wanted to, which is really stupid that the game lets you do that, but whatever. So we're going to sell some of our stone to this guy for 230 each. And that's where this amount bar comes in. So we're on this, our action is sell. We're going to scroll this down, and we're going to get about, I don't know, this is about 40, let's do 50, at least 50,000, okay? That way we get an achievement which gives us a very peculiar item. I'm going to move this text down so you can see it. We're going to go ahead and sell 50,000 worth of stone, and then we're going to hit yes. So this says sell 80 items directly at a marketplace, so that's one item. That's one thing we just unlocked. Earn 10,000 silver from a marketplace, and we earned a whole bunch of these, okay? We're going to be unlocking a bunch of little achievements that are going to give us rewards, okay? Sell items worth 50,000 silver at a marketplace. This is the most important one because it unlocks what's called 3 days of premium. 3 days of premium is how we can double our fame rate and also gathering and silver pickups off the ground, and you get 3 whole days of this. This is, normally you have to pay real life money for this, but for new players, the first time you sell 50,000 silver on the market, you can claim this, okay? Per character, by the way. So it's very nice. But anyway, we have 50,530 silver. What we're going to do now is we're going to take some of this stone, and we're going to put it on the market as a sell order. I'm going to take about half of my stack here and click sell order. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to list a sell order 1 silver underneath this guy. So I'm going to go to the price down here and click minus 1 time for 293. And this is going to cost me about 23,000 silver to set up, right? But if someone buys all of this, I will earn 205,000 silver, okay? And if they don't, some of this gets refunded. It's fine. It's whatever. Okay, but what I'm going to do now is create this sell order. There we go. We created a sell order, so we got another mission completed there. All right. There we go. I did the full amount. I didn't whatever. Yeah, I wasn't going to do the full amount, but that's fine. Now, here's the cool thing, right? If I go to the buy tab, hold on, let's move this back up. Let's move this down here. If I go to the buy tab now, and I type in rough stone, you can see that my offer is currently the cheapest offer on the market for stone. So people that want to buy stone, they have to pay that price, right? Or they're going to pay that price. They're going to pay the cheapest price. Now, they don't have to buy the entire stack at once. That would be silly. They can buy 1, 5, 10. Like, if I want to buy from this guy, I can buy 1, I can buy 3, I can buy all 14. And so, what this means is that every once in a while, as we play, we want to make sure that we are selling this cheaper than everyone else by 1 silver, so that we maximize our profits. And here's how to do that. So, down here, you have this tab called My Orders. You have your sell orders. You can edit this, and when you click edit, it will show you. If you are at the top of the list, it'll show right here. If not, you got to scroll down until you see. But as you play, people will be undercutting you, and you want to make sure that you undercut them. Now, I didn't mean to list all of them at once, so that's my bad. And the reason why you don't is because it's cheaper to undercut everyone else consistently with a smaller stack. Now, obviously, these people selling like 2 and 3 at a time, they're just trying to bump the price down. That's all they're doing, right? And, you know, like, if you play a lot of MMOs, you generally want to sell below the fat stacks of other players, right? So I'm selling this at a freaking deal right now. And that's fine. I'm also playing during off hours, so there's not going to be as many customers right now, but there's still going to be customers, okay? And whenever you get paid and whenever you make money from the market, it immediately goes into your account, okay? So you can see that, how many have I already sold? Well, I don't know. But here, let's refresh that. I don't know, whatever. But once you sell all of them, you'll get a mail that will tell you, hey, you sold a certain amount of blah, 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 right? So that is how we are going to be making some early money. But for the rest of the rough stone, I'm just going to quick sell it to this guy for 230 each. Get a little bit more money. There we go. All right. All right, so let's talk about what premium is and why it's important. But first, we're going to click this Albion Journal thing, and we're just going to claim all rewards. So we have earn 10,000 silver, sell 80 items directly at the marketplace. Is actually going to give us a bag of silver. But yeah, we're just going to claim all these. Just hit claim all. That's fine. There we go. All right. And this bag of silver, you may or may not get this as a reward, as most of the time, the company, when they realize there's an easy reward out there to get, they nerf it. So you might or might not get this. This is only worth 5,000 silver. To open this bag, you click the bag, you'll have a pop-up, click the use button, and there you go, 5,000 silver into our account there. All right, cool. So we also got some other things. These are Journeyman's Tomes of Insight. Tomes of Insight are just books that give you experience, or fame, as it's called in this game, on all of your currently worn equipment. So don't use these willy-nilly. I'll tell you when to use those, all right? But the important thing is that you have this 3 days of premium, which you should hopefully have gotten, 50,000 worth of stuff sold on the market for you to get this, all right? But we don't want to use it right away, because when you use this, it is 3 days upon the time that you use it, not when you're logged in. It's always constantly running. So you only want to pop this whenever you have some free time to actually play the game. But why is premium so damn important, okay? And that is, premium gives you all of these. It gives you learning points, which is a 5x experience multiplier. It gives you focus, which is a crafting mechanic that lets you craft things with bonus returns to materials, meaning you can craft for cheaper. That's not super important for new players, by the way. It's just important to know. You also get a fame bonus, 50% XP bonus while it is running. You get more silver and loot from mobs, a 50% bonus, 50% gathering yield. This is basically whenever you gather, say the 2 rough stone at a time, you're now getting 3 at a time. 50% more is 50% more. You also have crop yield, that's for islands, and animal growth rate, that's for islands. Don't worry about that right now. But also, you have a 50% reduced tax rate. So if you sell a lot of items, you will not pay nearly as much to mark them up and down or to list them. It's very important, right? So anyway, that's what premium is. Let's continue. But now what we're going to do, instead about worrying about our economy, because we're going to let that stone sit in the market and sell while we do all this other stuff, is we're going to be rapidly doing these journal quest rewards to level ourselves up very fast and skip a lot of the early grind that new players get stuck in. All right, and don't worry, you're not missing out on anything by doing this. You're just leveling up way more efficiently, okay? And so what you're going to do, the first thing you're going to do is you're going to push enter. You're going to type /say and then say something in the say chat. And even if you're muted or whatever, you can still get this. So even if the game is not letting you say things, the game will still recognize you tried to talk. So start by saying something by typing /s in the chat. This gives you a reward of a Journeyman's Tome of Insight Tier 3. We're going to go ahead and claim that. Next up, you are going to send a whisper to yourself. So push enter, type /w to enter the whisper window. You'll know you did it right if it turns purple down here. Then type in your character's name. So my character's name is Xbox Benji. Then push the spacebar. Now we are sending a message to Xbox Benji. Then just say something. So you will now get an achievement for whispering another player, but you will also get one for talking to yourself, which is, yeah. So there we go. We got 2 rewards now, and you can see that we got a Tier 3 tome and a Tier 6 tome worth 50,000 fame. Isn't that great? Now, around this point, though, it can be delayed a few days, it can be delayed a few hours. If you use that referral link that I told you at the start of the video, you should have gotten an in-game mail by now with the rewards. If not, sometimes it's backlogged. I don't know why. Sometimes the servers are crap in the bed. But eventually, you're going to get some Tomes of Insight from that referral link. Now, I obviously cannot refer myself. That is against the rules, so I will not be having that reward for this video. Now, another thing that you could also do, if you are an Xbox player, you can log in and link your account to Xbox Game Pass. That should give you some rewards. I don't know what the rewards are because I'm filming this before they're available, but it's probably some mount skins and some other tomes. But you can also log in through a cell phone, which unfortunately I am very poor and I do not own a phone, so I cannot show you those rewards, but that will give you a horse mount skin and also some more fame tomes. Next up, you're going to be inspecting 100 times, so just find a random player. There's plenty around in town. And for PC, if you push the Y button, that inspects what they are wearing. Like this guy with the mace and the shield, here's his gear. You're going to just spam the inspect button 100 times. I do not know what the buttons are on phones or on Xbox, but I'm sure it's just a button you can easily push. But you can see I've inspected 30 players, and you want to do this until the Inspect 100 Players box pops up. Alright, so the rewards are 2 of these Tomes of Insight, and you get these community tokens, which can be exchanged for skins. Now, this one can be a little intrusive, but just add someone to your friends list. What you can do is you can click on a random person, like this guy running around, named Country Vibes, and then click their portrait, and then you can add friend, and it just sends a friend invitation. And then you can type in chat, hey, add me, and then unadd me for the achievement. Next up, type /LFG for the looking for group channel, and then say something. So I'm just going to say hi. There we go. And then what that will give you is another Tier 3 Tome of Insight. Next up, you're going to just open the guild finder. So at the top right of your screen, there is this little guild button. You can just click on that and click guild finder. That'll just pop up some random Spanish guilds, usually on the West server. And you can close it. And then it gives you a Tier 3 green Tome of Insight. Oh, and if someone accepts your friend's request, that is a Tier 3 Tome of Insight. So then you can just open your friends list after they do it. Which I'm not really used to doing. Social. There we go. And then you can just, unfriend them. There you go. Alright, number 7 is we're going to enter a yellow zone. A yellow zone is not the safest zone, but it's not a full loot zone either. The rules of the yellow zone are, the item power soft cap is 1,200. I'll try to briefly explain that. Let me inspect a guy. So you'll see here, this guy has a quarterstaff, and its item power is 1,160. And so if we enter a yellow zone, this will be reduced down softly to 900. It'll be slightly more than 900, but not much more, okay? So it is a zone that limits how much power you can have. To enter the yellow zone, we're going to leave the market in the top left side to go back to the main city of Bridgewatch. All right, and then we're going to pull up the map so I can show you where the yellow zone is, okay? So in the map, we're in Bridgewatch. We have 4 exits. We have 3. We have Smooth Floor, Long March, Fractured Ground. No, we have 4. I can't count. And then Lazy Grass Plain. And you'll notice Lazy Grass Plain is a Tier 5 zone. See that V? And it has a yellow colored box. That means it's a yellow zone. Whereas these other zones are Tier 4 blue zone, Tier 3 blue zone, Tier 4 blue zone, okay? The higher the tier, the more difficult the enemies. But this is a Tier 5 yellow zone, and you'll notice that it is in the top right exit right here. So we're just going to step outside into the yellow zone, like so. We're going to be shielded. It'll be fine. No one's going to beat us up or anything. And there we go. That gives you the achievement. Enter a yellow zone, which gives us a Tier 5 Tome of Insight. Alright, it's time to go bank everything we have right now because we don't want to lose anything and we just want to make sure we're naked so we can travel around very quickly. When you are naked, you pay no travel fees. So when we are in town, we are going to go to this little bank icon, which is the treasure chest right here in the middle. And you'll notice it's like a big gazebo thing. You're just going to go here. It's going to send us into a different area. So this is the bank. And there's 50 players here. Now, there's a big crowd of players right around here. And if you've ever played Diablo or any other game, there's a chest here when there's people not covering it. You just left-click where they're all, converged into, and that is the chest. Now, obviously, other players cannot access your chest. Everyone's chest is unique to themselves. But we are going to put everything in the chest. I'm holding shift and left clicking. I don't know what the button is on Xbox. I'm sorry. Now, for your mount, you have to dismount off of your mount and then right-click it to unequip it, and then you can store it in the chest. So, there we go. Everything is now safe in the bank, and every bank in every town is unique. If we put stuff in this bank and we go to another town, that bank will not have our stuff. We have to come back to this town to access it. Alright, so number 8 is we're going to fast travel to every town that we can currently access. There is one hidden town in the mists. We can't go there yet. It's fine. But you're going to leave the bank through the top left exit. The top right exit is the market, by the way, if you're curious. But we're going to go top left, and that's going to put us back into the main area of Bridgewatch here. Okay, it looks like this. Let me zoom the map out for you right here. Now, the travel planner is this. It's hard to see, but it's like a yellow compass icon that is right above the repair station. So we're going to walk naked. We have no gear on and nothing in our inventory, okay? We're going to walk up to this little travel planner person. There's like a flag here and there's an NPC. Sometimes this is covered by players. Just left click in the general area and you'll access the travel planner. So again, right now we're in Bridgewatch. We're then going to click each of these colored bubbles and travel to them. And because we're naked, the travel is instantaneous and free. So I'm going to click Limhurst and click Buy Journey. Okay, now we're in Limhurst, and it's going to put us a little bit a ways from the travel planner, but it's still pretty close. All right, and now we're going to click the travel planner and then go to Fort Sterling. And we are going to rinse and repeat the entire process, okay? So, again, open that map. There's the travel planner to our right. Go ahead and go over there. Now we're going to travel to Thetford. Here we go. Hopefully your game loads as quick as mine. And now travel planner to the right once again. We're going to go down here to Martlock. There it is. All right, and one more town to go. And the last town we're going to travel to is in the middle, which is Carleon. I don't know how to say it, okay? It's whatever, but there we go. We've traveled to every royal city. Visit all 6 royal cities. Now, we're not going to claim any rewards yet. Not right now. Just let it set there. We're going to do some more stuff. Next up, we're going to equip a skin. So by traveling to every town, let's open that journal and go to unclaimed rewards. I know there's text in the way. But one of the rewards is visit all 6 royal cities, and that is a skin called Monk's Sandals. We're going to claim those sandals, and then we are going to unlock the sandals. Now, this account already owns the skin, so I can't unlock it already, right? Because skins are shared account-wide. You're now going to left-click your portrait. I don't know how to do this on phones or Xbox, and go to Appearance. And then you are going to scroll down to your shoes area. And then I'm going to use this box to select Unlocked, and I have the Monk Shoes. I'm going to drag this up to my feet icon and equip the skin. So there we go. Now, I've already unlocked that one on my account, and if nothing unlocks, then it's fine. We're going to wear sandals for a bit because we need to equip more skins for more unlocks, though I think they might have taken them out of the game. I'm not really entirely sure. Alright, next up, our next quest, believe it or not, is to die in PvP. Since we don't have anything, you don't drop your money when you die or anything like that. If you get downed with gear, money does appear at your feet, but it's not you dropping money. It's the game generating money for whatever downed you. Alright, but what you're going to do is, on the left side of your portrait, there is a shield icon. Left-click that, and it's going to charge up this little sword-crossed icon in the middle of your screen. When that icon is all the way up, you will now be flagged for PvP. And what we're going to do is we're going to go into a red zone, which is a full loot zone. And I'll explain the rules later, but we're in Carleon right now, okay? There are 4 exits. You have Birkenfell, you have Craig Moor, Wire Forest, and Roast Corpse Step. Generally, Wire Forest is the most populated, so just go to the down and right area. And we're going to walk outside, and we're going to go punch players slightly away from the town gates until they kill us. Because we're naked and we're flagged up, there is no penalty for them attacking us. And we're not going to lose anything because we're naked. So I'm going to show you the game is like, hey, you're entering a red zone, be careful, right? You just click OK. You can read it if you want. I'll explain it later, though, okay? But we're going to walk around outside. This guy's fishing, right? This guy's fishing. He isn't going to fight us. This guy's on a mount. His name's Albion 6 years. Also, there's a dead player here with some trash on him. Cool. But what we're going to do is we've stepped beyond the little town gates, the protective town gates, and now we're just going to walk around the road, and when you see a player, you left-click on them, and you punch them, and they will dismount and eventually kill you. Some players will think that maybe you're baiting them or it's a trap. And also, you'll notice in the bottom right corner, there is a number down here. This number indicates how many people are flagged for PvP. So I'm flagged for PvP, so I'm one of the 2 players in this zone right now that wants to rumble. But anyone can attack me because I'm flagged up. And I can attack anybody because I'm flagged up. So, yeah, just be aware of that. I'll cut to where when I find a player and I can go punch them. Alright, so I waited outside the town gates, and someone one-punched me, and now I'm dead. Alright, cool. So now we're going to click the last city here. That just respawns us back in town. And now we are going to click the sword-crossed icon to unflag from PvP. By the way, here are the rules for Red Zone. It is full loot PvP. You drop everything you have equipped and in your inventory on death. Not stuff in your bank, not your silver. You must flag up to PvP, but you can be attacked by flagged players who also flagged up, and by flagging up, you are a red player, and all blue players, those are the people that did not flag for PvP, can attack you as well as other red players. So basically, when you flag up, everyone can attack you, and you can attack everybody else. So there you go. But if you are not flagged, then you cannot attack another non-flagged player. More red zone rules. If you attack or kill players, you lose reputation. You can gain reputation by killing mobs or gathering. Losing too much reputation prevents you from entering blue and yellow zones, and eventually even red zones, meaning you can only play in the black zones until your rep goes back to a normal level. If you attack while you're PvP flagged, it will make you a criminal for 3 minutes. When you are a criminal, you cannot enter town. Also, the guards will attack you. You cannot unflag from PvP for 30 minutes after you've done a criminal action. I think it might be 15 now. They might have nerfed it. But if you die, you can unflag immediately after doing a criminal act. So, like, one thing is, if you're trying to gank someone and you flag up for PvP, well, when you flag up, it kind of marks you as unable to flag because you recently PvP flagged. This prevents people from cycling it on and off until they have a good opportunity, right? But there's a way around it, okay? I'll show you. So, I flagged up, and I have this debuff that says, criminals are unable to flag as friendly, 15 minutes remaining. It used to be 30, okay? Whatever. But I'm naked, and I haven't actually attacked anyone to mark me as a criminal, and I'm already in town. So if you flag up outside of town, and you can't find anyone to kill, you can still go back to town, because you haven't done a criminal action. You just can't unflag from PvP. To be able to unflag immediately, if you want to go in peaceful mode, go to town, store your stuff, get naked, type /die. It'll ask you, are you sure you want to die? Once you die, you lose that debuff, and you can unflag immediately. Also, if you want a bigger explanation of reputation, if you go to your stats page, you have this little rep bar. We are neutral. You can see that as we do things, we will become reputable, virtuous, noble, glorious. By getting these, you get defense versus players and crowd control resistance. But if you start killing players, you become suspicious, infamous, villainous, nefarious, etc. And this gives you more, well, it used to give you more damage versus players. I can't see the debuffs. Maybe they took it out. But it used to give you more damage versus players. But you can also see here that as long as we are just suspicious, we can still go to blue zones. But if we are infamous, we can no longer go to blue zones. And if we are dreaded, we can only go to black zones. So, yeah, that is zone access. You don't want to ever hit dreaded. Most gankers, they stop at nefarious, and then they go farm. Also, do note that if you're in the nefarious negative 10,000 rep range, you will gain way more rep than if you are like a noble. When you're noble or glorious or whatever, when you, like, say you kill a mob as glorious, and this caps out at 50,000 reputation, right? So you can bank a lot of reputation, then go on a murder spree if you want to, okay? But if you are like, you know, above 10,000, you kill a mob, you'll get like 1 rep. Whereas if you're nefarious and you kill 1 mob, you'll get like 100 rep. So what gankers do is they kind of balance between suspicious and nefarious. And most of them, they have a lot of friends, because you make a lot of friends murdering for some reason in this game. And so they all go off together and do a group dungeon, and then they're good for a few days before they have to, like, recoup their reputation. But the whole point of the rep system is so that everyone isn't just mindlessly killing everyone else all of the time. What happens in red zones is people usually only kill targets that are worth the reward, okay? Like, if I were to kill some naked dude, whatever, I lose some rep. But if I kill a guy transporting an entire inventory full of goods, then that's a big payday, and that's worth the negative rep to do. All right, we are now going to return to Bridgewatch and get our mule. So go to the travel planner here in Caerleon, and then, again, we're going to go right back to Bridgewatch, and then we're going to go to the bank. So we're going to Bridgewatch. There it is, travel, fast travel for free. Just do note that traveling to Caerleon, because it's a PvP zone and it's surrounded by PvP zones, you can't fast travel here with goods. You have to manually go there. But if you're naked, you can fast travel there. Anyway, we're going back to the bank, and we are going to go get our mule. Also, our money hasn't really moved up, so no one's buying our stone right now. But that's fine. They'll buy it later. Alright, so we're going to be entering a portal zone. And if you have friends to play with, and they like to play in the full loot black zones, talk to them before doing this step, because it can kind of inconvenience a few things. I'll explain, okay? But we're going to leave the bank from the top left entrance, putting us back into the main town. Now, at the top of Bridgewatch, we have these little entrances called Conqueror's Hall Level 1. We're going to go up to that, and it doesn't matter which one you go into. They both lead to the same place. But the reason why you want to consult your friends is because we're going to be locked into a portal zone, and the only way to get to another town's portal zone is to manually ride there through the full loot black zones. Once a week, you can realign your portal zone to a different city if you want to. But in here, this you'll notice at the top here, there's like a big portal. If we click on this, this is the Bridgewatch portal zone to the full loot areas. And we're going to enter it, and it binds us to this portal zone. The reason why this game has this system is so that full loot PvP or guild clans, whatever, can't just cycle around the whole map with their armies and go conquer everything willy-nilly. So what this did is now I am bound to Bridgewatch's portal zone. So if your friends are in Martlock and, and you want to go to that portal zone, in the black zone, you're going to have to ride all the way across manually to the Martlock portal zone, and you could rebind it there, or after 1 week, you can just go to town and bind it yourself through the safe area. That's just like we did, but in Martlock, alright? So there we go. Just visiting this portal zone did give us an achievement. Alright, next up, we are going to be entering a black zone and a Road of Avalon. So this is the portal zone. Your bank and the market is actually shared with Bridgewatch, okay? Because you're still technically in Bridgewatch, okay? But there are several different exits, and they all lead to a black zone. I'll explain what black zone's rule set is later. But next to each exit, there are these little pools of... These are called shroud pools. I don't know what they're actually called. They don't really have a name. But when you click on it, it's going to turn you invisible and give you a shield so you can't take damage. And so what we want to do is, as soon as we pick an area to leave out of, which I'll pick Sandrift Coast, we're going to take this Invisibility Shrine. That's actually the name, Invisibility Shrine. Wow. Pretty basic, right? So we're going to go ahead and just enter any area. It doesn't matter which one you pick, okay? But while we're here, we're going to look for a little swirly portal icon. And these are randomly around the map every day. But it looks like this. It's like a little blue swirly portal. And you're going to enter that. And using your mule and your shield and invisibility, you should be able to reach it before it runs out. Okay? So I'm going to ride all the way up here, and we're going to enter that portal. Alright, so here I am at the portal. I'm going to left-click the portal and enter it. And there is sometimes where only a certain amount of players can enter these portals. And if that's the case, just go to a different zone and enter that one's portal using the Invis Shrine. Now, you'll notice right now, I am no longer invisible because I entered this, okay? So we are actually vulnerable to being killed and losing our mule, but it's only 4,000 if we do. It's not a big deal, okay? Now, what we're going to do is we're going to leave the portal, and you kind of want to do this when there's no other players around, but we're going to kind of just right off where there's no enemies or mobs patrolling around, kind of like right here, and we're going to use this Journey Back button. We're going to pay 434 silver, and we're just going to teleport back to town. And it does have a charge time, And because people can be invisible, they can pop out of invisibility, and they have like a 10-second cooldown before they can attack you, but they can knock you out of this and kill you. It'll happen, but you need to teleport back to town using this so that you get yet another achievement. All right, next up is entering and leaving a safe portal. So, in every single one of these portal towns, there's this like portal icon. It's called SAFE portal. All right, I forget what that stands for, but it's definitely not safe. But you're going to go up to it, and you're going to pay a 10,000 silver fee to have it teleport you randomly in the black zone around Bridgewatch. So it looks like this. It's telling you it's a black zone. There is a fee of 10,000 silver. All right, and then we're going to just hit travel. You should have 10,000 silver. There we go. So we get an achievement for that. And now, once you have entered, you have a portal that returns you home. So you can see here, it just kind of put me randomly on a random black zone map. Okay. Let's see how far away it actually threw me from town. It like threw me like, let's see. Yeah, pretty far actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 zones away. But anyway, you're just going to enter the portal and go back to town. And that's going to complete yet another achievement. And don't worry, 10,000 silver is nothing money. It is paltry. It is chump change. It is literally nothing, okay? Next up, we are going to salvage a cape and study some soup. So, the way to get back to Bridgewatch, yeah, you could take this portal and run through the Conqueror's Hall, but you don't need to do that. You can go down here to the Fast Travel Planner, and when we click on that, we can see that we're all the way up here on this other continent. But you can fast travel between the portal and the city that you're in for free, with gear, without gear, it doesn't matter. It's just a fast travel. So what we're going to do now is we're going to ride back to the bank. You know where that's at if you've been following along. And we're going to grab the cape and grab the soup that we have in our storage. So here's our cape and here's our soup. There we go. And now we're going to go back up to Bridgewatch. And I'm going to show you how to salvage the cape first. So that one's pretty simple. You go to the repair station. And we didn't do this on Tutorial Island because it won't give us credit for it. So we're going to have to actually repair all real quick. It's 2 silver. Whoop-de-doo. Click this tab right here that says salvage, right over here. Okay, I know there's kind of text in the way. And then you're going to move your cape over to the salvage. And that's going to give us 0 to 1 cloth, 0 to 1 leather, and some silver back. Go ahead and salvage it. And that completes salvage an item mission. Alright, to study the soup, you need to find an elder's cook, and it looks like a big, meaty pot pie. So you can see here, this is an elder's cook. It doesn't matter if it's elders or not, but we just need a cooking station. All of the buildings that you see here, west of town, these are all player-owned buildings. They are not part of the game's system. You can see if I hover over this repair station, the owner is System. Now, be careful because there is a player out there with the name System, okay? So don't be fooled if you see System down here. That's a player choosing to be scammy. But anyway, you're going to left-click the Elder's Cook Station, and that's going to highlight all of the cook stations that you can go to. So you're just going to go to the closest one, which happens to be like right here. And we're going to get on our mount and go there. And yeah, my mount's actually right here. So yeah, we're going to ride our mount, but while we're going, we need to split the stack of carrot soups. So just click the split button, and we can equip the other 2. It's whatever, it doesn't matter. But we just want to study one soup. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the cooking station here. We're going to left click on it. And we're going to click this study button, and we're going to move the one soup over to study. It will cost... I guess, no, it doesn't cost any silver, never mind. And we're going to click the study button, and that learns the mission study an item. Now we need to craft a tome of spells, and you may be wondering, why a tome of spells? I don't need that. I'm a warrior. I don't have a use for that. Well, the reason we're crafting it is because Bridgewatch gets a crafting bonus for this, and so we're knocking out multiple quests. So you're going to go to the market. And remember when we salvaged that cape, it could have given you a cloth or a leather or both. In this case, I only got a leather. So I have 1 out of the 4 stiff leather, and I need 4 simple cloth. So we're going to open the shop, and we're going to click the buy tab, and we're going to type stiff leather. And I'm going to buy 3 of these because I already have 1. That's 200 silver. And then I'm going to type simple cloth. And we're going to buy 4 of these. There we go. That's 56 silver. There we go. We have our ingredients now. And now we can go craft a Tome of Spells. So to do that, we're going to find a Mage Station. And so here at, Bridgewatch, we're going to look for the book icon, the Elder's Mage Tower. Just go to the closest one, and I'll go ahead and do that now for you. And we are going to craft the Tome of Spells. So we're writing right down here. You can see on the map. We're just going to the book icon. And again, these are player owned. And when this building might not be here whenever you play, and it depends on your server. So there will be one around somewhere. Just find the closest one, okay? But this is what it looks like. There's an old guy here. And then we are going to click... oh, yeah, this first tab is Weapons tab, and there's the Novice's Tome of Spells, and then we're just going to craft that. So we crafted an item in a royal city. That's the first mission that we completed. And then we have use a city's crafting bonus. Next up, we are going to buy and eat a bean salad. So return back to the marketplace. All right, and then type in bean salad. And by the way, I didn't mention this, but... you should have your sorting on price set to lowest. Obviously, if you set it to highest, you'd pay stupid prices for this stuff. So make sure it's set to lowest. But a bean salad is 579 silver. Just buy one. And to eat food in this game, you will open your inventory. And then, I don't know what it is for Xbox, but you right-click it. It puts it in your food slot. Make sure you're dismounted. There is a, let me move the text back up. There is a cooldown in the bottom right corner here. For salad. Oh, and by the way, my UI looks a little different because I have it all scrunched in for PvP purposes. Yours will be a little more widespread out. But anyway, we're just going to push our 2 button to eat the bean salad. And there we go. We ate a salad that improves our crafting. Next up, we are going to re-roll the quality of an item, which is the repair bench. You know where that's at? Go ahead and head to the repair bench. And what we're going to do now... is we're just going to do that Tome of Spells we crafted. So we're just going to click the repair station. And, again, the tab in the middle... oh, sorry. The tab in the middle here is the reroll quality button. So just take your Tome of Spells, plop it in there. It's going to cost a couple hundred silver, whatever. And then re-roll it. And there we go. We actually re-rolled it to excellent quality, so that's fun. But yeah, there you go. Alright, next up we're going to meld 36 runes, and I know that sounds like that's going to be complicated. It's not, it's real simple. You're going to go to the market, okay? And what you're going to do is, let me move this to the corner. You're going to reset all your search parameters and type the word rune, and you should see these blue Adepts runes, okay? You're going to buy 36 of these, and you could buy the cheapest ones. I'm just going to, I mean, these are all 9 silver, so we're just going to buy 36 of those. That's going to cost 324 silver. There we go. And now we're going to go meld them into a random artifact. And you could actually make money doing this. This is considered gambling in the game. But what we're going to do now is we're going to go to this artifact foundry, which is right down here below the repair station a bit. And I'll show you, you know, here's the ride, whatever. And it's this, it's like an old guy, and he's got a big hammer machine. And so, let me move the text over. There we go. We're going to click on the guy, and then we're going to meld the runes. So we have it set to tier 4, runes, and then you're going to click this one right here, this button on the right that is any, and that's going to cost 36 runes, and just hit meld. So let's see. We got an item worth 146, so we lost money on that, but that's fine, it doesn't matter. We did a quest, and that's all we really care about right now is doing the quest. So we didn't get lucky with a rare item, unfortunately. Alright, it is now time to level up. So what we're going to do is we're going to equip everything that's in our bank, all the gear that we had before. We're not equipping the Tome of Spells or anything. You can put the carrot soup on if you want, it doesn't matter. We're going to pull out all the we're going to pull out everything right now. There we go. And we're just going to use these buttons down here to sort and stack. So everything's nice and tidy. Now we're also going to open our Albion journal here, and we're going to we have 18 rewards to claim. Look at all these tomes that we've now earned. Fireworks. We also have things called tomes of learning. I'll talk about what that is, but go ahead and just claim everything. Make sure every single thing is claimed. Now, right now, you have these tomes of learning. They are a book with a book icon, okay? Not the book with the red ribbon icon. Those are tomes of insights. We are concerned about tomes of learning. These just give you learning points. What learning points are is a game mechanic that lets you 5 times multiply the fame earned on an activity. And you earn 10 learning points per day if you play enough. filling up this daily bonus bar. We'll talk about that later in the video. If you have premium active, you get 30 per day, and if you want to pay pig it, you can open the shop, and you can just buy learning points. 10,000 learning points is worth $100 US, okay? So yeah, that's, it's kind of expensive, right? But if you do the featured offer, you get this one here that gives you 1,000 learning points, gold, 30 days of premium, and these scrolls of fame, 15% fame bonus on everything for 30 bucks. You should absolutely go with that one if you want to pay pig this game, but we're not going to do that for the video, okay? And yeah, the company hates me. And by the way, some people will ask, do you have a content creator code for you know, card swiping? And the answer is no. They hate me. They do not like me. This company, this game hates my guts. So I do not get any kind of bonuses of the sort. But anyway, that's what learning points are. So what we're going to do is these tomes of learning, go ahead and use those, all right? Do not use the tomes of insight yet. Just the tomes of learning. You only have a few of them. All right, so you want to be dismounted for this next step, and this is going to be leveling up the gear that we have on to unlock more gear. So we are going to use one Tier 2 Tome of Insight. That is the kind of, this one is Tier 2, Novice's Tome of Insight. This will grant us 2,000 fame for our equipped items. We're going to click the Use button and make sure your gear is equipped. So Use, there we go. And what that did, that unlocked a whole bunch of stuff for us. Next up, you are going to use one Tier 3 Tome of Insight. That is the green one here. We have 15 of these. We're going to use one of them. That'll give us 5,000 fame, and that unlocks some adventurer levels for us. You're going to get all these little unlock notifications like Journeyman Plate Armor, Leather Armor, Cloth Armor, blah, blah, blah. And that's why we mixed our gear as we did at the start. So what this did is we're going to open our Destiny board. And I know this thing looks hella confusing, and there's a million different things going on. Don't worry, it's not as intimidating as it looks. It's not like Path of Exile. It's not nowhere near as complex as that. But here's what we did. Under Journeyman Cloth Armor Fighter, we have unlocked the ability to wear Tier 3 Cloth Armor. Under Leather, we've unlocked Tier 3 Leather. Under Warrior, we have unlocked Tier 3 Warrior Weapons. That is swords, axes, maces, hammers, fists, crossbows, shields. And then we unlocked Plate Armor Fighter as well. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be equipping some Tier 3 items and then leveling that up so we can wear Tier 4 items, which is when the game truly begins. And the reason why I say that Tier 4 items is when the game truly begins is instead of wearing a generic leather armor, we can now choose between different leather armors that have different abilities, like this one gives you lightning attacks all around you and stuff like that. But because our focus is going to be on PvE and mob killing to level up fast, we are going the cloth armor route for the most part. All right, now before we proceed, I want to kind of give you a small insight for the newer players that aren't, you know, for the non-experienced players, what we have actively skipped doing, because it's right now it's not a lot of numbers. You may be thinking, oh, these books are very rare and valuable. They are and they aren't. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit out here to a Tier 5 yellow zone, okay? And I'm just going to give you an example of how much experience or fame a mob gives when we kill it. Now, I'm in very crappy gear, and these guys are a little bit tough, but we can still take them on, okay? So I'm going to just ride out and find some mobs, and, you know, right outside of town, lots of people are just killing stuff left and right. So it may take me a minute. Now, this here is technically a baby mob, okay? I'll go ahead and kill this for you. But we're going to just go ahead and attack them, use our abilities, and take them out. This gave 561 fame, right? And if this little fame tome here gives us 2,000, that is effectively 4 of those guys. But, like I said, that is a baby mob. This guy here, a baby mob. He's got 600 HP. These are all baby mobs, right? And I could pull all 3 of those and kill those. These are also unupgraded baby mobs. I'm going to ride around until I find something worth killing. Alright, so here we go. This is a regular mob. This Berserker has 1,203 HP. He's also accompanied by a baby mob. So we're going to go ahead and kill these guys real quick. And, yeah, I'm just using my Q ability, my W ability, and we can go ahead and E this guy down. There we go. And then we can E this guy. He won't be dead, but he's almost dead. So this big enemy gave 1,946 fame. Now, do note this is without premium. With premium, that would be almost 4,000, not quite, it'd be like 3,800, right? So killing that one enemy is worth one of these books, all right? I just want to kind of explain to you the scale of things. Now, one thing that I don't agree with the recent patch is that for new players, the Destiny board is obscured. Like, what weapon is this? Well, it's darkened out. I don't know what it is. So I'm going to give you a little introduction of all the weapons. Alright, so I'm going to give you a brief explainer of every item in the game currently, starting with the Mage Tree, starting with offhand Mage Gear. Alright, we have the Tome of Spells, that's what we crafted earlier. This thing gives you maximum mana and energy regeneration. It gives you faster cast time on your spells. Then we have the Eye of Secrets. This gives you more mana and mana regeneration. The Moizak gives you a attack and magic bonus, your auto attack damage bonus. It also increases the mana cost of your abilities, and a little bit of buff on healing abilities. You have the Taproot, which gives you maximum health regeneration, and it lowers the amount of heals that you receive. Now, I'm showing you the tier 4 variants, but if I go to, like, say, tier 8, then the numbers will obviously be higher. So the higher tier an item is, and the more enchanted an item is, which we'll talk about later, the more potent an item is, as well as the quality. Anyway, we have the Celestial Censer, which will give you a bonus to your healing spells, but it lowers your defense and against players and enemies. Then we have the Time-Locked Grimoire, lowering your cast time and your cooldowns. Alright, so that's offhand on the Mage section. Then we have the Warlock Tree, which is Curse Staves, starting with the Curse Staff. This is a damage over time, like kind of wand or staff of sorts. It's a one-handed weapon. And this weapon deals what's called Death Curse. You stack up 4 dots or damage over times on the enemy, and then when you cast Death Curse, it explodes after a set amount of time, dealing huge damage. Great Curse Staff is an Area of Decay, which nukes a circle on the ground, stacking up damage over time dots, which you can also stack up with your regular attacks. Demonic Staff fears the enemy based on how many stacks of dots are on them and deals damage. The Life Curse Staff hits an area with damage and purges all buffs on the enemy. So if an enemy goes invisible and you cast this Area of Effect spell on them, it'll deal damage over time and reveal them. The Cursed Skull makes a big circle that floats in a direction, dealing damage over time and dealing % maximum HP. The Damnation Staff hits a very wide area with damage and lowers resistance on enemies. The Shadow Caller casts spells depending on what armor you're wearing. Mostly this is used with leather armor, which would heal yourself for the damage that you deal in an area around the target. Be it yourself, you usually target yourself to hit everything around you. But if you wear cloth, it just deals big area damage. If you're wearing plate, it deals area damage and lowers resistance. Okay, and then you have the Rot Caller, which summons a big monster thing that pukes on enemies, lowering the healing that they receive, or completely negates it, rather, while dealing area damage to them. And kind of, it does knock them back, but it doesn't, like, interrupt in that regards. Alright, next up is the Frost Mage Tree. And I'm going to tell you right now, if for solo players that want to level up, the Shadow Caller is really good. The Curse Staff is really good. On my old guides, this was my recommended weapon, okay? Now, the Frost Mage Tree is not good for leveling at all, but we have the Frost Staff, which is a cone of cold in front of you that roots enemies, deals damage. The Great Frost Staff has Hail, which deals area damage. You can cast it twice, it slows enemies. The Glacial Staff has Ice Storm, which is a floating circle that travels in a direction, deals damage over time, and slows opponents. The Hoarfrost Staff summons a big snowball that rolls, it slows enemies, it deals damage, it knocks people back. You can also explode it by colliding with terrain. I swear you used to be able to detonate this, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Alright, the Icicle Staff just freezes an area, slows enemies. It's, again, it's not a lot of variance here. The Permafrost Prism stuns enemies with a big crystal that pops, dealing a good amount of damage. This is a PvP catch weapon that people tend to use to dismount other players. Chill Howl can create a freezing crystal, kind of similar to, it's a little similar to Permafrost, but it explodes. It's more of a stun kind of thing. You can also target yourself and kind of hide in it a bit. Then we have Arctic Staff, which fires a volley of icicles in a line that deals damage and slows enemies. Out of all of the Frost Staffs for leveling, this one, the Arctic Staff, would be the best one, but you really shouldn't level with Frost Staffs. Now we have the Arcane Staffs, which is more of a support weapon. We have the Arcane Staff. It shoots an orb that silences and purges buffs. We have a Great Arcane Staff, which freezes a big circle for a few seconds. This is useful in PvP to set up ganks. We have the Enigma Staff, or Enigmatic Staff. This shoots a protective beam that shields a big area of people. Then we have Witchwork Staff, which summons a black hole that sucks everyone into one spot. I love this weapon. This is great for solo group ganking, or at least it used to be. Occult Staff makes a line on the ground that your team can move faster in, and it increases auto attack speed. If enemies touch it, they get slowed. The Malevolent Locus basically increases resistance of everyone inside of it. It's kind of like a buff bubble. Even Song is a dark sphere that reduces healing received, deals damage, slows enemies, whatever. And one of my favorite weapons in the game is the Astral Staff. This is the king, the end-all, be-all solo leveling weapon. Though this thing is insanely expensive and rare and hard to craft, it has Starfall. This makes you float in the air. You summon a big circle around you that deals consistent damage over time, and it has resilience penetration in PvP, right? So this is just a big area nuke around you. It's great. It is awesome. It's the best leveling weapon in the game, bar none. We have a bunch of different holy staves with different forms of healing. I'm going to try to make this a little bit faster. As a healing weapon, you should not level with these. All you can, it'll be very slow. There are a few offensive spells like Smite that all of the staffs get, but like each healing staff just has a different form of healing. One heals someone quickly, one heals a circle on the ground, one of them heals one target consistently. I'm not going to explain all of them like that. We have the Fire Staff tree line. We have regular Fire Staff. Shoot a big fireball, deal damage, knock them back. Great Fire Staff is a flame pillar, deal damage in an area. Infernal Staff, target someone, they leave a fire trail that hurts everyone that touches it. Wildfire Staff is a fire rolling magma sphere that deals damage and percent max damage. Brimstone Staff summons a big meteor for lots of damage and knockback. The Blazing Staff, also a good leveling weapon, summons a fire tornado dealing lots of damage in an area. The Dawn Song shoots a line of fire that reduces healing. And Flamewalker, my favorite PvP weapon in the game, lets you do a forward dash that explodes and burns enemies, and it reduces the cooldown if you land, okay? Pretty good stuff. We have Cloth Helmets, starting with the Scholar Cowl. This generates a shield that gives you mana back when you take damage, and it increases your resistances. The Cleric Cowl gives you an ice block ability, making you immune to all damage while you're in it. The Mage Cowl, a very good helmet, is a Fire Breath spell that deals damage over time in a cone in front of you. Royal Cowl turns off your energy cost while you have it active, so that's really good for just spell-heavy characters. Druid Cowl drops a circle on the ground that restores everyone's energy that stands in it. Well, for allies, not enemies. You can't heal enemies' energy. Fiend Cowl is a Purge helmet that removes buffs from the target. This is a popular ganking helmet. Cultist Cowl curses the enemy, dealing damage over time. If a player casts spells on a mob, it just deals a flat chunk of damage over duration. This is really good for solo target PvE or boss melting. Face Scale Hat lets you become uninterruptible while you channel abilities. It basically makes you immune to anything that would stop you from channeling. So this is a hat you would wear if you want to make sure your spells get casted. And another favorite helmet is the Cowl of Purity, shooting a beam laser. Think of something like Superman or Homelander. And it deals damage and burns enemies over time. It also interrupts spell casting. It's very useful, all right? Cloth Armors. Scholar Robe lets you cast spells twice as quickly, reducing energy as well. Cleric Robe gives you a shield and a damage boost for a short time. The Mage Robe purges enemies that hit you. Royal Robe drops a circle on the ground that buffs damage and healing for your allies. Druid Robe is a stacking buff that increases your damage and healing. We have the Fiend Robe, which is most likely what we'll be using in today's guide. is a fear aura that makes enemies run from you when you are close to them. And you'll see why later we're using this. We have Cultist Robe, lets you float in the air and heal your health and your energy, and gives you a lot of damage resistance while you do it. This is very easily interrupted or knocked down. It's not that useful in most situations. The Phase Scale Robe has different abilities. You can do a Ring of Fire, a Storm Shield, or a Frozen thing where when you attack, these frozen bolts will hit enemies for percentage of their max HP. And the Robe of Purity, where you can knock enemies back with an area around you. Healers use this sometimes to push enemies away so they don't get killed. Alright, moving on to Cloth Boots. We have the Scholar Sandals. This lets you move and gain immunity to stuns, roots, and slows, and it restores energy. The Cleric Sandals lets you do a blink or a teleport that can give you immunity to damage for 0.2 seconds. So if you time it perfectly, you can immune anything. Mage Sandals is a delayed teleport that increases your resistance when you teleport. The Royal Sandals, which is most likely what we'll be using today, is a damage buff boots that make you run very fast. These are also not channeled, but they are an activated ability, so they cannot be purged. That means people cannot stop you from running. Unless they root you or something, but it does lower your defense while you use these boots. Next up, Druid Sandals leaves a frost trail on the ground that slows enemies. We have the Fiend Sandals, which teleports and swaps positions with an enemy. You have the Cultist Sandals, which is another good choice, which is, it leaves a rotting trail on the ground that debuffs enemies' resistances and lowers the healing they get. Phase Scale Sandals is, it lets you, this is the one that lets you turn into a cloud of mist and not be targeted. So there you go. And then Sandals of Purity lets you float in the air, gives you immunity to roots and slows, and it's a very short cooldown. People love those boots in PvP. Offhands for torches, you have the Torch. This is cooldown rate and attack speed bonus. The Mist Collar is just purely cooldown rate, and you may be wondering, why would you use the Mist Collar over the Torch? And the answer is, the Mist Collar gives you more cooldown rate. The Leering Cane gives you more crowd control duration. The Crypt Candle gives you more damage, but it lowers your defense. And that's only for spells, not for auto attacks. Moisac is for auto attacks. Also, Crypt Candle gives you more damage than a Moisac, so it's better in most regards, but it does make you squishier. Sacred Scepter gives you crowd control resistance, and Blue Flame Torch gives you crowd control resistance. Well, no, it lowers it, I believe. Yeah, it lowers your crowd control resistance in exchange for more damage and healing. Cool. All right, next up is the Nature Staff Fighter. The Nature Staffs are mostly healing over time weapons. Again, another heal weapon. However, this line of healing weapons is actually way better for leveling than the Priest Tree. But none of the unique abilities of the staffs really help you level. Just the basic ability, which is Thorn Growth and Bramble Seed. That's it. It's just a little circle on the ground that deals damage. Now we have the Shapeshifter staff line. These are generally pretty expensive and a little more complex to use because there's two separate spell slots. You have the cast slot and then the animal ability. So Prowling Staff, you're a cat that can stealth and execute damage. Rootbound Staff is a tree that heals opponents, deals damage over time. Primal Staff is a bear that stuns and crowd controls. Blood Moon Staff is a wolf that has lots of life leech and can basically sustain. Hellspawn Staff is just a lot of spell damage with like fire orbs. Earthrune Staff is a big tanky golem that sucks people in. The Light Collar is a big damage nuke with lots of beam and area of attacks. The Still Gaze Staff is really crappy and it just petrifies enemies. Moving on to Quarterstaffs, which is, they're okay for leveling. They're not the best. You have Quarterstaff that does Vault Leap. You leap and you smash the ground. You have Ironclad Staff that you spin in a circle and knock people back. The Double-Bladed Staff, you jump at an enemy and slow them down. This is used for mostly traveling, movement, and escape. There is a way to gank with this, but it's whatever. You have the Black Monk Stave. You throw this thing on the ground. It deals area damage. It also reduces damage enemies deal. You have the Soul Scythe. This pops enemies in the air with a tornado and slows them. Staff of Balance debuffs yourself to buff up your damage resistance. It's an area of effect for just damage resistance. It lowers the enemy's healing received and slows them. Grail Seeker hits the ground with a line, and if people step on the line, they get rooted. And then Phantom Twin Blade summons these specters that deal area damage. This is the best weapon in the Quarterstaff line for leveling. Spears are pretty versatile, but they're not the best. They're kind of like a mediocre leveling weapon. The spear lets you charge forward, knocking enemies in the air. The pike roots enemies, dealing damage to a single target. The glaive flings enemies behind you, dealing damage. The Huron spear is thrown and stuns enemies for damage. The Spirit Hunter is probably the best spear for leveling, and that is Corrupting Steel. It makes a big trail in the ground that deals damage over time and lowers resistance. The Trinity Spear makes a big circle that increases your auto attack speed and roots enemies. The Daybreaker purges enemies when you hit them with a charge attack, and the Rift Glaive just deals damage in front of you. Yeah, whatever. The Dagger Tree, not very good for leveling either. The original Dagger, it makes you have rapid attack speed, dealing magic damage, and heals you for 100% of the damage you deal. Dagger Pair's funny for ganking, but it's kind of a meme. You stab enemies, they bleed, they take a lot of damage, and the more charges you have, the more damage you deal. You get charges from your other abilities. Claws, you hold a person in place, breaking any kind of shields. You deal damage over time to them, and as long as you hold them. These have kind of fallen off lately. The Bloodletter, very popular. This is another movement weapon that is very meta. The Lunging Stab has an execute. If enemies are below 3% HP, you deal extra damage to them. Alright. Demon Fang takes your own health to deal big damage in a frontal cleave attack. The Death Givers is a PvP-centric weapon that lets you dash through an enemy dealing damage, turns you invisible, and you can do it twice if you have max charges. The Bridled Fury is more of a raid weapon, where you deal damage in front of you in a cone, and you dodge backwards. Then the Twin Slayers is, if you ever played League of Legends, you played Talon, this is Talon's ultimate. It summons a bunch of little spiky things in a circle that follow you, and it stealths you. It's Talon's ultimate from League of Legends, okay? If you never played League, I'm sorry, or I'm grateful. Bows! We have regular bows. This shoots auto attack damage. If enemies get close, you deal less damage. Warbow shoots a projectile that deals damage the further away you are. Longbow is a circular AoE damage attack. It just hits 3 times on the ground. It's pretty damn good, low cooldown. I highly recommend this for leveling as well. Whispering Bow deals magic damage, single target, but it massively lowers your defense. This is a very powerful weapon when you have a max upgraded one, but it's not very useful in safe zones. The Wailing Bow shoots a projectile that pierces enemies, and the more it pierces, the more damage it deals. Bow Badon is one of the most popular among the Spanish and Portuguese for leveling. This is their choice of leveling weapon. Deals a lightning cloud in a circle that deals damage over time and silences whatever's inside of it, interrupting their spells. It doesn't really silence, it's more of an constant interruption. Mist Piercer shoots 4 line attacks that deal damage. The Sky Strider Bow, one of my favorites, you fly in the air, being untargetable and unhittable, and you deal 3 AoE bolt attacks until you land. So very cool there, but it's pretty expensive. We have leather helmets, going with the Mercenary Hood. This has a howl that hits enemies and slows them, decreases the damage they deal. You have the Hunter Hood. This is a reflect spell, and it also increases your damage resistance. This is constantly getting adjusted all the time. Assassin Hood reduces all the cooldown. You channel this, you kneel down and channel this, but it reduces cooldowns on all of your other abilities. And you can combo this with certain weapons to deal your rotation twice in a fight. It's very fun. Royal Hood stacks up a damage buff, and then you have more damage on your abilities. Stalker Hood gives you a damage buff, but it also reveals invisible enemies. If you cast this below 50% HP, if the enemy is below 50% HP and you cast this, you will shred their resistance by a good amount. This is also a PvP helmet. You have the Hellion Hood. You drop a circle on the ground that puffs up a bunch of smoke. You become silenced, and everything in the circle becomes silenced, but you become invisible, and you can attack while invisible inside the cloud, but it's just auto attacks. You can't cast spells. Alright, you have the Spectre Hood. This resets the cooldown of your armor ability, letting you cast it twice. The Mistwalker Hood makes you immortal while it's active. You can't drop below 1 HP. So yeah. Niche use. Normally what you use this helmet for is you cast a big spell in an enemy, and if they all pop reflect, you're dead. But with this helmet, you don't die. Foot of Tenacity purges enemies. It deals magic damage in a small circle. No, this does not purge anymore. Never mind. It does not purge. It just lowers the healing received. Bummer. I swear. No, I'm mistaking it for another helmet. My bad. Anyway. Leather Armors. Mercenary Jacket. You pop this, your next 7 attacks heals you for a flat amount of health. Hunter Jacket deals increases your attack speed and the damage you deal. Assassin Jacket turns you invisible, and it stacks a damage buff for your next attack out of invisibility. This is very meta in PvP. Royal Jacket, this gives you increased auto attack speed and cooldown rate for everyone around you that's touching your aura. Stalker Jacket is an aura around you that deals lightning damage. Hellion Jacket is an aura around you that deals damage and heals you, and it heals you and deals more damage the lower health you are, but it does not work as much against players as it used to. Spectre Jacket is an aura that deals % true damage to players or flat damage to mobs, and it also hurts you for % of your maximum HP. This is a very niche use in dungeons, which are not its legacy content. This armor is practically worthless and no one uses it anymore. Mist Walker Jacket turns you into a cloud of mist. It says it turns you invisible, but no, you're not really invisible. Your allies are invisible, but you are a cloud of mist, so people can still see where you're going, but they can't hurt you while you're in mist form. Jacket of Tenacity gives you damage and resistance if they are wielding a magic weapon. If they're wielding a physical weapon, it's armor and physical damage. All right, if it's a mob, it increases your defense against the mob and increases your damage. This is kind of meta, but not really. It's whatever. Leather shoes, we have the mercenary shoes, and this just removes crowd controls. Then we have the hunter shoes, which increases your crowd control duration. We have the assassin shoes, you dash at an enemy and deal damage to a single target. Royal shoes, you do a cool flip through the air, making you immune to all damage and debuffs until you land. It's pretty neat. It's, I don't know, it's niche use. We have the stalker shoes, you teleport, and it increases your damage. You can teleport twice. Also, during the teleports, you can be immune to all damage. So this is just in almost every regard better than the cleric shoes, kind of really sort of. Hellion shoes, you turn invisible and you make a big X on the enemy, and it's very telling that someone's doing this to you because it makes a loud noise. Then, after the duration, you teleport to them and increase your damage for 4 seconds. This is so easily countered, I wish it wasn't, but this is a really fun boot, gives you a lot of damage for 4 seconds, but everyone counters this. Spectre shoes turn you invisible, draining your mana while you're invisible. And if you move too far, you lose damage by 50% for 3 seconds, so you can't just insta-invis gank people. Mistwalker shoes lets you dash in an area, and then you can teleport back to that after image. Shoes of Tenacity turns you invisible for just like 1 second, 1.5 seconds, but it lets you deal bonus damage the next time you attack. This thing has a very short cooldown of 12 seconds. These things are really expensive boots, by the way. Alright, we have shields. We have the regular shield, crowd control resistance, and defense. Also a threat generation bonus for tanks. Then you have the sarcophagus, which is more defense and threat generation. The Caitiff shield, which is defense, crowd control duration, and threat. Then you have Facebreaker. This gives you slight physical magical bonuses to your attack. Also some defense and some threat generation. Then you have the Aegis. Purely defense, but it makes your spells cost more energy. Then you have the Unbreakable Ward. This is energy, regeneration, healing received, and defense and threat regeneration. Shields are pretty blah. Now the crossbows. You have the regular crossbow. The snipe ability deals a tremendously huge amount of damage and decreases resistance. This has a large charge-up time, but there are items that make you cast faster, like that Scholar Robe we talked about. Heavy crossbow shoots a bolt that pierces all enemies and interrupts their spell casting. Light crossbow shoots an exploding shot that blows up after a short duration. You have the Weeping Repeater. This puts mines on the ground, and if people step on them, they blow up for magic damage. Cool. Bolt Casters. You basically rapid fire into somebody, and you just ramp up tremendous amounts of damage. Though this thing, you have to be standing still, and it's channeled, so it's whatever. The Siege Bow. You shoot a big cone of attack in front of you multiple times, hitting enemies, and it takes a percentage of their max health. This is used in raids or Zerg versus Zerg. You have the Energy Shaper. This is literally a laser cannon, and it shoots a beam attack very far away that deals a lot of damage to players, but it's very hard to turn the beam. While you're channeling the beam, you kind of slowly turn it. Then you have Arclight Blasters. You spin around in a circle and dash forward. This is the Diablo 3 Demon Hunter ability. I forget the name, but it's just a big circle of attack around you. You have damage resistance while you dash. You can do it twice. It's okay. It's all right. Next up is gloves. Brawler gloves. You smash the ground, hit enemies in the air. Battle bracers. You smash the ground and hit enemies, but it resets your Q ability cooldown. You have spike gauntlets. You hit a big cone in front of you, and if they have plate armor, they receive more damage. Ursine Maulers. You do punches in front of you in a big cone, and if you manage to hold the channel on enemies after a short duration, they explode for extra damage afterwards. The Hellfire Hands, you Slam a big fire rock into the ground that bounces 3 times, and if you have other abilities that knock them into the rock, you can hit them up to 3 times, and this used to be really good in raids. I don't know if it still is. Raven Strike, Cestus. You nuke a large circle around you, and you pop up everyone in the air. I have a very popular short YouTube clip that shows this hitting like 14 people at once and nuking all their health. Fist of Avalon, you dive into the ground and then you do a frontal line punch attack. It also purges buffs. This is a very popular PvP fist. Then you have Force Pulse Bracers. This just makes your auto attacks deal magic damage. It's kind of similar to the dagger. But, yeah, it's like a cone explosion when you punch someone, so it does hit things behind them. Let's see. Hammers. These are tank weapons. Don't use these to level up, okay? Earth Shatter deals damage, stuns enemies. Pole Hammer. You hit enemies and you stun them in a line. Great Hammer. You charge forward and hit enemies and you stun them. Tomb Hammer. An undead hand grasp comes out of the ground and hits enemies and stuns them. And it also decreases their health by 10% for a short time. Then you have Forge Hammers. This makes you big, and you smash the ground, you deal damage, you have damage resistance. Yeah, it's alright. Grove Keeper, you jump into the area, and you stun things, and you also get some armor bonus, I'm pretty sure you do, or at least you used to. It also throws enemies in the air. Yeah, okay, cool. Then you have Hand of Justice. You do this whirlwind attack. It sucks everyone in, and then you kind of throw them into the air for a bit on your final slam. You have True Bolt Hammer. This deals area damage. You gain a shield, and you get a little bit of absorption. And if you have 5 static stacks, you stun them. Oh, boy. Maces are another tank weapon. Don't use these to level. Mace, you jump into an area, you slow enemies, and you root them for a little bit. The Heavy Mace, you hit the ground and you silence enemies around it. It also lowers mobs' auto attack, who cares? Morning Star, you close in the distance and then you root enemies, and yeah, so whatever. Bedrock Mace is a fun meme weapon. You hit a big line wind attack on the ground and it knocks people super far away. It's really funny. Incubus Mace, you hit a cone attack in front of you, shrinking enemies, lowering their maximum HP temporarily, deals a little bit of damage. This is a ganker's amazing weapon. What they do is they root you in place, they shrink you, and then someone does a big nuke and you're freaking dead because you have most of your health being reduced by it. Camland Mace, you shoot like a beam out. It sucks everyone into the impact of where the beam hit on the first guy, and it also stuns people. This used to be meta. I haven't seen it much anymore. Oathkeepers, you put a line on the ground, you walk through it, you get a shield, and when you attack with the maces, you heal. This thing is used by some tanks. I don't know. It's like a sustained tank weapon. Dreadstorm Monarch. You have 3 abilities. You have the Dreadstorm Sweep, and it hits enemies, gives you Eye of the Storm charge. Then you have the Surge, hitting enemies. And this reduces damage resistance of the enemies in the storm, and it slows them down. So it's just kind of like a debuff tool. We have the axes. This is what we'll be using in the video, is this tree. Starting with the battle axe, you throw an axe, and it hits enemies in a line. You throw a second axe, it heals you. The great axe, which is what we'll be using in the video. You do a whirlwind attack, and it increases your movement speed when you hit at least 1 enemy. And the longer you whirlwind, the more damage you will be dealing. You can end this early to conserve energy. Halberd hits enemies, and yeah, it deals bleed charges. It also decreases crowd control resistance, whoop-de-doo. Normally there's one of these in a raid. You don't really use it to level. The Carrion Collar shoots a beam attack in the shape of a hawk. Deals damage, it bleeds enemies, lowers their healing received. The Infernal Scythe is an execute weapon. You deal 2 spins around you. The first one hits. The second one, if they're below 40% HP, it will deal additional damage. The Bear Paws are a ganking weapon that's been sadly nerfed too damn much. You do a jumping leap attack that lands as a frontal cleave that deals damage. It restores some of your health. This thing used to be really good, and now it's garbage. Realm Breaker is a frontal cone explosion that hits enemies up in the air. Deals maximum and current health damage for 5 seconds. This is used in raids. Crystal Reaper is just lots of frontal cleave little dashes. It's kind of hard to use. It is good damage if you use it properly, but it's an expensive weapon, and it's just wonky to use. Swords. The Broadsword, we started the game with this. You do a Mighty Blow. You know what this does? It deals damage. The more charge you have, the more damage. Claymore. You charge at an enemy, stun them, or interrupt them, whatever. It is a stun. It's a stun. Also, if you pass through enemies, you hurt them too, but really, you're just using this for single target. Dual Swords, you jump at them Kirito style, Sword Art Online style, and you have auto attack speed increase. You deal damage in a circle. Clarent Blade, you shoot a beam out. If you have more charges, it slows, silences, and deals additional damage. Carving Sword, you do a dash attack through opponents, and this will lower their resistance. This is a PvP weapon. Galatine Pair, this deals a kind of star-ish explosion in lines around you, dealing magical damage. I don't really like these things. I think they kind of suck. They're used in raids, but they're not even that. There's better weapons. Kingmaker does a big swing around you and then a frontal line attack that slams enemies down. It deals a lot of damage. It used to deal a lot of damage, that is, before they nerfed everything. And then we have the Infinity Blade, which you do like a charge. You like run at someone, you slash, increases your movement speed, and then you do a second swipe that deals more damage. This thing is really devastating in, like, faction fights. Plate Helmets. We have the Soldier Helmet. This gives you full damage immunity, crowd control immunity, while you channel this for 2.5 seconds. Knight Helmet giving you immunity to forced movement effects, so you can't be bounced around. Guardian Helmet gives you a shield. This thing is really useful if you need to mount up when you're getting attacked. And it cleanses damage over time effects. So this is the helmet to counter the Curse Staff weapon line, by the way. Keep that in mind. Royal Helmet drops a meteor, or I'm sorry, an exploding barrel onto the ground that stuns enemies, deals a little bit of damage. The Graveguard Helmet is a healing helmet. It takes some of your health, 25% max HP, heals your target for 15% of their health. Demon Helmet silences enemies in a radius. This thing used to be way better, but now it's nerfed, so whatever. The Adjudicator Helmet shoots out an aura around you that stuns enemies, deals a small amount of damage. Duskweaver Helmet, this is like a Spider-Man ability. You shoot a spider thread out, and you could latch onto someone and then pull yourself to them. The Helmet of Valor is the Purge Helmet I was thinking about earlier. This is a cloud on the ground that purges debuffs. Yeah, so that's cool. All right, Plate Armors. You have the Soldier Armor. This is the only armor that really gives you damage. You, whenever you take damage, you increase the damage you deal and your crowd control. So this is the only offensive armor for Plate. Knight Armor. You have Wind Wall. You cast a Wind Wall in front of you. Kind of think of Yasuo from League of Legends, and people get knocked back if they try to go into it. Unfortunately, it doesn't block projectiles. That would be too much coding for these devs. Guardian Armor is Enfeeble Aura. This lowers the damage that people do around you. It slows them and reveals them if they go invisible. Royal Armor just restores energy around you to allies. The Graveguard Armor lets you chain somebody and grab them, and if they try to run away, you pull them back to you after a set duration. But they become immune for 10 seconds, so you can't just have 10 people pulling one guy over and over again. Demon Armor is a reflective field. And I die to this thing all the time when I'm trying to gank streamers, because they're all forced to wear this armor, or they get killed by me. And, yeah, it reflects damage, and no, I'm not doing it on Swole Benji, but it reflects damage, and it increases the resistance of everyone but you, but for the wearer, it decreases your damage resistance, so that's the penalty, right? Adjudicator Armor is a big dome that increases resistance of everyone inside and the healing they receive. Duskweaver Armor puts spiderwebs on the ground that slows enemies, and Armor of Valor is increases your resistance with a magic shield, and if someone hits you while you have this activated, you shoot a little ball of magic back at them that hurts them and silences them. So attacks that deal rapid attacks, this thing is really good against. I almost forgot Plate Boots, the most useful boots in the game, by the way. Soldier Boots gives you Wanderlust, which increases your move speed slowly over time, and then it ramps up, and this is like the go-to getaway, but it has a long cooldown. Knight Boots lets you dash and put a shield on yourself and an ally. Guardian Boots lets you grow big and double your current HP, and you get a little bit of move speed. This thing is really good for PvE, I think. I think it's also good for forced fights. Because when your health doubles, you're still taking regular damage, and when your health returns to normal, it's like you have... This is basically 50% damage reduction while it's active, okay? Royal Boots, you do this little charge, and then you have a good move speed. You're immune to roots and slows while it is happening. Graveguard Boots gives you move speed increase, immunity to stuns, roots, and slows, but it cleanses them if it happens during the effect, okay? Demon Boots, the lower HP you are, the more faster you move, and the more damage you ramp up to. These things used to be very meta, they've been nerfed. Adjudicator Boots lets you dash at somebody and knock them up in the air. Pretty cool. Duskweaver Boots lets you knock someone away from you, and if you knock them into a wall, they get stunned. I've never, ever seen this successfully used in PvP. Boots of Valor. I'm sorry. Boots of Valor are the boots that if you're stunned, rooted, or slowed while this is effective, it will cleanse them. But yeah, it makes you immune to forced movement effects. This is used so that like bedrock maces can't knock you around the battlefield. Pretty much mandatory in Zerg versus Zerg. Potions, we have a Berserk Potion. This increases your damage. Poison Potion deals damage over time. Energy Potion heals your mana. Gathering Potion gives you more gathering yield and makes your gathering faster. Healing Potion heals you. Hellfire Potion is lava on the ground that deals damage over time. Tornado in a Bottle is a circle on the ground that if enemies touch it, they get knocked back. Alright, Acid Potion lowers resistance in a circle. Cleansing Potion clears crowd control. Calming Potion drops aggro on mobs and gives you a shield and invisibility to mobs for a short duration. Gigantify makes you grow big and increases your maximum HP. Also your load, but who cares about that? It makes you immune to force movement as well. So if someone firewalls, you can walk through fire. If someone has that fear, cloth armor, that they use that against you, pop one of these, you can't be feared. Because that's a force movement. Sticky Potion slows enemies in a circle and lowers damage reduction a little bit. I'm pretty sure that does, right? Yeah. It lowers the damage they deal, my bad. Okay. Resistance Potion increases your defenses and crowd control resistance. You may be wondering, why use this over Gigantify? Gigantify, while you're gigantified, healing is basically halved. Your damage you receive is halved, but the healing you received is halved. Whereas with the Resistance Potion, you're only getting like 40% damage reduction, not 50. But you're receiving full healing benefits. Also, with Gigantify, you can walk through firewalls, whereas with Resistance, you cannot. So be aware of that. But yeah, that's pretty much all the potions. There's just higher tiers of them. Foods. The foods that are important are beef sandwich. This gives you more HP. Beef stew, more damage. Pork omelet gives you cooldown reduction. Pork pie gives you gathering yield. Roast pork gives you life steal, or life leech, rather. Salads for crafting, and there's lower tiers of the same stuff. Cabbage soup for life regeneration out of combat. Very important there. And finally, the cape slot. We're going to talk about capes now. Alright, and mounts are a whole different ballpark. Don't worry about mounts right now. You have the bags. You have Satchel of Insight. This is a bag that gives you a bonus to combat fame, but it does charge you silver. You do not want to use this as a poor player or a new player, okay? Then you have Bridgewatch Cape. Capes are... This one is activated when you use your E ability. This slows enemies around you, decreases crowd control resistance. We have the Fort Sterling Cape. This gives you immunity to stun, silence, and roots the one time it hits you, and then it goes on cooldown. The Limhurst Cape restores your energy when it drops below a certain threshold. Martlock Cape gives you defense by 50% when your health drops low. Thetford Cape, one of my favorites, gives you chain lightning on your auto attacks. Very short cooldown. Caerleon Cape lets you use your Q ability twice. Brazilian Cape, when you use your helmet ability, you get a shield, and you're immune to purges. Very cool. Heretic Cape drops traps on the ground when you use your boot ability. Keeper Cape, which is what we'll be using in today's video, gives you damage amplification, or 50% bonus damage, when your health drops below 70%. This is just more damage, faster farming. Organa Cape increases your cast time and auto attack speed whenever you cast your E ability. The Undead Cape turns you invisible when you're about to die, but though it lets you deal less damage while invisible. Demon Cape drops a puddle of lava on the ground when you auto attack, dealing damage over time to anything in the lava. Avalonian Cape does an explosion around you, dealing damage, and lowers the enemy's damage that they deal to you for a duration. Smuggler's Cape reduces the cooldown on your potions. Some potions you can chug twice. Alright, so very cool there. Awesome. Also, because the game obscures the Destiny board, the right side is all of the crafting things that you can do. It mirrors the left side. You have, your tailoring, your gathering, all of that stuff. You have your crop farming, your animal breeding, herbalism, and yeah, so that's the Destiny board. Woo! Look at it, isn't it pretty? Not really. Alright, for the sake of the video, I'm not going to wait for the stone to sell because, yeah, we're just going to lower it down to 230 and just quick sell it for 161,000. There we go. That's going to put us at 200k silver. You don't have to do this. You should absolutely slow sell it. But I did not feel like waiting, okay? So I'm shorting myself money, but I can make up for it because I'm an experienced player, whereas you might not be. But anyway, you get a little bit more rewards. If you own 100,000 silver, you get a tier 6 tome. If you defeat 3 mobs with your mount standing next to you, you get this tier 3 tome, okay? We sold 100,000 worth of silver, so we got some fireworks. Owning 100,000 silver gives us a tier 4 tome. So there we go. By the way, for more gear rundowns, I'm just going to copy something from an older video real quick. So here's this. You can pause it if you want to read this. I've already explained this in the long version. And here is that second screen. Again, you can pause the video if you want to read this. Oh, by the way, just randomly, just a little random tip. If you ever see a player with the skin, the Decadent Robe, it looks like this. It's got like a silver pendant. This gives the player the ability to drop silver. And they will sometimes just start throwing silver on the ground that you can pick up, and it's like 4,000 at a time. It's pretty good. There's also a red version that lets them throw entire piles of silver all at once. See, look, he's throwing money, and this guy's picking it up. Yeah, money, free money. My main character has this, and I throw out millions of silver a day to just random people. So this is just karma paying me back, right? So yeah, we just get some free money. It's not going to make a difference in the video, okay? Don't worry about it. But if you see people handing money out, get off your damn mount and click that money as quick as possible. You definitely want to be in on that. So this is the gear path we're going to do, and this is mainly tailored for ease of play for Xbox players. You don't have to follow this gear route if you don't want to, but it will allow us to farm very quickly, get lots of fame, and thus progress relatively quickly. We're going a Great Axe for PvE clearing. This is the easiest weapon to use on a controller, bar none, and it clears slightly slower than like 2 other weapons. So, and when I say slightly slower, I mean by like 1 to 2 seconds slower, okay? You lose 1 to 2 seconds per pull, but it's so much easier and less clunky on a controller. Next up, we will be gathering stone as a source for silver. Now, I know I've always said to go skinning, but skinning is heavily nerfed. It has been massively nerfed, and it's just not worth it as much anymore. And stone is way more brain dead. It's easier on controller. It is, it's just all around a very good secondary source of income. And I know that Travertine, the tier 4 version, sucks. But it's non-RNG, it's very easy to get your island set up, and when you do stone, and because we live in Bridgewatch, we can refine the stone, add a bonus. All of this adds up to over 1 million silver per hour when you have tier 8 gathering tools without premium. Now, for our gear, we're going to be going cloth armor, fiend robe for PvP. We might go cleric robe for PvE, but we don't really need to. Cloth boots, royal sandals for movement and damage. Cloth helm, scholar cowl for defense and energy. Keeper cape for PvP, that is the damage boosting cape when we lose HP. Limhurst cape for PvE, that is the energy regenerating cape. Alright, so now we need to buy the following items from the shop. And what you're going to do is you're going to type each of these into the search box. So you're going to type Journeyman's Battle Axe, just like that. And this is, don't worry about the quality. We're only putting this on to read books, and then we're going to sell it immediately. So Journeyman's Battle Axe, we can just go and buy one of those. Boom, that's like 900, right? Journeyman's Scholar Robe. There we go, that's our armor. That's another, 1,000 silver. Then we need a Scholar Cowl. That's our helmet. There it is. Okay. And then we need the boots, which is Scholar Sandal. Did I say sandals on here? Scholar... Yeah, Scholar Sandals, okay. That's the boots. Alright, so there we go. We have bought tier 3 items. So we're going to equip those. We got the axe, the robe, the boots, and the helmet. Make sure that all of these are equipped. You don't need to allocate any skills. We're not going to be using them. And again, here is the list if you want to pause the video and then type this into the search. Now, use around 26,000 fame equivalent of your Tomes of Insight. So for me, I'm going to be using this red Expert Tome of Insight, because that gives me 20,000. I can hover over this icon. It tells me what it is, 20,000. And then the green one is worth 5,000, so that's 25,000. And then this tier 2 one here is worth 2,000. So it's a bit of a spillover, but that's okay. Make sure all of your green items are equipped. We're going to use the red one for 20,000, and then 5,000, and then 2,000. There we go. And that has unlocked tier 4 versions of our gear. And by doing so, you've unlocked more rewards, which means more tomes, and these, of course, Tomes of Learning. We're going to go ahead and claim all of these. And, of course, the Tomes of Learning, remember, it's the book icon. We're going to use those immediately. There we go. But, yeah, we still have plenty of tomes to burn through. So now if we look at our Destiny board, it's going to look a little more unlocked. So we have Cloth Robe Fighter, a little bit into that, and that unlocks the ability to wear all of these different robes. But if we wear, say, this Druid robe and we level up in it, it will not level up any of these other ones. And that's where the specialization nodes come in. And this affects item power. Alright, and so I'm going to do my best to explain what item power is, enchantment levels, and tiers and all that stuff. So if I just type Royal Sandals, I have it set to tier 4.2 or enchantment level 2. Enchantments can go up to level 4, enchantment 1, 2, 3, and 4, okay? And so this is referred to by the player base as 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4. Enchantment level 0 is flat. So if someone says, I have a flat 4 Royal Sandals, that means they have a tier 4 Royal Sandals with no enchantments. If they say, I have a 4.2 Royal Sandals, they have a tier 4.2 Royal Sandals. If they say, I have a 6.3 Royal Sandals, that means they have a tier 6 enchantment level 3 Royal Sandals, which is red because we can't wear it yet. We're not high enough level, right? So yes, okay. And you'll notice here when I click this Royal Sandals, this 4.2 Royal Sandals, the item power is 945. 200 from the enchantment and 20 from the quality, okay? But if I go to the 8.2 Royal Sandals, well, the item power is 1385, okay? And you may be wondering, well, is this like gear score? Yeah, it is and it isn't, okay? Item power is, it kind of affects how much stats you gain from an item. You can see this 1385 Royal Sandals gives me 372 maximum HP, whereas the 4.2 version is only giving me 220 maximum HP. So the higher the item power, the more stats that you will get. But I'm going to go ahead and put a big info dump on your screen. And I'm a little lazy, so we're just going to copy another video that I've already explained this in. And here it is. Tiers are 1 through 8, 8 being the highest. Enchantments are 1 through 4, 4 being the highest. Every tier you go up is plus 100 item power. Every enchantment is plus 100 item power. And a 4.1 would be 4 plus 1, which is 500 bonus item power. A flat 5 is a 5 plus 0, or 500 item power, sort of. And when I say sort of, I will go ahead and show you now in the game. You'll notice that on the 4.2 Royal Sandals, we have a stat here. There is no stat. Let's go to 5.2. And you'll see here, Mastery Modifier 5%. If I go to Tier 8, the Mastery Modifier is 20%. So the higher Mastery, or the higher tier of an item, the more percent bonus that you get. Alright, so just keep that in mind. While a 4.1 and a flat 5 are almost the same, there is that 5% difference, okay? But the complexity doesn't quite stop there, okay? So you have regular items, and I'm going to show you this in the weapon tree, okay? So for the axes that we've unlocked, we have, every weapon tree has 3 normal weapons, and then they have artifact weapons. So for axes, we have the battle axe, the great axe, and the halberd. So to craft these axes, they require metal and wood. That is their ingredients, metal and wood. But the other weapons, like this carrion collar, require metal, wood, and the Morgana halberd head. This one requires a hellish sickle head. This one requires a keeper axe heads. This one requires the Avalonian battle memoir, and of course the edged crystal. So remember when we merged runes earlier and we got this random ass wildfire orb? Well, this is a piece of equipment that is used to craft the wildfire staff. And so by melding runes, we got this random drop, okay? But besides runes, there are other things you can meld. Let me go ahead and reset my searches. We have runes. You have souls. This isn't helping. Yeah, okay, hold on. Soul. Soul, non-singular. Adept soul, okay? This is what you would craft any of these random items into, right? And then you have relics, okay? Which is the same thing. It lets you craft items or randomly, you know, meld them into items. Okay, and then you have Avalonian shards, okay, which is the same thing, which lets you craft Avalonian items. And then you have crystal, just different crystal items like Adept's Infinite Crystal, which lets you craft the Infinity Blade. Alright? And all of these things are gotten from different things. You get souls, runes, and relics from random mob drops, random dungeon chests. You get Avalonian stuff from the Avalonian roads. You get crystal items as a guild reward at the end of a guild season, so you have to have premium for that. But all of this stuff you can buy from other players, so you don't really need premium at all for anything, okay? But, yeah, so that is, what I'm trying to also explain to you is not how to get these items, but the importance of them. So, you'll notice that the Battle Axe has 700 item power, so does the Great Axe and the Halberd. But the Carrion Collar has 725, the Infernal Scythe 750, the Bear Paw 775, and then the Avalonian is 800, and the Crystal is 800. So, it goes Rune Soul, Relic, Avalonian, Crystal, okay, in terms of item power. So those are all the ways that you can boost your item power. So if you have a tier 8.4 Masterpiece Crystal Weapon, that means it's the highest tier, it's the highest enchantment, it's the highest quality, and because it is a Crystal or an Avalonian item, it will have the most item power, which is well over 2,000. But then you can also awaken a weapon into a legendary weapon, and then you can juice up its stats and increase its item power even further beyond. But that costs hundreds of millions of silver to do, but people have done it. And if you want to know about quality levels, well, here's an excerpt from another video that I did. Normal is 0, good is +20, outstanding is another +20, excellent is another +20, and then masterpiece from excellent is a +40. So yeah, there you go. But also, you can get item power from the following. You can get it from having Mastery, and Mastery is levels 1 through 100, which unlocks the higher tiers. So at level 10, we unlock tier 5, and of course at level 100, we unlock tier 8. You also unlock abilities as you level up your Mastery, but Mastery gives you a 0.2 bonus to all item power for all axes. And then after that is your specialization. So if I level up battle axes to 100, or per level rather, I get a 0.2 bonus to all axes. So leveling battle axe helps all of my other axes, but leveling battle axe gives me a +2 item power bonus per level. So that means if I level this specialization to 100, I get a +200 to item power. That is 2 enchantment levels, that is 2 tier levels, and then because if I level battle axe to 100, you know, that is a +20 to all axes, and then if I do it for these normal ones, well, that's a +60 right there. But then when it comes to your non-normal weapons, right, your artifact weapons, you only get a +1 to all axes. So this would be 20, 40, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, and then your crystal weapons are a 0.25, right? So if you have everything fully leveled up, then you can get around 350-ish item power from just your level alone. And what that means is that as a new player, if I buy this like 4.3, you know, Great Axe, right? Like if I just straight up buy a 4.3 Great Axe, the item power is 1,000, right? But if a leveled player buys a flat 4 Great Axe, which is way cheaper, 6,000 silver versus 157,000, well, their item power is, it says 720 there, hold on, 7, yeah, versus 1,000, right? Well, the experienced player with a flat 4 Great Axe is going to have more item power than me with no levels and a 4.3 Great Axe. So, as you level up, it lowers the cost of your gear. Though, to be honest, you're not going to be PvPing very well with this low item power. You want around 1,200. So something like 6.1 would be, well, 1,000, right? 6.3 as a new player. So, like, you would be using, like, flat 7. Honestly, you'd be using, like, flat 7, and then you'd have plus 350-ish from all your levels, putting it to, like, 1370 here on this weapon. And that would make you okay at PvP. But also, people like to push 1550 or 1600, which should be, like, 8.1 here, plus levels, right? And, yeah, that'd be, like, about 1500 there. 8.2, you'd start to be able to bully multiple people. Anything around, here's the thing, in most PvP fights in this game, if you are below 200 item power of your opponent, you almost certainly lose every fight. Not always, there are counter comps, you can outplay people if they suck, but generally in an even fight, without a counter-like build, if you are below 200 IP, you lose. Alright, so right now, I technically have a good amount of silver, but you probably won't, depending on how long you gathered stone. But if you gathered, you know, 1/4 or even 1/8 of what I did, you should still be able to afford where we are currently at. But if not, here is what we're going to be doing. First, we're going to go to the bank, and we're just going to deposit all of our junk, all of our everything. And we need to go gather, but also we need to kill some mobs with our tier 3 gear. And just get some money. But we're gonna just put everything into storage right now. Here we go. And we don't want to be riding around on this mule any longer, right? We still have a little bit of expendable money, but we need to gather. We need to gather, and yeah, that's our main priority right now. Is we need to gather. And because I have chosen stone gathering, we need to type stone hammer into the search. And we have this tier 2 novice's stone hammer. They're pretty cheap. They're like 400, maybe a bit more or less whenever you play. Looks like someone sold them 20,000. What? Yeah, average price 1,000. Whatever. You can afford that, right? But we're gonna buy this tier 2 stone hammer. This lets us mine tier 2 and tier 3 stone. All we've done so far is harvest tier 1 stone. We're gonna harvest the good stuff now, okay? And you can also type bag and go to tier 3, and you could put on a tier 3 bag if you want. I'm not going to. I don't really care. But what I want to do is I want to get us a horse. So we're going to type 'S riding horse. And there are these green colored horses. They're about 11,000. We're going to go ahead and buy one of those. And we're going to dismount off of our mule, equip the horse, and we're going to sell the mule. Goodbye, mule. We don't need you anymore. Blech. Right? Okay, good. Awesome. Great. Right? Very cool. So with this horse mount, this thing gives us a passive carry weight increase of 76 kilograms. Now, we can also get an ox if we want to. I'm going to mount up on the horse here, and we're going to get an achievement for that real quick. That is just ride a horse, and that would give us a fame tome. We can claim the fame tome later, whatever. We don't need to claim it right now. We're not really leveling at the moment, because we need to go make some money, damn it. And we are going to be leveling our stone mining, okay? But before we do that, we need to allocate some skills on our gear. So we're going to go to the battle axe here, and we're just going to pick deadly chop. It's all right. For our armor, we're going to just pick this middle one, this frost shield and passive aggression. Scholar sandals will pick this energetic sprint and aggression. Or you can also pick courier. We'll pick courier because we're gathering. Scholar cowl will pick Aegis of Energy, Aegis of Energy and aggression. There we go. So we're all set. We can also do one other thing too, if we can afford it, and that is a pork pie. So type pork pie. These things are 4,000 to 6,000 at a time. We're just going to buy one of these right now, and we're going to put that in our active food slot. We don't need these carrot soups. We can just go ahead and sell them, whatever. I don't know why I'm selling one at a time, but yeah, there we go. All right, cool. So now this is our current gathering set, and what we need to do is to gather stone, we have to go to an area that has stone. Now, we are currently in Bridgewatch. Hold on, let's reset our camera. Okay, so we're currently in Bridgewatch, right? And so these are step areas. You'll notice that in the top we have hide, fiber, and ore, not stone, okay? So what we need to do is go to these green areas. That would be Vixen Tor, Kilmar Tor, and yada, yada, yada. And if we click Vixen Tor, this is where we're going. Vixen Tor, it's very close to town. And we can chop wood, mine stone, and mine ore. But we only care about the stone. We only want to level one gathering profession at a time, okay? So to get to Vixen Tor, we're going to exit into Smooth Floor Cleft. That means we're going to exit kind of northwest right here, Smooth Floor Cleft. Let's go ahead and exit out that door. All right, this is a Tier 4 blue zone, safe zone, we're fine. Can't be hurt, can't be attacked. And then we're going to exit the southwest exit here to Vixen Tor. So we're going to ride all the way over there and go to that zone. So here we are in Vixen Tor. It's very green. You know, visual update just dropped, okay? But yeah, so in this map, we are going to run around and we're going to mine 2 different objects. That's all we can mine right now. And I'll just wander around until I find some and show you what they look like. So you see these little like brown lumps? These are tier 2 stone. This is known as limestone. I know the horse is in the way, but it looks like this. You're just going to click on the lump of stone and your character will harvest it, okay? And now there is just a pile of rubble. And you're going to run around the zone and you're going to click these brown limestones and harvest them. And you'll notice that after harvesting these 2, my carry weight is 3%. we're going to harvest this until our carry weight is just below 100, and then we're going to go back to town and sell it. Now, there are also green stones. These are called sandstones. I'll go ahead and show you. But you'll notice there's actually a lot of brown stones sometimes. These things are randomly generated every day around the map, so you know, you come back after server reset, these stones might not be here anymore, and they might be moved around the map. But you can see that just one of these stones is worth 103, and we're harvesting 3 at a time, okay? Now, when we activate that 3 days of premium we got earlier, which I'm not going to right now because I'm very close to bedtime. I've got a lot to do still. I still need to eat and do some other things in real life. I don't have time to activate the 3 days of premium. I will do that some other time. But if I had that 3 days of premium, I'd be getting 4 to 5 limestone every time, and if I eat this pork pie, that's going to increase my gathering yield by 15%, and the pork pie gives you carry weight max load percent increase, okay? And that's going to allow you to harvest even more of this stone. But let me ride around and find some sandstone and show you what that looks like, so you know what to look for. Now, I just want to point out, too, the money that you make doing this, it's not going to be the fastest until you level up, obviously. We're just beginning. But this stack of limestone, this is worth 11,000 silver already, and I've only been mining like 1 minute. So there's a couple sandstone here. We have the green sandstone. You can go ahead and mine that, and you'll notice it's a little bit slower. Yeah, it is. But whenever we mine these are worth 114 each, and they give more fame when we mine these, okay? You'll also notice there's a green golem monster over here, so we can go ahead and just straight up kill that. There we go. Just go ahead and kill this sucker. There we go. And the golems are mineable, and you can mine them faster. So you are incentivized to kill these to gain their resources. Now, one thing you'll notice is that we are rapidly losing durability on this novice's stone hammer. Instead of returning to town to repair it, you'll notice these little, these are called faction outposts. And at each of these little flagged faction outposts, there is a repair station. So anytime you need to repair your tool, go up to the repair station and repair it. You'll notice these blue rocks. These are called travertine. Now, unfortunately, travertine is damn near worthless. It's one of the cheapest materials in the game. But mining it, we can't mine it yet because we only have a tier 2 tool. When we get to tier 3, we can mine it. And it has a chance to drop learning tomes, which are worth a lot of silver. It's going to cost 420 silver to repair. That's fine. We're going to be making that money back, you know, hand over fist. So don't worry about the repair bill. Just keep on mining and keep on gathering. Also, do note that if an enemy hits you while you gather, it will reset the progress bar. So just be aware. But you're going to run around and you're going to mine and you're going to sell stone on the market over and over and over until we level up to tier 3. Now, there is a faster way to get to tier 3. I'm going to actually, you know, fight these dudes real quick. And yeah, we kind of lack AoE right now because we don't have our great axe. It's fine. We can still kill these relatively fast, right? But in order to level this stuff up faster, we're going to... You can either do the 3 days of premium, obviously, but there is another way, and that is using learning points. Now, learning points should absolutely, by new players, be used to level your gathering. The sooner you level up your gathering, the faster you can increase your silver per hour rate. I'm going to tell you right now, in just regular tier 8 gear and an Avalonian tool, which is a specialized tool that gives me a gathering bonus, you know, with like later we can equip gear that increases our gathering yield. Right now we cannot equip those items. So we're just kind of bumming it right now. But once we level up and get those items, it will dramatically increase our yield. Instead of 3 limestone, we could be getting like 9 to 12. So it'd be like 12, 24, 36. And with higher tier gear and higher, just better stuff, you mine way faster. Way faster. But right now, it's slow beginnings. That's MMORPGs for you. So while a brand new character doing this might make about 200,000 silver per hour, or 400,000 silver per hour, a experienced player in better gear will be making over 1 million silver per hour doing this. And there's even more ways to increase your yield and your profit margins and a whole lot of other things, but we will not worry about that right now. We will get into that at a later date. But right now, run around, repair your tool when you need to, and keep on mining. Now, one of the rewards that you get for gathering at least 80 tier 2 resources, right down here, gather 80 tier 2 resources, is a silver bag worth 5,000. That should cover all of your repairs for a while, okay? But do note, if you fight a mob and it downs you, you lose 5% on all of your gear, including your gathering tool. So just don't get downed by enemy mobs. You can fight this enemy mob. It's a tier 4 monster or tier 3 gear. It's not very threatening. This thing has 1,000 HP. We can smash into it. And yeah, we can just, you know, spam our abilities. It's dead really quick. That's 1,000 fame, 200 silver on kill. It's not bad, okay? But yeah, just kill mobs and you know, break limestone. You're doing just fine. Now, let me explain to you how to activate your learning points, because this is very important, and don't mess this up, because these things they're hard to come by early, and as you play the game, you'll stack up a bunch and then blow them all on something stupid, okay? But you're going to click this Activate Quick Learn button. That's going to shimmer your Destiny board. But what you're going to do is click this down arrow, and you're going to turn everything off. Make sure all of this is turned off. There we go. All right, cool. So now you're going to go down to your gathering node, which is, here's the middle. You go down and to the right to the trainee gatherer. Then you go down here to the stone quarrier, which is the hammer. And you're going to click this quick learn button and turn that on. So now, let me turn it off and show you first. When I mine this limestone, it gives me 4 fame. And I need almost 2,000 to level up to tier 3, okay? But when I turn it on, okay, we're going to go ahead and activate Quick Learn. Instead of 4 fame, it's going to be giving me 22 fame. All right, pretty cool. I'm also going to eat this pork pie, and that's going to give me more gathering yield. And the more gathering yield you get, the more things that you gather, the more of a multiplier of fame that you get. Now, you won't notice this at first, but as you level up and you start getting gathering gear that boosts your yield, and when you have premium active, like that time it gave me 45, because I got the bonus. Did you see that pop up? I got a 3 and then a +3 bonus, okay? I can kind of maybe see if it'll pop up again for you, but that basically doubled my fame, which is already being multiplied by 5, okay? And if I had premium active, that would be another 50%. So you can see that you can level it up pretty quick, and you can just keep an eye right here on your Destiny board notification. I am 30% of the way to, you know, tier 3 tools. Tier 3 tools last longer, have more durability. They also let you mine way faster. So just keep roaming around, keep repairing, keep mining, and we're going to be making money hand over fist. So you'll get this pop-up that says Adept's Tome of Insight Unlocked. So what you got to do is over here where it says Challenges, right over here, sorry, my cursor was invisible, is this is a daily thing. So go ahead and click claim, and you'll notice that the next bonus is in 15 hours and 40 minutes, which is weird because I thought, oh yeah, it's never mind. But when this resets, you can then claim that another one for the new day. If you have premium and you do this enough, you earn 50,000 challenge points a day by doing this, even though you earn 1,200 to earn 50,000. It's really silly. But once you fill this bar up, you can get a free mount. This month is a Black Panther, but you have to have premium active, and not the 3 days of premium, but the actual paid premium, at least a week's worth, okay? So you'd have to pay pig for that, or you can buy premium with silver if you earn enough, and right now silver for 1 month is 31.5 million silver. So do the math. If you earn 200,000 an hour, 31, let's say 32 million, right, divided by 200,000, that'll take you 160 hours, which is not feasible at all, right? Obviously not. But when you earn 1 million silver per hour, it would take you 32 hours to earn it, which is also not feasible. But if you want a card swipe, then it would cost you $5 for 7 days or $15 for 30 days. And I can't afford it. I'm broke as hell, but maybe you can. I don't know. All right, so once you see the notification, Journeyman Courier, this means that you have now unlocked a Tier 3 gathering. You can either run back to town or use this Journey Back ability to teleport back to Bridgewatch. I'm lazy. It's 400 silver. I'm going to teleport back. All right, while in town, we're going to go ahead and repair everything. That's another 300 silver. And while we're in town, we are now going to sell or get rid of this Tier 2 stone hammer. And by the way, if you didn't do it earlier, buying this Tier 2 stone hammer gets you a reward for a Tier 3 fishing rod, whatever. But there's a quick sell button. I want to talk about the dangers of this, okay? Quick sell is going to sell you everything to the closest buy order, okay? So you can see here, I'm losing 600 silver if I do that. I'm losing, like, you usually just use money. Now, as a new player and as a broke player, never use the quick sell button. Take the extra step and just sell order under everyone else, like that. Okay, so I'm just gonna undercut this by 1. That's 30, almost 32,000 silver right there. This one is another 10,000. So we earned like 40,000 silver. Not bad, right? Once someone buys it, and they will. But we're gonna go ahead and type Stone Hammer once again. This time we're gonna go to tier 3 and buy this one. This one's a little more expensive, 1,800. Look at that, cool. And yeah, we have all of these journal things that we're learning. Unlock tier 3 gathering for any resource. Guess what? That earns you a bag worth 10,000. We're going to go ahead and consume that. And yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're going to claim all the rewards. You'll also notice we got this Adept Courier Tome. Using this tome grants 1,000 gathering fame towards your Adept Courier. This is going to help you level to tier 4. So we're going to, of course, pop this immediately. That is 5,000 fame because we had the learning points enabled. Putting us 16% of the way to tier 4 gathering, okay? Now, tier 4 gathering is going to take 30,000 fame, whereas tier 3 gathering only took 2,000, okay? So, think of the time, all right? How long it took for us to unlock tier 3? Well, it's about 15 times longer to unlock tier 4, and then from tier 4 to tier 5 is going to be even longer, and it's going to take you about a month to get to tier 8, okay, playing casually. But we got some of these tomes learning. We can go ahead and pop those and get some learning points. And, you know, these other tomes, we're going to go ahead and just go to the bank and store those real quick. Now, there is a faster way to level gathering. But, whoa, there's stuff on the ground over here. Hold on, hold on. Woo, tier 1 stone. That guy died with tier 1 stone. It's free money. It's like 4K right there. Anyway, I'm getting excited. All right. Anyway, so to double your gathering fame, you will have to gather in the black zone. I know. Dude, listen, I'm going to tell you right now. The gear that we have equipped, if I hover my mouse over it, all of this stuff is worth 14,657 silver. If I die, I lose all of that. That is 15,000 silver. Now, we made 40,000 gathering for, you know, a little bit of time in the blue zone, right? But if I were to go up to this bridge watch portal, okay, this leads to the black zone, right? And if I were to reset my camera, well, there's a little green zone over here called the Stone Lake Fields. This is a tier 5 zone. It does have some tier 2 and tier 3 materials, but it also has tier 4 and 5. We can technically mine the tier 4 now, right? And mining tier 4 gives us more XP, and it will give us double if we're in a black zone. So that's cool. So you can risk it. You can if you want to, and I'm an experienced player. I know how to avoid being murdered and ganked, and I'm going to tell you right now, if this video gets a lot of views, there will be people camping out here to kill you when they see you in this gear, because they hate me, and they will do anything to get to me to upset me. But I'm going to take the Invis Shrine. I'm going to go ahead and ride there real quick. And I'm going to show you how much fame you can expect to get doing this and how fast you can level doing this, right? And I'll be right back. But yeah, we're just going to ride right up here to the Stone Lake Fields. And again, I still have plenty of time on my Invis Shrine if I just need to back out. Now, number one thing to check, if this is even safe, look in the bottom right corner. This will give you an estimated player count. It won't give you an exact because it's black zone. But we have 0 to 5 players here. All right, that means there's not that many. So this is Travertine. We can actually mine this now. And in the black zone, with learning points, without premium, look how much we get. We get 93 fame mining just to Travertine, not even with the bonus, okay? So yeah, that means just mining this one node, we went from 16% to 17%. So we need to do that 85 more times probably. Do note that Travertine is damn near worth a sixth of these is worth 23. Ew, gross. But it does level you up faster to mine it, and there is a small percent chance to get a Courier Tome, which will level you up faster, or you can sell them, which is what I recommend. You should always sell your tomes for over 100,000 silver. So, I recommend that you mine the damn Travertine, because there's always that chance that you get lucky. By the way, the rules for the black zone, well, think of the red zone, but think of everyone is flagged all of the time and there is no crime. Okay, that's the black zone. Everyone can fight everybody at any time. Everyone is a bad guy in the black zone. Alright, so if you see another player, you mount up and you leave. you run away. If he follows you, you run back to Bridgewatch if you can even make it, okay? Otherwise, kiss your ass goodbye. And everything that you mine, if I die right now, I lose all of this. You can see that my gear is worth 10k. The stone that I mined is worth, well, no, my gear is worth 14k. The stone that I mined is worth, well, 11k. So, yeah, that's a pretty heavy loss for a new player. So, I do not recommend that you come out here and do this. But if you want to level up faster, and wow, the tooltip is stuck. Fun bug. Nice patch. But I do not recommend that you do what I'm doing, but I'm trying to just make this video go a little bit faster. Alright, as you mine, you might get a notification. Hey, we sold all of the, we sold the stone hammer, never mind. I thought it was like, oh, you sold all your stone, here's a big payday, bro. Not really. Just sold the stone hammer. By the way, I want to talk about rarity of mobs. You have, you remember earlier when we were fighting mobs and like, oh, that's a baby mob and this is a regular mob? Well, there are the piss glowing mobs, or they might be blue glowing or purple or red glowing depending on their type. But then there's the ones with circles underneath them. So we have a regular circle and then we have a spiky circle. The regular circle is a mini boss and the spiky circle is a boss. Now, I am far too weak of a character to take these on, but they give tremendously huge amounts of fame when killed. If I were to kill this spiky boss mob, that's like hundreds of thousands of fame, and there's another one right there. So yeah, especially in the black zone, not so much in the yellow zones, but in the black zone, you kill a spiky boss mob, and you're getting a ton of fame. So later on, when we have gear, we can come out here and kill these if they're still up. But they're pretty rare to find, and for me to find 3 all within like 1 screen radius is pretty gnarly. Also, you're only going to see these in the black zone. These are smugglers, and you can kill the enemies around them to rescue them, and you get some rep with them, you get some fame, it's whatever. But I don't expect you guys, I don't recommend that you guys come out here to the black zone at all and do what I'm doing. It's very risky. Yeah, you level up faster, but you don't make more money, and right now money is the name of the game. And if anything, when you die, you lose money. Notice that I said not if, but when you die, because you will die. And I don't know if you have any experience playing full loot PvP games. Arc Raiders does not count. Marathon does not count, okay? But in a game like this, what happens is one guy will see you with your slow-ass tier 3 horse, and he will be like, oh, this guy's loaded. We gotta kill him. He's transporting millions of silver worth of goods. He's gotta be loaded. And then he gets on Discord with his 30 friends, and then suddenly one guy starts following you around, and you can't shake him on your horse. There's no getting away from him. And then suddenly 20 guys pop up off your screen, all running at you with all of their abilities and all of their super-powered high-level gear and their high-level characters. And then you're stunned, you're asleep, you're bleeding, you're blown up, you're dead. And then they pick up your corpse, and it's only worth 65,000, and then they get angry at you because you're not worth any money. And so anytime they see your name throughout the history of ever, they kill you for sport, not even for money, not even for, you know, anything other than you wasted their time, so now you have to die every time they see you. Now, if you are doing the black zone thing and your pork pie is about to run out, as mine is, I want you to notice something. I'm at 75% carry weight with a pork pie that's going to be, you know, gone in 20 seconds. So I'm going to skip ahead now and show you what that means. So let's say I was out in the black zone and this pork pie just ran out and I don't have any more. Suddenly my carry weight went from 75 to 98. Now I'm still safe, but if this went over 100, I either have to dump items out or I have to slowly hump my way back to town, which makes me an easy target for ganking. And if you are above 100% carry weight, you cannot use Journey Back to get back home. Alright, we're back in town because our carry weight and our pie ran out. We're at 55% of the way to tier 4 stone mining. And so we're going to go ahead and the travertine is, it's like a 1 silver difference between the two. Oh, dude, like travertine's worthless. Just sell it. Just get rid of it. But like limestone, we're going to sell order that and make a little bit of money. There we go. And same with the sandstone. Ooh, nice, right? And I found some rough stone too, so we'll just go ahead and put that on the market as well. And yeah, our money will slowly go up while we gather. Alright, so I'm here in the black zone, and this number just jumped up. 6 to 15 now, active hostile players. So it's time to skedaddle out of here. And the reason why is they're after the 4.4 resource node that's right here that's going to unlock in 17 minutes. So they're there to guard it. They're going to clean up the map, kill everyone that isn't in their guild or in their, you know, part of their, you know, alliance or whatever. And so, yeah, when that happens, you just pop on out of there. Alright, so now we have hit Adept Courier, which now unlocks Tier 4 mining, but also at Tier 4 you get Tier 4 gathering gear. That means gathering helmet, armor, and boots that will increase your yield, and the Tier 4 tool does increase your speed. So yeah, I'm going to teleport back, we're going to get suited up and make some more money. So with that, we can now sell the Tier 3 hammer, which I'm just going to undercut that guy. And you can see that I've got a few listings here. And because I'm playing at the dead hours right now, there's not a lot of people selling. And yes, I did undercut myself, I don't care. But we're going to go ahead and type Courier into the search. And we don't need the backpack, but we do want the Tier 4. And we're going to go to Gathering Equipment, and then go to Stone, and then go to Garb. And then we're going to buy the armor. There it is. And then we are going to go back and buy the cap. And the quality on these don't matter, by the way. Why are they so expensive? Damn. Anyway, I guess someone's making, you know, a pretty penny here. And the work boots. So there we are. We now have the armor pieces. And we're just going to pick some skills here. Motivating pain is fine. We can go with flow. We can go with visibility if we want. Doesn't really matter. We're not going to be using these abilities. We're in a save zone. It's fine. Alright, and then with Tier 4, we're going to type Stone Hammer and get ourselves a Tier 4 Stone Hammer. Yay. Now, the cool thing about this is that we can now mine enchanted Tier 4 nodes. But we can also, if you want to, mine Tier 5 nodes, which are the red rocks. But in order to do that, in the save zones, you would not be able to do that in this Tier 4 zone. This is the Vixen Tor. Because it's a Tier 4 zone, you can only mine up to Tier 4 materials. So we have to go to Kilmar Tor if we want the Tier 5 stuff, alright? But we would not be able to mine the enchanted Tier 5 stuff. So there we go. And with this set, the way gathering gear works, okay? The way it works is these have a stacking buff that stacks up to 10. So every so often I get 0.5 gathering yield, and that stacks up to 10 times, so that's a 5%. And then the helmet and the boots is a 2.5%, which is another 5. So all in all, this gear is going to give me 10% bonus gathering yield, right? And yeah, so that's going to just be 10% more resources, which is 10% more economy. Pretty cool stuff. But we need a lot more silver, so we need to go out and we need to keep on mining. Now, one thing that's important, once you unlock Tier 4, by the way, you want to turn off Quick Learn on the Tier 4 node. And only have it on for the Tier 5 node. Because we don't want to level Tier 4 stone mining. We want to level up and learn the ability to unlock the Tier 5 gear, because the Tier 5 gear gives us even more gathering yield, right? So we would get 10% just from the armor, and then another 10% from the boots and helmet, giving it a double amount of 20% gathering yield, and the Tier 5 tools mine even faster, all the way down to Tier 8, where you get a ton of gathering yield and very, very fast mining animations, meaning you can eventually at Tier 8, you run around the zone and you literally vacuum up everything there is to get. And if you were wondering, how long did it take me to hit Tier 4 gathering? It was about an hour. Playing very casually. I'm just watching random YouTube videos while I click on rocks. It's pretty relaxing. It's pretty basic. And right now, our money's, you know, it's down from what it was at, but it will go up when people buy things. And so what you should do on your first day is just go gather, gather, gather. And then when you go to bed and you wake up, you're going to wake up to a whole bunch of money. And then we can buy a bunch of fun gear. And we can go level up and get stronger and go beat people up with our gear. And that's kind of the goal. The gathering is just something that you do when you need money. It's not the end all. It's not the only way to get money. I know some people are like, go to the black zone and kill mobs, or go to the black zone and farm chests. Yeah, you can do that when you learn the game more, but what you want to do is you want to have a gathering set that guarantees that you will always be able to make money if things go bad in the black zone, alright? So with this set, look how fast we mine now. It's pretty damn good, and we don't even have our gathering bonus fully stacked. We're at 7 stacks. We got 3 more to go, and when it stacks all the way up, we're just going to get more resources. It's awesome. It's great. Now, while wearing gathering gear, you might feel a little weaker when fighting the stone golem monsters, and there's a reason for that. You see, this gathering gear is made from metal, so it is technically plate armor, which means you don't get any offensive bonuses while wearing it. So instead of killing the mobs faster, you have a higher gathering yield. So there is a trade-off. There are people out there with low IQ that believe that you should wear combat gear when gathering, and those guys are stupid, and they don't know how to do math, and their profits per hour suck compared to mine. So if you are gathering, wear the gathering gear. It's really not that hard. Alright, so this is what a hidden treasure looks like. It's a little hard to see, but you see that this rock with a little bit of glow under it? Yeah, you can attack this, and it'll give you loot and silver. So we just got 3,400 silver, and we got a loot worth 800 silver. Not the best hidden treasure, but they can be pretty lucrative. They can give like 50,000 silver sometimes in loot. You just gotta look out for that glowing rock. Alright, so here is the sell orders before, well, the servers go offline. We got just a whole lot of stone to sell through. And you can see, like, this stack is worth 345. When it sells, that'll be 32k there. So it's like 36, 9, 12. You know, this is at least, yeah, about 200,000 or more worth of stone, hopefully, perhaps. And servers are going to go offline, probably take a long break, maybe even nap a bit before, you know, getting back on. And hopefully it sells. If not, it's fine. We can mark it down a bit. It'll eventually sell. You know, all resources in this game are rapidly bought and sold in very large amounts. It's just I'm playing at dead hours, and when it gets prime time, it will be a Friday. And yeah, it should sell through. So we did a lot of gathering before the servers went down. Try to do as much gathering as possible before you go to bed. Let that one day pass. You can see we have 16 journal rewards here with a whole bunch of other rewards. So we are technically getting like there's a silver bag there. We've got fame tomes, all things that help our character grow. Another silver bag there. So it's not like it's all for nothing. Alright, it is now 9 hours later. Had our little rest, had a little nappy nap. And if we go to the market, we can see we have no orders at all. That means everything's sold. We have... Man, this game is buggy. It's like I can't open my menus, but we have 21 notifications here of just things being sold. Like we sold the limestone there, we've sold the sandstone there, and I don't know why my buttons aren't working. But yeah, this puts us at 480,000 silver, which is nice. It's not enough though, so we need to go gather some more, and we're wanting about maybe 800k just to have some spillover money and just to buy all of our PvE set. So I'm going to buy myself a pork pie. And this is, again, we buy these every time for the gathering yield. And now I'm going to go out and gather some more. You may be wondering, with the tier 4 tool, should we go to tier 5 zones? And the answer is not really. By mining tier 2 and tier 3, we're going to make a little bit more money. But also, it's going to level us up just as quickly. Because we can harvest this way faster. I'm going to eat the pork pie, and I'll see you guys in 30 minutes. Alright, did about 30 minutes of gathering with a pork pie and 15 minutes without, then put everything up, ate some food, took a break, came back. We're at 675,000. Our gathering progression is, well, it's not showing there, but we are about 33% of the way to unlocking tier 5 gathering. That gives you the tier 5 tools. And that lets you mine tier 6 materials and enchanted tier 5, which is really neat. But at this time, we have enough money now. We can go buy a PvE set and go fame farm and level up and play that part of the game, because I'm pretty sure you're getting bored of gathering by now. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll give you the shopping list. So here are the items that we're going to be buying. And in order to do that, we're going to start with the Great Axe. We're just going to type Great Axe into the search. We're going to go to the tier drop down, go to 4, enchantment level 2, quality excellent, alright? So this is 95,000, there we go ahead and buy that. And now we're going to go to Fiend Robe, and we have everything already selected on the parameters, so that's about 60,000. Scholar Cowl is our helmet, this one's pretty cheap. Royal Sandals. Alright, this one's quite expensive. And then Keeper Cape. Alright. And the reason we're buying 4.2 is this lets us do a lot of content that is item power gated. There are certain contents in the game that you need a certain amount of item power for. And putting all of this stuff on, you can see the item power is 960, 1000, 960, 985, and 960. And so if I click this little arrow right here next to my inventory, that will extend the details. And right now, our item power is 543 in this gathering gear. So if I put this gear on, and we're going to go with Deadly Chop as our weapon's W ability. For Fiend Robe, we're going with the Fear Aura and the first passive aggression. For the Scholar Cowl, we're going with Aegis of Energy and the first passive. For the boots, we're going with Defenseless Rush and the second passive aggression. We don't need Courier, we're not gathering. We're going to put the cape on. The cape is automatic, it's passive. So you'll notice that our base average item power is 972. And that just completed a whole bunch of journal entries. I know you can't see it because the text is in the way, but yeah. We just completed a whole bunch of little quests for that, and so we have a bunch of rewards. And if you've been gathering, as I told you to, that will also unlock a bunch of rewards. Now, one reward that I did unlock off camera just to check was to visit an antiquarian's den, which we're going to do that later, and the reward isn't anything changing, but we're going to store our gathering gear for now, along with the pork pie, because we don't need that. And you'll notice that our bag is still tier 2. That's fine. You don't really need to upgrade your bag much right now anyway. But let's go ahead and claim all of these journal rewards. Alright, and I don't know why it claimed 1 instead of all of them, but there we go. Awesome. So, any of these tomes of learning, just go ahead and use those. You know the drill. That's just learning points. Now, since we have our gear set on, if you want to, I'm going to go ahead and just store everything here real quick, because we can sort this out later. Let's do a sort and a stack. And, yeah, we can pull out these tomes of insight. Now, I'm going to tell you right now that if you want, you can save your tomes of insight to try out other builds and unlock more of the Destiny board. Or you can use your tomes of insight to level up what we have on. Now, I'm going to go ahead and do that, and I'll show you why. Our HP is 2,226, and our base average item power is 972, and our average is 972. I'm going to use these bags of silver. But if I go ahead and just use all these tomes of insight, and, you know, that's going to be leveling us up here. So, yeah, I'm just mashing through these. There we go. And you can see it's a lot of fame, a lot of XP, right? There we go. And then we had this little learning tome here. So now I'm going to close my inventory. I'm going to unequip this gear and then put it back on, right, just like that. And now our HP is 2,253, and you'll see that our average item power is now at 990, all right? And you'll see here that if I go to item, if I click, say, the Great Axe, and I scroll down to Destiny Board Item Equipable, we can see that our mastery level is now 18 out of 100. And you can see we unlocked a spell called Rending Spin. We've unlocked a passive called Life Leech. We can now use tier 5 versions. We also have another skill called Battle Rush that we've unlocked. And all of that without fighting any mobs. Just, you know, doing quests and gathering and all that kind of fun stuff. Alright, and so this set that I'm wearing right now, this set is worth approximately 391,000 silver. So we don't have that much in our bank. This means we should never take this set right now. We should never take this set out into a red or a black zone, because if we die, we lose it, and we cannot afford to replace it. Now, we do have a gathering set in here that we can put on, and we can always make more money with that gathering set. But it's still kind of low level, so it doesn't make us a lot of money per hour. But what we can do with this set is we can go fame farm, and there is multiple different ways to go fame farm. We can go and do PvE activities in the open world. There's a lot of things that you should and you should not do. A lot of it is going to honestly be a waste of time. It will not make you good fame and not make you good money. So let's go over all of that. So one thing you can do is when you click on your portrait, you can go to the armory. And by visiting the armory for the first time, you will get a little achievement for some learning points. And the game will explain what this is. But essentially, this is all the different activities that the game offers. Obviously, we're a solo player and we don't have friends or a guild. So we're not going to be doing any of these group activities, right? But there are lots of solo things that you can do here, like tracking. And even though these depths say duos and trios, you can still solo those, and I'll talk about that later. Hardcore expeditions requires a party. World bosses requires a top-end guild. Dungeons. Here's the thing. Like here's a solo activity. It's even labeled as solo, and that is solo dungeons. You may be thinking, oh, that sounds fun. Solo dungeons are legacy content. Solo dungeons were good in 2019. It is now 2026 as of this recording. And solo dungeons give the worst amount of silver per hour out of anything you can do in the game. And it also gives the worst amount of fame per hour in the game. And combined, it is not worth doing ever. The only reason you would ever do a solo dungeon is if you are trying to do some achievements. That's it. And we don't really need to be doing much of those anymore. We've already gotten our big, fast start. So solo dungeons is not something you ever want to do. Gathering is how we make money as a solo, obviously. Now, territory fortifications, that's for the Black Zone. That's for guilds. Roads of Avalon, that's Black Zone. Castles, that's guilds. Faction warfare. This is something we can do that's soloable, and it's something we can combine or compound while we do other things. So that's something we can do. The mists, you cannot do faction warfare and the mists at the same time. The Black Zone mists are a full loot zone. We don't want to do that. The Yellow Zone mists are worse fame per hour and worse silver per hour than the open world. So we do not want to do the mists, okay? The arena is something we can do, and as a new player, you may be scared because you're used to World of Warcraft arenas where everything is super sweaty, but in Albion, it's not. So with this gear set, I'm going to teach you how to actually win some arena matches. You don't need any food or potions for this, okay? So what you're going to do is you're going to click this little button up here and click the arena button, and there's this 1v1 arena. And you can win 3 of these a day to get some rewards. And the rewards are okay. They're not that great, but this is just something to do if you're bored. You need a minimum item power of 900, and that is the item power soft cap. So we're just going to sign up, and here is how we're going to win, okay? What you do is you use Deadly Chop on someone, you use the Fear Aura, and then you use the Whirlwind. And that's pretty much it, okay? You can also brawl them until your HP drops low enough for your Keeper Cape to activate. And let me go ahead and kind of show you an example of how I would do this fight. And again, we're a brand new character, we're very low leveled, but this is a soft cap kind of fight, alright? Alright, so had a bit of an issue there with editing, but we have a dual swords guy, just with assassin jacket and minor work boots. Really weird build. It's got invis potions too, but here's the combo. We Q stack him up to 3, by then we'll lose 70% of our health, triggering our cape. We push W to lower their resistance and deal big damage. We push R into E, and then they can't do anything while we whirlwind them down. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's a very simple thing. Also, I have the wrong boots ability. I put dodge on. It doesn't really matter. The boots isn't a big deal. But yeah, this guy's tryharding with potions and food, but we're just going to stack up, 3 of those Q stacks. There's my cape trigger. And again, he's going to invis that out. That's fine, whatever. And he's bleeding right now, by the way. We had those bleed stacks on with our Q spell. Alright, so we're going to W into cape, into E, and then he's just dead. And there you go. It's a real stupid easy to play build. Real easy to play with controller as well. And you just have to win twice, and then I'll show you the rewards. Alright, so if you come across Sweatlords using potions and Avalonian food, obviously you're going to lose, right? But let me show you how a standard fight's going to go. And this guy might spam pots on me and do full combo, in which case I'm going to die no matter what, unless I, use my helmet ability. But we're just going to, I'm staring at my life bar, and I'm going to go ahead and pop my defensive here. So as soon as my life bar hits that kind of threshold, we just do our combo and just look at his health drop like crazy. It's, see, he's using Undead Cape. He's hitting me through Undead Cape, dealing no damage, because that thing negates your damage. I'm waiting for his Undead Cape to run out, and this fight's pretty much over. I'm just going to W him again, and he's going to hit me with a big attack, but yeah. I'm just gonna, yeah, he's just running, he's trying to run for time, but yeah, that's it. It's a real stupid easy combo. It's not gonna win every fight. This is not like a pro build for fighting. This is kind of a cheese lamer build, that if they don't gig pot, and if they don't use Ava food, you pretty much win most fights, okay? But let me tell you what happens. When you lose, and you can see here I have nine of these, when you lose, you get 3 of these, okay? This is 6,000 fame, it's not a big deal, you can just pop these, whatever, right? But when you win, you get a sealed royal sigil bag, and you also get this victory pouch, depending on your rank, which you start in iron, whatever. So if we open the victory pouch, we got some bags of silver and some fame tomes, right? And you can get 3 of these a day, right? Very cool. And that's per character, by the way. So we just got, what is that? That's like 7,000 silver, and we have 25 times 2,000. That's 50,000, fame. So not too bad for just a few minutes of doing arena. But these bags, let me teach you about the sealed royal sigil bags, okay? You can straight up sell these on the market for probably around 30,000 each. So that's right, we made around 93,000 silver just doing some some basic arena. And if you don't want to do the 1v1 arena, you can try out the 5v5 arena. And you'll have one healer and some other teammates. The queue is a bit longer, though. But if I were to sell the sealed royal sigils, they're going for about 33,000 right now. But you can open these for a chance to get more than that. So I'm going to open one and show you what you get. This is what you normally get. This is a tier 4 royal sigil. This is an ingredient that our boots are made of, actually. And so this blue one is only worth 29,000. So we technically lost, what, 3,000 silver? But you can get higher tier ones. Now we have a tier 6 one here. That's pretty lucky. This one's worth 36,000. So we made 3,000 silver on that opening. So right now we broke even, right? But if you get a tier 7 or a tier 8, and the percentages are pretty low, then you'll get even more. Let's see what we get. Another tier 4. So technically, you know, we went, it still says our value is decent, but it really depends on the economy. But we can just go ahead and sell order these. That's 57,000, and then that's another 33,000. So, you know, that's like 100,000 almost. Pretty good, right? Not too bad, not too shabby. And you'll notice here when I go to the arena tab that, you know, this is a 0 out of 3 daily reward. And this resets whenever the daily challenge resets. So if I go to activities and then I go to adventurer challenge, you can see that this resets in 1 hour 29 minutes. So that means in 1 hour 29 minutes, I can do 3 more arenas, which then will reset after, you know, 24 hours. So just keep that in mind. It's something that you can do. Now, for the 1v1 arena, I've already got the daily rewards, but the 5v5 arena also shares those rewards. So you can't do both. The 1v1 is way faster. So just do the 1v1 arena. Honestly, it's just way quicker. But now with this 900 item power, there are other activities we can do. And so before I show you the optimal thing to do, I'm going to show you the easier, more newbie-friendly thing to do so that you get a little bit of experience on how to use these items in conjunction with each other, alright? So before we set out to do some open-world mob grinding, we are going to buy some food. And so there's a couple foods that I would recommend. Cabbage soup is my favorite. It's 5,000 silver, though, but if you don't want to, you know, fork that over, you can go with dangle mouth catfish. This is 2.7k, and it's a little weaker. This one, it regenerates 225% of your HP for 30 minutes out of combat, whereas cabbage soup, and I typed cabbager soup, is 270%, okay? Now, I like my cabbage soup, but you can eat your dangle mouth if you want. And we don't need any potions for this, but we're going to go out into the open world, and we're going to mob grind. And what we're going to do is we're going to travel to a yellow zone, and we're going to mob grind. And here's the math. When you're very quick with it, a tier 5 zone technically will give you more fame per hour because of the mob density, but you should still learn to mob grind in tier 6 zones simply because, you know, that's it's just a good starting point. It's just good practice, really. But before we do that, we are going to go over here, and we are going to faction flag up. Now, I need to talk about faction flagging here for a bit. We're going to enlist with Bridgewatch, and then flag up, okay? This puts a yellow-orange flag next to our name. So you'll notice there's other characters around me also with these different ranks of orange flags. So what we just did is we became a faction member of Bridgewatch, and you could switch factions anytime. Remember how to PvP flag up and out and down? You just click your little faction flag icon right here next to your name, and once you channel a bar, you will unflag from the faction. But while you are faction flagged in blue and yellow zones, you will now PvP against other players of an opposing faction, while everyone that's also faction flagged will be on your team. They aren't in your party. They don't steal your loot or anything. They kind of do and they kind of don't. There are open world map objectives. You see these like little camps, like these little faction camps. You kind of want to run to these and do these while you're faction flagged, okay? And you're going to see other people also in your faction doing them, and there will be a chest to open once you've killed enough enemies in the area. And everyone will just be able to open that chest, and everyone will be able to get some loot. They won't be able to get your loot, and if they weren't around, you don't get more loot. It's just loot generated for everyone that participated, okay? So, but if someone faction flags for a different faction, you are expected to fight them, as in you are hostile to each other. Now, in a blue and yellow zone, you do not lose your gear, you do not lose your inventory. However, if you get beat up in a fight, you get sent back to a nearby outpost, and your items receive a 5% durability loss. So this will incur a repair bill. Now, right now, I'm in a tier 4 blue zone, so this camp isn't really all that good. But if you see a camp with a small timer, then you can just kind of chill out on the camp like so, and once the timer reaches 0, these enemies will respawn, and there will be a progress bar. Once we kill enough enemies to fill up the progress bar, there is a chest that you can loot, and then this will go back on cooldown. So if you see a green camp, that means it's already been cleared. If you see a big camp, this is for groups of players. You don't have to be in a group to do these, but you kind of expect... You need a lot of players in these zones kind of working together, and maybe a healer to be able to take these on. You can't solo these with our current gear. Later on, you can get gear that can kind of solo this, but it's not really worth doing solo. It's just not worth the time and effort. But I'm going to go ahead and chill here for 2 minutes and show you what this is like. All right, while we wait, we did get a few rewards from that arena. We won an arena match. That's 5,000 silver. There we go. Enlist in a city faction. That's a tome, Tome of Insight. And then have a damage buff of 70% or more active at any point is a red one. We got that from having the cape active and our boots active at the same time. Very cool stuff. All right, so you can see here the timer. We have 9 seconds until the camp respawns. And yeah, we just chop these guys down. Now, right now, our build is set to single target with our E being an AoE. All right, so here's the mobs. And yeah, they've spawned in. So we'll go ahead and just start killing them. And we're just going to attack them and then use our E spell, finishing them off. There we go. Awesome stuff. And you'll see there's a little small faction camp progress meter here. Defeat all the mobs in the area, 3 out of 12. There we go. And if there are other people here doing this that are in your faction, everyone contributes to it. It's not like, oh, one guy did most of the work, so he gets most of the loot. It's nothing like that at all. Alright, so our cape is now propped. There we go. Let's go ahead and pull more guys here. There we go. And the lighting is a little weird. This is like post-update. I don't know what the deal is. You can also fear the mobs if you want, if they're bugging you or whatever. But yeah, we might have to use a shield here so we can take some more damage. Yeah, right now it's a little rough, okay, because we don't have a lot of skills unlocked that deal area of effect damage. But you'll see how low my health is, and look how slowly it regenerates. That's why we eat the cabbage soup. So check it out. Now look how fast we heal. Also, we got some people down here that are clearing the mobs. And so, yeah, we just need 2 more mobs to be cleared, which are these guys right down here. We can just kind of go and spin these guys up real quick. And, yeah, they're dead. So, there we go. And, yeah, everyone's running up to this chest now to open it. It's a green chest. And, yeah, this is how it works, okay? And let's see what we get. We got some fame tomes. Check that out. We got 3 green and 1 red. Not bad. We didn't get any loot, though. You generally want loot. But you can't be too picky, right? So now, this is a blob. You'll notice it's orange colored. It's orange colored because there's a bunch of people, all faction flagged up. So what you generally want to do is you want to herd up. You want to follow the blob. And it looks like they're all kind of going to the next zone over here, which is fine. And you'll notice that, you know, this guy's got like a lizard mount. This guy's got a cat mount. And we're just on a whoopity-doopity horse, okay? So we're going to upgrade our mount eventually when we get some more money. And you're going to get money by doing this because the mobs drop loot. And you can see here, right now the blob is kind of marching through the zone. The blob hasn't shown up yet. It only shows up when I believe there are 8 to 10 people. And then the bigger the circle... Oh, you see there's a blue blob. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's the enemy faction. So yeah, we can go fight them. And again, if we die, we just lose durability. It's not a big deal. I think I'm going to go die real quick so I can kind of show you what the repair build might look like. And these guys are all dismounted. They're fighting this guy. And what you want to look for is everyone in the same guild. If they are, that's a pre-made. Oh, look, look, this guy's kicking some ass. Like, there's a lot going on, right? Their tank, no one's healing this guy. So, and there's a healer right there. This guy, no, that's not a healer. That's a wildfire staff user. So this is a losing... This looks like a very losing fight for Bridgewatch here. Their circle's bigger than this circle. This isn't a good fight to engage in. Yeah, they're getting clump and dumped right now. So we're just gonna ignore this fight. And oh, there's a healer right there. He's his name is Child Molester. What a name to name a healer. Yeah. I mean, I get it that priests diddle kids, but whatever. We're just going to walk away from that fight and go farm elsewhere. Alright, so let's get a little bit more AoE friendly here. We're going to change our Axe's second Q ability to Rending Spin. That's going to give us an AoE, cleave attack. But right now, we don't have Raging Blades unlocked. This is our W AoE attack, which also buffs our damage. So we have two AoEs. We have, oh, hold on. You see how this guy has a red life bar? These guys have red life bars. These are the enemies because they are with Murloc. So you don't want to mob grind around these dudes, okay? If you do, they can attack you. They can catch you with your pants down. That's called like a gank. And so if you see red name bars, don't try to fight the mobs. Don't assume they're friendly. Don't assume anything, okay? But what we're going to do here is we're going to grab some guys with our mount like this, and we're going to pull everything into a clump, and then we're going to just attack them with our, our area of effect spells like so. And yeah, it makes it pretty quick and easy to kill. And there we go. This guy's proccing our cape, and this guy has like a yellow glow. That means he is he's worth a little bit more than the other mobs, okay? In terms of fame gain, that is. Alright, and then we're just going to go from camp to camp here. We're in a tier 5 zone right now. Also, there's a chest up there we can maybe grab if no one's already up there grabbing it. There's lots of stuff that'll just pop up around the map, and you kind of want to run towards that right now. I'm going to run towards this chest that spawned and see if anyone's there to open it. It could be bait. There could be enemy faction flagged players waiting in ambush. We'll see what happens. And yeah, I'm a little excited because if I'm the... Well, it looks like there was a big fight over the chest, and these guys won. See? Oh, look, he's got a little silver powering yoink, right? Okay, yeah. Alright, so they got the chest, but they had to fight this dude to get it. So that's why it was happening. That's why that chest was unclaimed. So we didn't get to it in time, unfortunately, but there's just like little things like this popping up all over the map. You can see there's a Bridgewatch blob. Oh, I'm near an enemy camp. Right, since I'm faction flagged, these camps, look at the colors. They're blue right now. So we don't want to go near them for repairs because there's guards that will attack us. But you can see there's a yellow blob over here, and they're doing they're capturing a camp. So we can go help them with that, and we're going to earn faction points. And faction points can be turned in for items and fame tome chests that will give us the white ones, the tier 8 versions of this, which are worth 200,000 fame each. Very, very good. So it looks like this blob is moving to this encampment, so I'm going to hang out nearby, and we're gonna participate. You don't have to actually do too much participation. We just need to be able to claim some credit for helping capture this outpost. So you can see there's a couple faction flag players here, and they're mounting up and leaving. Maybe this one might be AFK, but this is the faction champion here, the champion of Martlock. This is like the camp boss, right? So all you got to do is help kill it, and you'll get credit for it. I don't have to stay. We also have a few combatants. We have this guy fighting from. You can go ahead and fight the enemy's players too. Like, we are a PvP build, right? So we have fear. There we go. We knocked down or assisted in knocking down a player. I know that my text is in the way, but yeah, we got a little achievement there for helping knock down a player, right? And so yeah, this is just kind of dynamic PvP that just spontaneously happens. Alright, so we're about to kill the champion here. There we go. And now that the champion's dead and all the guards are dead, if we stand in this circle, you'll notice the circle is turning from blue to orange. And when it turns orange, we have captured the outpost, and we can also use this repair station if we need to. Uh-oh, the enemy's coming in. Oh boy, they almost got me. You see that? Danger, danger. So I used my boots and ran away. Now, obviously, we're very squishy in cloth armor, right? So just getting hit like that hurts really bad. But we can turn around if there's a healer. Like, there's a healer right here. We can stand near him. He might heal me. I'm not on my Swolbidgy character, so people don't recognize me as a celebrity right now. But we got a little bit of heals coming our way. There we go. They topped us up. And it looks like we have some victims here, both orange and blue, that died in the fight. But we did capture the outpost. The enemies failed to... Oh, this guy just straight up dismounted. All right, let's go kick his ass. We got boots to chase. Hit him with the W. Hit him with the fear. And then just... Oh, here's another guy. This is a bolt caster guy. He's going to shoot at us, though. He's going to turn and shoot. So I'm silenced. He's about to fire on me. There it is. I'm going to use my shield and maybe not die to this. Let's see what happens. Okay. Look, I'm getting healed by this guy. This other guy shot a fireball and kicked his ass. And now the blob is here. You see all these red names on the right of my screen? They're all dismounted. You don't see mount bars. If you see a mount life bar, like on this guy with the yellow bar, he's mounted, right? But these other guys are not. And so they're coming in to recapture the outpost, and they got more people than us, okay? So maybe I back off, or maybe I go in and fight, okay? I go in and whirlwind a bunch of them down and get taken down along with it, right? I could do that. I could run in and attack a bunch of them at once. So let's do that so I can show you the repair bill. It's not a big deal if you get down. It's not like the end of the world, but we're going to run in, use our armor. Okay, we're running. We're going to use our armor. And then we're going to fear them all. And then we're just going to whirl into the big blob here and see if we hit anybody. And we hit a bunch of people. We got knocked back. So I tagged a bunch of enemies with my attacks. And now if they go down, I get credit for that. That is called battle or kill participation. Think of it as like an assist in a shooting game, okay? So if I want to go back in, well, I got my boots in 10 seconds. We got some heals popping off here on the ground. I've got my armor in 3 seconds, so I can go back in and do some more fighting if I want. This build isn't bad in a fight. It's just not the best without our other abilities. And you kind of want to... Oh, look at this guy. He's a little low, right? We just kick his ass. He's dead. Boom. He can't move because he's being feared by my armor. So I ran in, finished him off, ran out. And whenever you go in combat, you can't immediately mount. So I got to wait on my mount cooldown. If I want to remount, I can. Or I can play on the outskirts too. It looks like we're kind of kicking their butt right now, maybe a little bit. But, yeah, this is a faction fight. I know we were going to do open world mob grinding, but we just found a fight. So we're going to take the fight because it's pretty good points. And the points level our character up, so we might as well do it. But you can see things are getting a little chaotic. We got this guy right here casting spells on us. We're just going to hit him with Whirlwind, and he goes down. Look at that. And, again, I'm a brand new character that barely has any levels, okay? Alright, we got a healer topping us up. Very cool. Very nice. Awesome. We don't have Whirlwind for 10 seconds, so we're kind of just playing on that timer. And so the enemy's getting routed right now. They're all kind of running away. We might be able to cut some of them off. Yeah, let's boots in. And let's do armor. And this is going to fear them back in the other direction. And now we're just going to cleave them down with our Whirlwind. Look at that. What about this guy? This guy's getting sucked in. And you can see there's an archer kind of in the bottom of the screen shooting at us a bit. But we're so clumped up here. And you got to be aware of being clumped up. If one guy sucks you all in and another guy's, like, group of guys all cast a big deadly spell at once, you just die, right? I mean, you don't die in yellows and you get knocked down. These guys, no one's losing their gear. No one's, losing anything other than a small repair bill. But yeah, right now we're just kicking their ass. Their blob is split up into 3 little random quadrants here. And it looks like this blob is going to go to this big camp and fight over it. And the big camps give better loot. So if you can get a whole faction like this to, do a big camp, you should follow them into it and grab that treasure chest. Alright, so Bridgewash has driven out all the blue players, and now we're going into this big camp. And you don't have to attack these guys if you don't want to. Just make sure you're near the center once the progression is full. And we get a big old chest reward, so it's pretty neat. And because I'm, a squishy cloth player with very little defenses, I don't need to participate. Clearly, we have more than enough numbers for them to clear everything for us. We just want to make sure we don't get downed by mobs or anything. So again, we're just kind of staying back. There's the chest. Medium faction chest. So we're just going to chill near it and let everyone do all the work and then open the chest. Very simple stuff. Now you have to be careful because it just takes a few enemies with what's called a bomb squad to sneak into the camp and nuke everyone near this chest, because everyone dogpiles onto these things waiting for it to open. You can see the progress bar is like 99 out of 100. Okay, so we did it. Everyone's opening the chest now. And let's see if we get anything good. Alright, cool. We got 1 Tome of Insight. But you can see here other people's loot. This was just a tome chest, unfortunately. But sometimes it's loot, and when it's loot, it's good. When it's tomes, not so good. But you'll see all these pop-ups of this daily, reward stuff. If we go here, we have earned 13,000 faction points, and every 9,000 you earned gets you a faction chest that's worth about 60 to 120,000 silver, and on average, 250,000 combat fame. Alright? That is 250,000 worth of these things, okay? So they're very, very lucrative. That's why we always faction flag up. From now on, we're going to be faction flagging when we gather, and when we grind open world mobs. Now, if you want, you could spend your entire day following blobs around and doing, you know, faction objectives. You can absolutely do that. But we don't have to do that if you don't want to. You are free to play it however you want. So I'm going to show you just some regular mob grinding. And by the way, everything that we've done here would be amplified if I use that 3 days of premium, which I'm still holding on to. I don't know why I didn't pop it earlier. But it looks like the blob is going to go into this zone now and capture these outposts and take over these camps. So what I like to do is I like to do bare minimal participation, okay? So I semi-follow the blob, and if they go into a camp, like they might go to this number 3 here first. It's really kind of, I'm not really sure where they're going. They might go up in here. It really depends, right? Like if they're going to go clear this, I'll absolutely open that chest. But if they're up here capturing the outpost, I will hit the outpost champion one time and walk away, and when it gets captured, I get full capture credit for it. Yeah, these guys are coming in here to clear this, so we're just going to chill and wait for them to clear it. By the way, I want to take this time to talk about awakened weapons. So this character here, I'm not going to say his name, but very nice fella, very cool guy. He has what's called an energy shaper. You'll see it has like this little shimmer. Also, there's an enemy to my left here that might be bomb squatting, so I got to be careful. But, no, hold on. Okay, they got him. Alright, well, anyway, let me find him again, damn it. Alright, anyway, his weapon is awakened with the following traits: 100 item power, ability damage, and max health. Now, because we are item power capped in this zone, his stats are reduced. This is actually a lot more ability damage, but because we're in a safe zone, it's not full potential, right? So, I unfortunately can't see that. I would say this is probably about plus 10% ability damage, and the maximum health would probably be like 20 or something. He doesn't have very many levels in the health department, but yeah. You can see he has a plus 100 item power attuned on this weapon, so it's pretty well juiced up. All right, let's see what we get from this chest. This is a green chest, nothing gonna be too big here, but we got some more fame tomes. This time we got an orange one worth 50k and 3 reds worth 20k each. So you know that's 110,000 fame, not bad for literally standing around and doing nothing. I didn't do anything, right? So pretty cool stuff. Alright, so this faction outpost, what I'm going to do is find the champion, which is usually the big guy with lots of health. I'm going to hit him one time, and then I'm going to walk away, and then I'm going to go fame farm. I don't need to be here to help fight this down. I'm not much of a team player. You don't have to be. The game has recognized that I have helped attack that enemy, and so when they finish it off, I will get full credit for capturing that outpost. And while that happens, well, I can go kill mobs. I can go grind mobs and level up. I can go gather if I need to, if I'm out here gathering. Now, these are little baby mobs. They're not really worth killing. But, you know, as I ride around, I can also ride to the next closest objective that the blob might go to. This takes a bit of game sense to know where they're going to go. But, like, oh, here's a mob, right? So I can just hit him, start, you know, attacking him down. I don't have my whirlwind, but I could kill this very quickly if I did. But, yeah, there we go. 3,000 fame. And that would be 4,500 if I had, you know, premium active or something like that. Again, it's not too much at the moment, but when you get those enchanted or upgraded mobs, or even, you know, mini bosses or full spiky bosses, oh man, it does add up. It adds up very nicely. Also, while they're doing this camp, I could work on the small camps if I want, but you can see there is a blazing staff guy in here, and I'm pretty sure I can fight him. If he's by himself, I win that fight, straight up. Also, backup has arrived, so it doesn't matter now, right? So he might back off here. Yeah, he's gonna back off. He's on his mount. I can't dismount him with this build. I can't chase him down or anything. Unless he wants me to. Like, he's kind of kiting me around. I don't know. He might want to fight, but... yeah. We just got some extra fame because someone picked up a battle standard on the map, so that's neat. You know, someone did something nearby, and we just get points for it, so that's always fun. But yeah, very cool stuff. They're gonna go ahead and clear this camp, and we can loot yet another chest. Tell you right now what this guy's doing. This is that tornado fire staff I was talking about earlier in the video. He is waiting for us to clear the camp, and then he's gonna run up from the edge and tornado all of us down. And the way this game works is there's something called AoE escalation, and what that means is that the more people you hit with a spell, the more damage you deal. It's pretty gnarly. All right, we have a purple chest. Oh boy, look, I bet he's not gonna get us in time. Look at all that loot we just got. We just got 100,000 from a chest that we did nothing for. We just walked up here. Everyone else killed everything. We just got 100,000 silver worth of loot, okay? This is relics, souls, these little treasures that you just... These are called treasures. You just sell them to the market for money. They don't do anything. Like, this thing can be sold to Limhurst for 1,000, but I can just sell this in Bridgewatch for 800, and someone that bought it, that, you know, I sold it to for 800, will transport it to Limhurst and earn an extra 200. So it's about how much work you're willing or wanting to do. Now they're over here capturing this outpost and so on, right? But to get back to the video, to the learning part, run around the open world and kill mobs. It's not the fastest way to fame up. It is a method to fame up. Also, if you see AFK players, this person is... Oh, look, it's another one of these. This one's clearly not AFK because they're riding around, right? But if they're AFK, knock them down. You get faction points for it. You get points for it. You want to get points, don't you? All right, so you can see we have one regular mob and an upgraded Marb, the Dark Paladin. So there we go. We're going to shred his armor and then whirlwind both here. And again, we have that area of effect attack on our Q spell. And these guys aren't hard. They're just like a puzzle, right? They do these little area of effect attacks. You simply just don't stand in the area of effect, and then you fight them. And you'll see here this Dark Paladin. He's going to give a good amount of fame here, right? Let me just kill him real quick, and you can see here, this is worth 6,914, which is all right. You know, that's like half of one of these books or whatever. Sure. But yeah, you just run around the zone. What about this occultist here? Look how fast we can... This is a regular. I'm going to kill this real quick. Just 2 spells. That's 2,426. Now, in a tier 6 zone, there's not that much mob density. In a tier 5 zone, there is. So that's why I recommend, you know, I have done thousands of hours of testing and spreadsheeting. In the tier 5 yellow zone, you out-farm the tier 6 yellow zone, okay? Oh, we got, what is this guy? Oh, now see, this is that mace that shrinks people. And he's combining it with a little team here that's going to blow people up. That's a whole squad. They're all in the same guild. No, they're not. We got a little fight going on here, but there's not enough backup. Like, this guy is... we can't fight them all. This guy's got a good build, and this guy's got a stupid build. This guy's got a catch build. We can't fight this fight, so there's no reason for me to dismount here and fight them, honestly. But... I haven't shown you the repair penalty, so let's go fight them and die real quick. Let's just go in and fight them. And they're a little wounded, you know, they're a little wounded. Maybe we can catch them, maybe, right? Maybe. Okay, we're rooted. We can't move right now, right? And okay, there they go. They're doing that tornado where they shrink. You see how fast I died to that? They shrunk me. They tornadoed me. I'm literally dead. I was also in a silence bubble. I was rooted again for the second time. Now. Again, all that happens is you get knocked down, and now this guy's gonna mount up on us, or whatever. Also, they might have seen the name Benjamin, like, is it him? Is it him? But yeah, you can see the repair bill, 5,000 silver, okay? 5,000 silver is not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, okay? So don't be afraid of those repair bills, just be aware of them. If you die like 20 times, well, that's 100,000, okay? Also be aware, anything in your inventory also takes damage, but none of this is gear, so it does not have durability. So if you have an inventory full of loot, you maybe shouldn't be PvPing in the first place. Alright, so we barely did any mob grinding at all. Almost none, right? We have 117,000 in loot, and we're going to go to that faction vendor where we flagged up for, where we enlisted. And over here, there is a tab called Faction Items. We're going to be buying the Iron Campaign chest for Bridgewatch. We have 18,000 points. They cost 9,000 each. We're going to buy 2 of those. And we're going to open a chest here. Our estimated market value of our items in our inventory is 117,000. We're going to open this and we're going to get some random loot. Now it's worth 211,000 silver. You see we got one of these Tomes of Insight. This is a white one. This is a tier 8, the highest it goes. 200,000 fame, and we got an orange one worth 50,000. So that one chest gave us 250,000 fame. But we have another chest, and this time we got 2 yellow ones and 1 orange. Now these yellow ones, they're worth 100,000, so that's still 250,000 fame. Now we got some other loot here. Our estimated market value now of everything in our inventory is worth 271,000. Okay. So we can go and open these are just bags of silver, that's 33,000, very cool. These are tier 4 bags of silver, that's 50,000. So the loot we got is worth 188,000. All right, very cool stuff. Now, this loot, none of this is equipment. This is all like crafting materials and stuff. So what you can do is you can set your sell orders, obviously, right? And you can see that, like, if I sell order this, I would get 6,500, but if I quick sell it, I would get 5,300, right? A difference of 1,300. For me, I'm lazy. I'm just going to quick sell it. Don't do what I'm doing, because I'm going to be losing about 20,000 silver doing this, but I'm a wealthy, experienced player just making a YouTube video, okay? But you can see here now, we have all these fame tomes. But also, just for the first foray, and look, we're still getting faction defense points that just popped up on our screen. So we just got another 1,300 points because we helped out an area, and that area is still in battle, and we're still technically contributing to that battle. But we have all of these journal challenges that we did, 21 of them. Gain fame in a yellow zone, complete journal missions, travel, open a small faction camp chest, open a warfare daily reward, open a medium faction camp chest, right? 15,000 standing with any faction. I did this in minutes. This didn't take very long at all to do, right? And I really didn't do anything. I just showed up and slapped a few people around and got slapped around, right? So we're going to just go ahead and claim all this. There we go. All right, so that's 65,000 more silver in our pockets. There we go. And we have more learning points from these books. Awesome stuff. And now we have all these fame tomes. And I know you might have been wondering, if you use premium in conjunction with a Tome of Insight, do you get bonus fame? And the answer is no, you don't. But yeah, you can farm up these tomes and use them if you want to level up something different than your set, absolutely. But for me, I'm just going to go ahead and pop them. Look at that, 200,000. Like, this is 300,000 right there, 100, 100, 100,000. And then these, look at that, 50,000 each. I'm just smashing them down. Look at that. We are leveling like crazy right now. All right, cool. So let's just take the gear off and back on. And now our HP is 2,295. And our average item power is now over 1,000. We're at 1,017. So yeah. Also, look at our level. Our weapon level. We barely did. We're level 38 on mastery. That means we can now wear tier 6 gear. And at level 40, we'll unlock an internal bleeding, which is an area of effect attack. But we want to be level 85 here. Now, you may be thinking, oh, level 85 is so far away, but it's not really, okay? From 38 to 85 is going to be 7.4 million fame, okay? That's not a whole lot. But 85 to 100 is about 13 million fame, okay? Or I'm sorry, 38 to 100 is 12.9 mil. So yeah, like, from 85 to 100, that's almost 5 more million, right? So like 85 is kind of the midway point to finishing your levels. I don't know. This is how it is. But also, if we look at our specialization, we have level 21 specialization. Now, getting to 100 specialization is going to take 32 million fame, and then you can push it beyond 100 to 120, which I don't recommend new players do. But that would take 133 million fame and cost 20 million silver. Yes, it is expensive. And it's not really worth the power boost. Look at that. We just captured a region. Plus 399 points popping up on our screen. See? So, that is open world mob farming. And I'm going to tell you right now, while this looks really good and it's really easy to do, it's still not optimal. There is a more, better, faster, optimal way to fame farm. But let's go ahead and get ourselves a Danglemouth. And yeah, we're going cheap this time. And again, we still have like 500,000 silver. We got some pretty good silver. Now, this next method, we cannot be faction flagged for. So we're going to unflag out of the faction. I know. But I wanted to give you the easy way to fame farm, okay? Now I'm going to give you the not easy way, but the highest fame per hour method. And that is being a solo player in the trio depths, all right? And the depths is an orange zone, which is not a full loot zone, but it kind of is and it kind of isn't. So I'm gonna educate you now on how to get there first. So on your map, when you're in Bridgewatch or in any town, you're gonna see this red squiggly line. When you mouse over it, it says Antiquarian's Den, and you cannot be faction flagged or it won't let you in, okay? And it's right up here. It's a little crack in the wall. You just click the crack on the wall, it opens, and you go inside to the little spooky red area. Okay, and in this area, you have a storage chest, you have a market, and a repair station. You have everything you need in town. It's linked to Bridgewatch, it's fine, right? And so, right here in the top right, there is the depths. And right now, the gate is closed for 30 seconds, but we're going to enter the trio semi-lethal depths. And it says semi-lethal. That means, yes, you do die, but you do not lose your equipped gear. You only lose your inventory. Now, this is something that you can't just enter and exit at free will. When you enter the depths, you have to play it out until the exits open, and you have two choices. You can either exit with the loot you've gotten, or you can continue to go deeper into the depths, and the enemies get stronger and the fame gets higher. So here I am in the depths. This is an orange zone, and I'm solo. And here I am. Look, this map looks confusing as hell, right? But I'm right here. I want to go to these big square areas and kill the mobs. And the mobs in the depths, they're a little bit harder. They're demons. Okay, but we can take them on, though with our build, it's going to be a little hard. So you can't pull the whole room with this build, but we can pull like 3 at a time here, and it's gonna be a little challenging. You can see here I'm getting beat up a bit, but we can kite them around, and yeah, we should be able to take these guys out. And if you get down, you don't die to mobs. You just take a repair bill, okay? Okay, well, we're about to get downed here, actually. We're going to fear these dudes. Take them out like that. So we barely killed this one. But look, 7,408. They give nearly double the fame that the open world mobs give. We're going to eat our Danglemouth and heal up. And right now, it's rather difficult, okay? It's rather difficult. And if you don't want to use the Fear Aura, you can always switch to the Frost Shield, which I'm gonna do, to be honest. I don't need any, like, I don't have all the good skills unlocked right now. So, now, these little bats, they're weak enemies. They're whatever. They don't really give a lot of fame, unfortunately. But we're gonna go and take them out real quick, just because they're annoying. But these big guys, the big guys give the good fame, right? Now, when we clear this area, this guy's gonna poop out maybe a chest or a buff. It really depends. Alright, but we're gonna go ahead and just whirlwind these dudes down real quick. There we go. Alright. And we're gonna use our Frost Shield to take less damage. We can also use our helmet at the same time to take less damage and get our mana back. It's whatever. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not really pulling these as efficiently as we could, but let's see what it gives us. Either a treasure chest or a buff. Alright, what's he going to pull out? He pulled out a buff. So we're going to grab this cruelty buff, and you'll notice there is a stack now. We have, well, not yet, but we have a gift of cruelty, so when our health drops below, we get resistance or whatever. And we have this demonic ferocity. Now we deal more increased damage and have more defense against mobs and players. So you're incentivized to run around the map and clear mobs to get more of these buffs, and the more buffs you get, the easier and faster you can clear the mobs. And if you run into another solo player, you might be able to take him out and take all the stuff in his inventory, right? But maybe not, it really depends. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and fight these dudes, and we'll just go ahead and spin them up. These aren't the really big tanky dudes. We got, and look, they're giving 6.6k fame, and this is without premium, by the way. With premium, these things will give 9 to 10,000 fame. It's really, really good fame, okay? You just take my word for it. This is the best fame per hour for safe zones, all right? Now, again, if you run into an enemy, you know, pre-made where there's 3 players, because we're in the trio depths, right? We are, like, you're supposed to come in here with 2 party members and do this kind of stuff. And we don't have 2 party members. But because we don't have 2 party members, we don't have to share the XP. But if we get downed, we just take a small repair bill and we lose our inventory. Not our equipment. Not what we have equipped. But the next best thing would be Black Zone, which doesn't even compare to this. And if you run a build that is really good at clearing the entire screen of mobs, which this build unfortunately isn't. But if you run a build that you can pull the whole room all into a ball and kill them all real quick, and you have a Satchel of Insight, and you have Premium, and you have an Awakened Weapon with Mob Fame, and you have other buffs that give you bonus to fame, then you are you would get over 20,000 fame that gets multiplied by something called Combat Fame Credits, which I can explain later in the video. It's like a 2.5 multiplier. So essentially, you would be getting almost 100,000 fame per mob killed when you have everything. Oh, we got a legendary chest. Oh, look at that golden shimmer. Let's see what we got. Okay, this is worth 300,000. So now what we want to do? We want to find. We don't want to get killed. If we get killed, we lose this. We don't lose this. This is worth 140,000. That's guaranteed. You cannot drop silver bags when you die. So right now we have 179,000 in loot, and we don't want to lose that. We want to get out of here with all this stuff, right? So what we don't want to do is go into the middle of the area where we can get. Oh, someone's running at me. Run, 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 run. Ah. Yeah, we're going to die. We're going to die and lose this stuff. It's okay, though. This is not an exit. Okay, I need to switch my ability to this run ability called Adrenaline Boost. But I'm in combat because they hit me with a laser beam helmet. So I'm just going to keep running. And we're going to switch our ability here. And we're going to keep running. We're going to run the whole duration. Because we got a big jackpot. This is known as a jackpot. A legendary chest? Hell yeah, right? Oh, no, there's another guy. There's another guy up here. And I don't have my boots. And he's got a bow build. We got to switch to run on our W. And he's chasing. Look, he's using his boots. And he's trying to shoot me. And now he's got me rooted. I'm just going to shield. And we're just going to leave. We're just going to run away. He's dumping his spells on us. I'm just going to run from him. Now, I can maybe fight that guy in a normal situation, right? But he is a kite build. I'm a melee build. So I kind of lose the matchup there, all right? But he is not able to chase. So... yeah. Also, when we get out of combat, that dangle-mouth catfish that we ate, it's going to heal us right back up. It's fine. So we're gonna stay on the outskirts until... here's an exit. It opens in 6 minutes and 11 seconds. This guy died, by the way. That's this little skeleton. So we can just chill right here and hope no one walks by us for 6 minutes. Or we can be brave and we can keep farming. Or we can keep moving and hope we don't bump into anybody. So, yeah. I'm just going to chill here for 6 minutes and see if we get out. If not, whatever. Dude, these guys are radar hacking. They're using their boots off of render distance running at me. This freaking guy here, this dude here. That's a radar hacker for sure. But you don't get to see their names in these dungeons. Oh yeah, and there's a whole team of them, dude. Like, I'm freaking limping away here. Now, here's what you might be thinking. So, Benji, why don't you just do this? Throw your stuff away and trash it. Also, I'm about to get down by the mobs here. And, yeah, they're going to clear the mobs, and then they're going to execute me. Or they're trying to execute me now, but the mobs are interrupting their little channel. Alright, there, they got me. I lost all this stuff. It happens. It's fine. There's nothing you can do about it, alright? Yeah, unfortunate. But, this game has something called trash protection. Okay, look, see, I didn't lose my gear. I just lost all that treasure that I got. It's not a big deal. It's only 170,000. We still earned 140,000 just from the silver bag, so it's still worth it. And our repairs are only 5,000, okay? Not a big deal. We still came out on top, okay? But here's the thing. The game has what's called trash protection. If you try to run away from your gankers and you throw all the stuff out of your inventory to trash it, when they kill you, they can still loot those items that you trashed. The only time that they can't is if you change zones. So if you're in a zone and you trash your items and run to the exit and you load into a new zone, then the items are trashed for good, okay? Just be aware, the depths are the best fame per hour for safe zone players. Alright? You can get really, really good gear and go farm the absolute hell out of the depths. And you will never lose that gear. You will just lose the treasure you find along the way most of the time. Not always. Sometimes you escape, and sometimes you don't. I got chased by radar hackers. They were bootsing at me from outside of my render distance, okay? That happens. This game's full of cheaters. I'm sorry. But the final thing that you can do is Black Zone fame farming. And right now, I have 700,000, and my gear is worth almost 400,000. So I could buy the set back one time if I die. That is the risk you are willing to take. But Black Zone fame farming is not more fame per hour than the depths. However, it can be more silver per hour if you do the open world camps and no one murders you. So here is how we're going to do it. We're in the portal zone now, and we're going to go to the safe portal and get trained. We're going to pay 19,000 silver to get randomly thrown into the black zone, in a random zone. We have a tier. We got thrown into a tier 5. Not ideal, right? Where are we at? We're down here. Let's see. That's a tier 6 zone, so we kind of want to go there. Also, there's 0 to 5 people here. Are there any camps near me? There's a camp right here. Let's go investigate that camp, actually. Because we can make some money, right? We can make some... Sometimes good. Nope, that's a skinning zone. Never mind, never mind. There's nothing there. There's no other camps near me. We're going to go to this tier 6 zone and see if there's anything worth farming. But let me show you real quick. This is a tier 5 mob. We know what fighting those are like in the yellow zone, right? But if I fight this here in the black zone, you'll see that it gives me 4,000 fame and 700 silver on drop. So the fame isn't much more than the yellow zone. It is more. Ooh, a mini boss. Now this guy's worth it, okay? Cooldowns aren't looking super pretty, but we should be able to fight this. We have. Oh no! You see, look at that. There was a player waiting off screen. I don't know if you saw that. Their name was Baby Doll. They might be invisible now. They probably went invis. You have to be paranoid as hell. If I get put in combat against another player, I can't take this portal out. Alright? I can run to that portal and I'm safe, okay? But there are players that will camp right outside of a boss's audible range, and when you engage them, they will go invis and walk up to you and kill you mid-fight. But let's try it again. I'm gonna risk it. I'm gonna freaking risk it, okay? I want to pull this more towards the portal so I can run to that for safety. Alright, cool. Let's begin. Oh yeah, this thing has 4,900 HP. We're just going to be dodging its attacks. And again, we should... Ooh, man, that hits hard. That's okay. I'm going to use one of my abilities here to finish it off faster. But yeah, you're in the black zone. There is no item power caps, so your power level is directly correlated to what gear you're wearing. So yeah, this guy's a little tough. He's a toughie. I don't have any food. Ooh, damn. He might down me here. Okay, 35,000 fame, 4,900 silver, and we got a 9,000 silver drop. But, dude, that got me so low on HP, right? And I know there's better builds for bossing. There are absolutely better builds for bossing than a Great Axe. But we can still do it in the tier 5 zone, okay? But yeah, 35,000 fame, and we nearly died, and it's also risky because we can get looted. Okay, there's a Smugglers Den there. We can go there. Yeah, we can go hang out in the Smugglers Den for a bit. Why not? Oh, we got a player. Oh, what's he doing? Ooh, he outgears us and he's max level. We can't fight that. But he doesn't seem to be interested in fighting us, maybe. Also, always assumes people out here are not alone. They're baiting. They're baiting you. There's also 16 to 30 people in this zone. So, ooh, dead bodies. Oh, no. I want to check the bodies, but there's people nearby. Again, look at all the dead corpses on the road. This is a bad sign. I am headed to my death here. But no, we're gonna go to the Smugglers Den actually, and you could set a home here if you want to teleport back to it later, if you want. So Smugglers Dens are actually safe zones in the black zone. That's right. You can come in here, and there's storage, and there's a market that is linked to all the other markets in the black zone. It's just a cool little hideout area, you know, a little cool little area. And you can set your home here. So we're going to go ahead and do that, even though this is just a YouTube character for the video. To set our home, you don't use the travel planner. By the way, the travel planner is one way, whenever you have gear, obviously. Yeah, this is, you can turn in smuggler coins here, and yeah, we don't have any of those. You get those from rescuing those smugglers that we saw earlier. You know, the dudes tied up on the ground with the 2 guards? Yeah, that's how you do that. But yeah, we have the repair station, we've got an artifact foundry in here, and here's the market, and everything's going to be way more expensive here in the black zones, but you have your own little personal storage, but you have to purchase. It's 100,000 to store stuff out here. Yikers, I know, but you can set your home here. Let me find out. Every den is a little bit different. Yeah, here it is. It's going to look like this. It's like a little parchment on the wall. You click on it and you want to set your smugglers in his home. Go ahead and put yes. It's fine. You can still teleport to the royal cities, no problem, okay? It just means that if you die, you can respawn here. But it also means, when you're naked, you can now teleport to and from the Smuggler's Den, okay? Obviously, it's not going to show up because I'm in it. But if I'm in Bridgewatch and I'm naked and I want to come here, like, just to go straight into a, you know, a high-tier black zone or whatever, then I don't have to ride all the way out here or get teleported out here anymore. And that's pretty cool, right? But let's go back to some black zone farming. Not in this zone because there's way too many people. We're going to get absolutely murdered and lose our stuff. But just so I can kind of show you why the fame is and isn't worth it, okay? Honestly, it's not worth doing. You should just stick to the trio depths for fame farming. or the open world for, you know, the faction stuff. That way you can just kind of be lazy about it and safe, but it's ultimately up to you. Also, I haven't talked about the mists yet. These little wisps, this leads you into the mists, okay? Now, if you're in a black zone and you enter a wisp, you enter a black zone mist. All right, if you're in a yellow zone and you enter a wisp, then you're in a yellow zone mist. These can be worth it if they're rare or legendary, but like this is just a regular one. Looking at the map, we have some trees. There's actually an objective there that's untouched, very unusual. That could be a trap, okay? But if I take this wisp and deliver it to a drop-off point, I get a bunch of points. So let's investigate. There could be a fight. Oh, someone died. Yeah, someone got murdered over this. But let's take it. This could be bait. And it wants me to deliver it down here. I probably will die doing this. But let's see what happens. Most of the time, people that leave these out are doing so because they can look at the map, and when it disappears, they're like, oh, someone grabbed it. Get him, get him, right? But let's see what happens. Let's see if we make it. And I'm not cutting for this one. You're going to watch it. You're going to sit here with me. We're going to experience this together. Now, I can drop this, and I have 3 movement abilities. I have technically only 2 movement abilities. But, yeah, they could be waiting in this choke point here. Oh, yep, there's a person following. So we're just going to mount up now. We get 5 seconds to mount up before they attack. And they're going to start attacking, but if I don't fight them back, I can run to this exit in the bottom left. And, no, I don't think they get me. Also, your mounts are way weaker in the mists. This guy, what is his gear? Can I even fight him? No, can't fight him. He has too much spec and his gear's too good. So yeah, that was a trap. That was a trap. Oops. As I told you. But yeah, unfortunate. And now what he's gonna do, he's gonna sit there off screen and wait for someone else to pick that thing up. And you know, after a little bit of time, he'll get bored and then he'll go turn it in himself. But to turn it in, it's not like capture the flag where you touch it and you touch down, right? No, you gotta like sit there and channel it to turn it in. And if an enemy's hitting you, you can't channel it, okay? But yeah, we're out here in the black zone. Let's try to do a camp. Oh, there's a treasure coffer. These things, this unlocks in 1 minute. This could have some good loot or it could have garbage. So I'm gonna cut to that and see if we get it. Oh, and by entering the mist, I lost access to my safe portal. So I have to actually journey home now, which is 13,000, which is gonna send me to the Smugglers' Den and not town, by the way. How far away from town? It's actually risky to look right now because I'm in a black zone. But yeah, we're pretty far. We're actually closer to no, we're like we're in the middle of freaking nowhere, dude. We're stranded. Okay, yikers. And this stuff happens to so many people that play this game. They get stranded out in the middle of nowhere. They die. They lose their 400k set. They don't want to spend a couple hours gathering to get it back, and then they quit. All right, we've got a blue treasure coffer. Let's see what's in it. Let's see if anything good. No one's here to get it. Cool, cool. Now, you can only see coffers when you're near them. So that's 33,000. And you can't use takeoff because it's a group or it's an open world-like chest. Bummer, but whatever. Okay, cool. So we have some of these smuggler coins. We can go turn those into the Smugglers' Den, but the rewards aren't really that great. So there's really no... Like, you want to get a bunch of coins and then turn them in all at once. But the cool thing with smuggler coins is you can actually fast travel with these, so you can store them in town, and then you can you know, turn them in later. So here's a smuggler we can rescue for some rep, but these guys are really tough. We're gonna try to kill the mage, and then leave the fight and re-engage after we heal. So that's the plan. Let's see if we can do it. All right, and we have to dodge their skills, or these things will kick our ass so fast. We got to use all our defenses too. It sucked. Oh wait. I saw movement in the corner and I thought it was a player. Alright, we can calm down. We're alright. Okay. It's just a tier 5 mob. We can take it on without having to re-engage. It did get us down to 70%, so our cape procced. And yeah, you can see how hard those guys hit. One hit brought me down to barely 50. Okay, we got a player nearby. But we rescued the smuggler. The player is... yeah, that would kill us. So we can't fight him. This is a solo dungeon. Don't do these. They're worthless. They're garbage. There's 6 to 15 players in this zone. We gotta leave. We gotta make our way back home if we want to secure not only our gear but our loot. Now, I could offload this loot into the Smugglers' Den market and sell it for actually probably a profit. and then rebuy the same gear once again when I am back in town. That is absolutely a possibility if I want to. But, you know, that takes time, and not everyone wants to wait, right? So we're gonna have a little adventure in the Black Zone. We're gonna ride around, and we're gonna try to get back to Bridgewatch. I do want to show you an enchanted mob like this this occultist, and we're in a tier 6 zone. This is a quality 2. It goes up to quality 6. So it's not the best zone, but we can go ahead and fight her. And yeah, we shred her armor, and then we just spin her down, and look at that. Look how much fame this gives. 9,877 and 2,200 silver, okay? So yeah, while that individual mob does give more fame than the mobs in the depths, the fact is that once you get good at the depths, you can pull the entire room and blow them all up at once, whereas in the open world, you're not going to have that kind of mob density. Also, a hidden treasure. Ooh, hidden treasure. Let's see what we got inside this. 7,800 and 2,200, so that's 10k. Also, we got more of these Smugglers coins. We got 9 of these. We can go turn those in real quick. So, turning in the Smuggler coins, you go into the Smuggler's Den, you talk to the Shadow Hand, you go to buy around, and you just spin them all. And that gives you a bunch of rep, and, well, you get some achievements for it. But, yeah, the more rep you get, the more of these little crests you can buy to craft the Smuggler capes. You can also get skins and avatar rings. Oh boy, and, you know, a bunch of stupid cosmetics or whatever. Whatever floats your boat, pal. Another upgraded mob here. This one's a little bit tougher than the caster, but we should still be able to take them out. Shred armor, spin to win. It's gonna grow big. Pop our defenses here. Why not get some mana back? Just keep trading blows. We got the 3 stacks of bleed on it. Very cool. And, yeah, just dodges attacks, 1 more W, takes it out for 12,300 fame, 2.2k silver drop. Not bad, but we can't kill a whole room full of them because multiples of those in one spot don't really exist. We have a bit of a problem. There is a medium chest here that opens in 5 minutes, and I need to get to this zone. So, crossing here is going to be risky because everyone waiting on this chest can see me pass by. So we're going to have to take a wide area around this and go that way. That's going to be tough. And remember when I told you tier 5 zones have higher mob density? Like, look at this little camp. We got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 enemies. None of them are baby enemies. 2 of them are enchanted enemies. And if I was higher level, I could absolutely just blow this camp up in 1 E-spell. But we're a low level, we are literally a brand new character. We're not supposed to be out here in the black zones yet, bro. And also we're using pretty cheap gear. I know you may be thinking, but isn't this gear worth 400,000? This is cheap gear. This is considered cheap in Albion, guys. Ooh, there's a coffer. Oh, someone just yoinked it. Look at that. Someone just yoinked it. I was like, there's a coffer in there. But that is a group area, so that's dangerous. But if there's no one there, you can kind of die hop to it. If enemies down you, you don't die. You just kneel and then you get back up. But someone can execute you during the kneeling phase. So, kind of don't want to do that. Alright, I'm actually pretty close to Bridgewatch here. That is an inactive camp. I'm not going to do any Black Zone camps. The treasure is very similar to Yellow Zone faction camps. It's basically the same stuff. Just with a little bit higher loot chance in the Black Zones. A little bit, not by much. Not enough to be risking 400,000 in gear. Not right now. When you're wealthier and you have a lot of money stacked away, then you can risk it for that little bit of reward. But majority of Black Zone only players, there's websites where you can check people's progression. What is called kill-death fame ratio. And you'll have all these people that pretend to be know-it-all PvP masters, but when you look at their kill-death fame ratio, they are in the negatives. They're in the red. They are blowing through more money than they're earning through their PvP activities. And you just gotta laugh at those guys because they hate my guts. And I think it's the funniest thing ever that I'm over here profiting. I'm one of the richest solo players in the damn game. And, and they're over there broke and card swiping. It's the funniest thing ever. But yeah, so we're going to go back to Bridgewatch now. We absolutely made it through the treacherous Black Zone. And I'll show you what we can do next. Alright, back from our adventure, we have a lot more journal rewards to claim. Let's just go ahead and claim all. There we go, cool. Alright, we have our gear on, so our tomes are active. We can stack and sort. And pop tomes, again, you can save these for other builds if you want to experiment or, you know, try out other pieces of gear, whatever you want to do, man. Alright, learning points, we got bags of silver as rewards. And we have about 15,000 in loot. We have this avatar that we can unlock and change if we want to. But what about the stuff in our stash right now? We have a lot of outdated gear. Like, we don't need this stuff anymore. We've outgrown those items, that item. These are gathering tomes for stuff we can't use yet. This is fireworks. This is cosmetic slop. We've got our gathering set. Some materials here. We can go ahead and take that out. And this is just community tokens for skins. We don't really need to use those right now or anything, but we can go ahead and learn that avatar. There we go. And everything else we can sell. This is worth about 24,000, and not too bad. You'll notice we're at 880,000 silver, so we're very close to 1 million. All right, we can go ahead and I'm just gonna quick sell it. I'm gonna lose about 10,000 silver doing that, but whatever. It's fine. It's fine. So now we know how to gather and make money. We know how to fame farm and level up our characters. What else is there to do? Alright, if you want to learn more about gathering, which is the primary resource for solo players to make money, please check out this video. It's called Albion Online 2026, Complete Gathering Guide for Beginners and Pros, Best Money, Fastest Leveling. And this is an hour and 41-minute video that tells you what makes the most silver, the easiest gathering skills, how to progress, black zone fame bonuses. It explains the entirety of gathering. I've just given you the basics in this video, but the one I'm showing on screen now will fully educate you on the subject. Alright, now we need to talk about combat fame credits. So, combat fame is when you kill a mob or read one of those tomes of insight, it applies fame to all of your gear. Alright, but combat fame credits are something entirely different, okay? At the top of your destiny board, there is this little golden ribbon icon with a 0. This is called combat fame credits. You won't have any for a while, but in order to earn these, you have to have maxed out your mastery or specialization. So, if I go up here to Cloth Robe Fighter, it is level 43 out of 100. When this hits level 100, it will start to, whenever I earn fame, it will be converted into combat fame credits. And you can convert them faster with something called auto respec. And what that does is it takes some of your silver away in order to convert more fame into combat fame credits. And combat fame credits can be spent on leveling gear that you are not using or wearing. So for instance, let's say I have a lot of combat fame credits and I didn't level Cloth Fighter at first. If I want to take Cloth Fighter from 43 to 100, it would cost me 3,143,252 combat fame credits. But I could level this up immediately if I had those combat fame credits. Now, combat fame credits converts at different ratios per gear. For weapons, 1 combat fame credit is worth 2 fame. For armor, it is 4 fame, and for helmets and boots, it is 8 fame, and for offhands, it's like 48 or 58 times the conversion rate. So, yeah. What this means is that if I want to go from 43 to 100, I could either farm 12.5 million fame, or 3.1 million combat fame credits, okay? And the best way to visualize this is to change characters to someone who's got stuff maxed out so you can see it for yourself. Alright, here I am on the Swole Benchy character, and yes, this is the real server, not a test server. And yes, I have 3.18 billion silver in liquid. I have multiple hundreds of billions more silver in items, assets, islands, and everything else. This is just liquid silver, okay? If you think 1 million silver is a lot, well, this is 3 billion, okay? Anyway, we're not here to discuss my wealth. We're here to discuss combat fame credits. So, on the Swole Benchy character right now, he has 32,487,155 combat fame credits, which means, let's go to a weapon that I don't really use, like the spear weapon line. We have this Haran spear is specialization level 1. If I wanted to level this to 100, it would cost me about a little bit under 17 million combat fame credits. So I could just immediately level this up without having ever used it, really, okay? But what I want to show you is with gear that is pretty much maxed out, and with auto respec turned on, this 32,487,155, this number is going to jump up whenever I receive fame, okay? So here I have written down the number on the screen of what we currently have. Now I'm going to pop this tier 4 tome with 10,000 fame. There we go. So it's going to take that 10,000 fame, it's going to convert it to combat fame credits, and you'll notice this number jumped up a bit, okay? Not too much, right? But it's now 32,503,155. So if we do the math, 32,487,155 subtracted by 32,503,155, it's 16,000 difference. So combat fame credits earned, 16,000, okay? And because combat fame credits convert into fame at a 1-to-2 ratio on weapons, that means I effectively earned 32,000 fame on a weapon, or 64,000 fame on a chest piece, or 128,000 fame on a helmet or boot. So I hope you kind of understand where this is coming from, okay? That one fame tome worth 10,000 normally is now worth these amounts when applied individually to them. So yeah, you definitely want to take advantage of combat fame credits and auto respec, but beware, like I said before, your auto respec takes silver to do this, okay? So my money is at here. I'll just go pop another one and we'll see how much money it costs, okay? Actually, the game should tell us in the combat log, or yeah. Credits paid 18,496 silver, okay? So let me show you another example, and you'll notice I'm wearing quite a peculiar set of gear. Now, on my Swole Benji character, I do not have premium active, but I have other things active, alright? I have this satchel, which is going to give me a combat fame boost of 108%. I'm going to go ahead and switch my weapon to an awakened version that has mob fame. Now, this weapon has mob fame at 28%, okay? So yeah, there's that. So that is 29. That's 136% increased mob fame, and then it's increased by the fact that everything's maxed out, being converted into combat fame credits. So remember, in the depths, if I were to take my Swole Benji character without premium, and I pull an entire room of mobs, which is really easy for this character to do, all I have to do is run into the room, run super fast, and then shoot, magic over them, and they all melt super duper quickly, and I do not die at all. I barely take damage, right? That nukes the entire room. Now, with all of these multipliers, and not even with premium, I'm earning per mob, like, almost, I don't know, it's like, almost 20,000 fame per mob times 9. So, if we take 20,000 times 9, that's 180,000, okay? And then we multiply that by 1.6 because it's being converted into combat fame credits. And then we multiply that by 2 if we put it into a weapon. That means in one single pull of mobs in the depths, I could apply 576,000 fame to a weapon. And if I had premium, that would be 750,000 fame applied to a weapon, okay? Which means I can level up an entire weapon all the way to maximum in like 1.5 hours if I felt like it on this character because of how advanced my character is. Now, the downside is the money. Alright, now you can see I clearly have 3.18 billion silver, but one pool in the depths would cost me about 250,000 silver, okay? Which is about how much you make as a new player per hour. But for me, I'm very wealthy. I have lots of revenue streams. I do not card swipe at all. All of my silver is generated by in-game activities and nothing more. And, yeah, so I, you have to, like, get your money on lockdown, and that will let you level up as fast as possible in this game, okay? But at the same time, let me show you something else. So this video ear, this video ear, what? Ears? This is called Albion Online, how fast a brand new character can get 100 weapon mastery, tier 8, saved zones only. This is a no edits, no cuts, 6-hour and 26-minute video where I make a brand new character. I run it through the tutorial, mining the stone just like I taught you. And then I do some market flips, and I build up, I think like 1 or 2 million. I think I did like 1.2 million silver in market flips, okay? Which is something I did not teach you because you're a new player. You don't know what the hell that is, okay? And then I go straight into the depths. Straight into the depths. So it takes me about, it looks like it takes me about 2 hours and, yeah, about 2 hours, 11 minutes just to get my economy rolling. And then from 2 hours, 11 minutes all the way until 6 hours and like 20 minutes. So in about 4 hours-ish time, I managed to get a brand new character to level 100 mastery only doing the depths. All right? And again, that's with you know, I think I used the 3 days premium. I think that's pretty much it. Now, there is another person named L Forward, and this guy is an employee of Sandbox Interactive, the company that makes this game. Unofficially, I don't think he's an official employee, but he definitely works with them. He's one of their channel moderators on Twitch and some other stuff. But his world record speedrun uses a fame boost week. Like, Easter just ended, and during Easter, there was chocolate eggs that gave you a 15% fame boost. And he uses that on a character, and he goes into the Black Zone from, it looks like, Tutorial Island, yeah, through the Black Zone. And he's chunking potions on, like, everything to kill him as fast as possible, by the way. But he manages to do level, or full tier 8, where he actually buys the equipment also, which my video did not do. He did it in 5 hours, 45 minutes, okay? So technically, he beat me in time because I spent 2 hours getting my economy in check, but my grind time was a lot shorter than his. So just keep that in mind. Yes, you can go to the Black Zone and you can grind it out, or you can go into the depths and grind it out, or you can stay in yellow zones and never lose anything and grind it out, though it will take you longer. I don't have video proof, but I have also done the same challenge in the yellow zone only, and I did it in 12 hours. And then I did it with a weapon that wasn't AoE friendly, and I did it in 16 hours. So it doesn't take too much time to get your first level 100 mastery, and once everything is at level 100 mastery, then you can start building those combat fame credits up. But you're going to need a source of income to be able to do that, and that's where gathering comes in. So when you have tier 8 gathering, you can get the Avalonian version of the gathering tool. So this is a skinning knife, and this, just the tool, is a 20% gathering yield bonus. The armor, when fully stacked, is a 35% gathering yield bonus. The helmet and the boots also combine for another 35%. So that is 70 from armor, plus 20. That would be 90% gathering yield bonus, okay? Then you pork pie it. Wrong chest. Pork pie, and that is another 15. So that's 105% gathering yield bonus. And then, also, by being high level on gathering, which my character kind of is and kind of isn't. Like, I'm not level 100, right? But you get a bonus to item power on your gear, which makes you beefier and stronger. But you get a bonus to gathering yield, so 0.5% per level. So that would be 50% gathering yield when you are gathering tier 4 materials. All right, so there you go. And then your gathering speed modifier, which is mostly from the tier 8 gathering tool, okay? So if you're curious, I'm going to go put on my stone mining set real quick, and I'm going to show you just how fast, hold on, let's find it here, just how fast we can mine stuff when you are tier 8 gathering. But that's not all, because once you have all of your stuff situated, you can have these journals, okay? And so with journals, this is a stonecutter's journal. And actually, let me take one that's already kind of like semi-full here, right? Okay. And so when you fill up a journal, that is not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, hold on. There we go. Nice and organized. When you fill up a journal, you can give this to a laborer, and that laborer will give you free resources the next day. So right now, oh, they changed how these look. Oh no, that's new. They just patched this. But yeah, we have, these are tinkerers, alright? I don't have any journals to show you for these guys, but, Yeah, essentially you give them a journal, and then the next day they give you a stack of resources based on the journal. So if I fill this tier 2 stonecutter journal, they will give me tier 2 stone in return. So this is just a money multiplier, but I'm not going to teach you about journals and laborers and islands too much in this video. That is a whole separate subject that you need, like that gathering video I showed you earlier. Go check that out, and that video will absolutely educate you on everything you need to know about journals and laborers. Alright, so on the Swole Benji character with the pork pie, with our gathering stuff, if we mine a single limestone, look how much we get. And this is without premium, mind you. Alright, we got 18 limestone, right? And that's worth 1,800 silver. So I think that's kind of a low roll. Let's try again. There we go. We got another 18 there. And yes, I'm throwing these out. I have billions of silver, bro. It's like I'm pissing pennies here, okay? But let's try again. All right, we got another stack of 18. Normally I get 24. I feel like I'm getting a streak of bad rolls here. All right, nope, 18 again. Okay. Well, maybe there's a shadow nerf. But hey, look, we filled up the journal. Oh boy, we filled up that journal, and that was real quick, right? But yeah, so oh man, I normally get 24. I don't know why I've got 18 like that many times in a row. Just bad luck, whatever. But just realize it's like 18 to 24 per mining. But did you see how fast I mined them? Did you see how they were like instantly vacuumed up? Look at that, I'm just throwing that away. Someone left a bag on the ground. But the fact that we mined it damn near instantly is it just goes to show you that leveling gathering is absolutely worth it, okay? Alright, but you saw how fast we filled that stonecutter journal. Now, I don't have any stonecutters on any islands at the moment, but I can go to an island where I have a Skinner mercenary set up. Not mercenary, I'm sorry, a Skinner laborer set up. And so this journal would fill just the same speed as any of the others, right? But if I take it to this guy and I plop the journal in, you'll see that one day later, within 22 hours, he's going to give me back 57 rugged hide, but he will also give me back the journal, but empty, to be filled up again. Journals are infinite. They can be infinitely used. Also, the game tells you if you don't collect it within 7 days, it eats a reward, so whatever. But 57 of these rugged hide times 94, and let's see what that is. So that would be 5.3 thousand silver, which I made in literal seconds. You saw how fast I was able to fill a journal, right? So yeah, now imagine islands full of laborers. Like we have 3 in that house, we have 15 in this guild hall. And depending on how long you want to gather per day and how many journals you want to fill per day, you can make a lot of silver doing this. You can make a whole lot of silver. And then when you level up the laborers, you can sell the laborers for even more money. High-level laborers sell for hundreds of thousands of silver sometimes. Really depends on the market and the server. More so on Europe than on Americas, and definitely not on Asia. I'm sorry, Asia. Now, I know we're a bit past this subject, but some people out there on Reddit think that, well, combat fame is better applied to each of your individual pieces of gear rather than converted to combat fame credits and then applied individually. And they're wrong. And here is the math on that, okay? So 16,000 combat fame credits, here's the conversion rate, and then let's say you earn, 10,000 fame from the tome. Well, then if that applies to all your gear, that's 50,000 fame. But if instead you apply it each individually evenly to all of your gear, well, the math adds up. It's 64,000 fame to all your gear instead of 50,000, which is a better number. Alright, but you probably want to play this game to learn the PvP. Well, I have the video just for you, and that is Albion Online 2026 Complete PvP Guide for Beginners and Pros, Solo and Open World. Alright, not Hellgates, not Corrupted Dungeons, not ZVZ. And it's an hour and 49 minutes long, and yes, there are other creators out there trying to dog me, saying things like, Swole Benji only has 878 kills. This is a crafting alt. This is a crafting alt, and I don't even craft that much on it. I just craft when there's an opportunity, really. But essentially, the real value of someone's PvP prowess is as follows. Alright, so a fame ratio is how much fame you get from killing a player to how much fame you lose when you die. And so if we look me up, you'll see that my fame ratio is 1.98. That means I am making a decent little profit, okay? Even though I don't have a lot of kills on this character, because it's an alt character, for YouTube purposes, but what I'm trying to say is that whenever these YouTubers boast about being PvP gods or they know what they're talking about, go to a website like albiondb.net and go look up their name and look at the fame ratio. That's all you gotta do. For instance, this player named Guantanamo J, who was some crypto millionaire that card swiped like crazy in this game, well, he's got very high numbers, but his fame ratio is 0.29. This means that he constantly dies with more expensive sets than what he kills with. Whereas a player like this, who isn't really a PvPer, he is a Black Zone gatherer, well, he constantly dies in gathering in Black Zones and transporting through Black Zones, giving him a 0.05 fame ratio. And then whereas a guy that's dogged on me for my low kill count, who says, oh, I have 100, this guy claims to have 100,000 kills on his account, and he does, but when you roll with a giant guild for several years, and you're in a bomb squad, and you kill like 40 players every time your guild engages another guild, multiple times in like a 20-minute fight, yeah, the kill count's gonna be a little high, but his kill fame ratio is 0.91. Clearly, he's losing more than he's gaining. Whereas someone who's actually really good at PvP, like Goldstein, another YouTuber, based one by the way, has a kill fame ratio of 4.11. This guy has mastered the art of using a cheap set to kill very rich players. And then you have players that just like to throw away sets, like Humperdinck. I think he's probably the best PvPer in all of Albion. His movement is god tier, okay? The dude plays absolutely pixel perfect, but he gets real bored a lot of the times, and he just goes out in the open world and fights like 30 people at once and gets absolutely, bodied from Zergs. So, and he likes to go in very expensive, fancy schmancy sets. So he does not have the highest fame ratio, but I guarantee you he would kick anyone's ass in this game, bar none. And I'm going to be real with you, a lot of PvP expertise in this game comes from your ability to play MOBAs. If you are a Diamond or Challenger rank in League of Legends, which I was in Season 2, then all of those skills and spacing and movement and timings and all that stuff translate very well into this game, as well as other MOBAs like Deadlock or, Dota 2 or anything of the sort. Any kind of MOBA is really good for this game, because this game is essentially just, it's just League of Legends, but Rust, is the way someone described it. That's pretty much what this game is, okay? So if you want to get good at PvP, just be good in general at MOBA games, and the skills will translate, and your brains will be hardwired to... Your brain will be hardwired to act accordingly. And look, Bandit Assault in 15 minutes. If you want to go to the red zone and, do some faction stuff there, you can make a lot of faction points, but you could also die and lose everything, okay? So that's a risk that you might be willing to take. And if I look into this chest here, I've got a bunch of random junk items, and then I would use and say Bandit Event, right? Like I could take this like 5.1 Great Axe, and this thing's worth what? Like, this thing's worth 51k, whatever. I could take a set out and do that, etc., right? So, if you want to do some, a little bit higher risk, you can go to the red zone. If you also just want to straight up murder people, you could go to the red zone. But just be aware when you flag up that everyone's going to be out to kill you, and if you don't have maxed out specialization, mastery, and a lot of money in the bank, that you're going to go broke and get killed very often, very quick, and you're going to burn out of this game and quit, okay? Don't listen to the Redditors. They're like, you need to go to the black zone and only play in the black zone. Because then that's the quickest way to go broke, the quickest way to kill the game, and the quickest way to quit and go play something else. Now, this game ain't all that great. I'm going to be real. I'm making this video purely because there is a small slimmer of hope, a small chance that the shills for the Xbox launch actually mass advertise and that Xbox bros are bored of their current games and that they come play this, but probably not, because there's a Diablo 4 patch on the 28th, and I'm sure all the Xbox bros are going to go back to Diablo 4, that's like 1 week. They're going to play this for 1 week, and then they're going to go play Diablo 4. Now, normally in this video, I would continue along and tell you some other things, how to alternate money makers like islands and crafting and focus crafting and a whole lot of other things. But what I want you to do, I'm going to save you some time because I don't think Xbox Bros give a shit about crafting. I don't think they want to play this game to be a money simulator, but in case they do, look here. This is the old video. This is still relevant for 2026, but it's called Albion Online, the best possible start for new players, fastest leveling, best silver farm 2026. It looks like this. Thumbnail is whatever, okay? But skip to about 3 hours, 42 minutes in, and you can read all about that kind of stuff if you want. It's all still absolutely relevant. There's also a part here about false reviews and shills, which currently there is a Crucible event from April 17th, which is the day I'm filming this, until until May something. I don't know, May 20th maybe. I forget. But it's a bunch of dorks being paid on Twitch. I'll show you right now. Actually, no, I'm not going to bother because they'll just copyright strike the video or something stupid. But, yeah. So, there is a big shilling going on right now. Lots of money being thrown into advertising for this game. Don't be fooled. This game has been on the decline for years. This game sold out to a company called Stillfront whose stocks have plummeted year after year after year. The CEO's changed like twice now, and the game is going in a really bad direction. This patch is one of the worst patches that have ever hit the game. It did make the game look better, but run worse for so many people. Now, I'm playing on a PC, so I don't have a problem, but everyone on a phone and people on crappier computers are having massive issues. I'm having a bug where I can't even open and close my inventory after using the marketplace, and they haven't fixed it in like a week. It's ridiculous, okay? But besides all of that, the game just... this company hates me. They will not give me a creator code. They will not recognize me at all. But instead, they recognize little baby YouTubers that have like 300 subscribers and get like 50 views a video and put them on the launcher instead. And, you know, I've been playing this game loyally for like over 7 years. And they hate me for it either because I'm American or because I'm red-pilled or right-winged or based. I don't know what the deal is. But I'm going to be ending this video a little bit earlier. If you want an honest review of the game that is non-biased from a non-shill that didn't take a bag and someone who isn't bitter at the game because they were mistreated or they've been playing so long, playing the game so long that they hate the game, I want you to check out one video. This review video right here, this is called Becoming a Menace in Albion Online by Rose MMO. Well, it's been put out 2 years ago and it's still relevant to this day. This is the only real, true, non-biased review that there is for this game. All other reviews are either paid for or bought out, or they are from some twerp in a talent agency taking a bag. This one is from a complete independent that is not invested into the game. He's a guy that goes and plays every MMO and gives it a fair shake. And yeah, so this is the... Again, I can't review the game because I've been playing it 7 years and I've been mistreating. Anything that I tell you is going to be biased. If you go look at... I'll show you right now. Alright, so looking at the biased reviews. Levy is an Albion creator that hates my guts and he loves the company. Let's see. I don't know who Pixel Rookie is, but probably took a bag here. This one literally says sponsored. That's once human. Anyway. Ideal takes bags, okay? But, I don't know. Let's see. This Habdonis guy takes bags. Let's see. Don't know who Medieval Marty is. A lot of these are bag takers, okay? They all have the same, type of thumbnail. The same exact everything. Sam Medina, he hates my guts. Let's see. Albion Cowboy has Albion in the name of the channel. I wonder. Okay, right? And here's my video, like, Albion's in a bad state, right? Obviously, my views are going to be a little bit more biased because, again, the game company hates me, and I've invested well over 7 years into this slop, and man, oh man, what a waste. But yeah, bros, this has been the best possible start for Xbox bros. I hope you enjoy playing Great Axe on your controllers, and for PC players, well, you already have the best control scheme. If you're on Xbox, my big recommendation is find some sort of mouse and keyboard support for your console and use that. You'll have a way better time, okay? And here's the thing, guys. I have no life, no friends, no family, no life obligations. So if you have any questions at all that weren't answered in this video or any of my 960 other Albion videos, please feel free to ask. And I read every comment, and I just might answer your question if it wasn't already answered, okay? But with that said, there's just one other thing that I'd like to ask of you. If you are interested in this game and you want to make serious money, I have not shilled any products in this video. I am not sponsored. I do not sell VPNs or crappy phone game service whatevers, okay? But what I do offer is something called YouTube channel membership. I have guides that teach you how to flip and make serious big money in this game. And also lots of other secrets of this game that are too good for the public. And unlike other channels and creators that offer something similar, mine is the cheapest and is entirely through YouTube. So right below this video, depending on which country you are in, there should be a join button right down below where this cursor is bouncing. You can click on that join button, and for $5 a month through YouTube, or maybe less depending on where you live, you can become a Swole Benji channel member, giving you access to private, more personal videos and guides, again, too good for the public. They will teach you seriously how to flip items and master the market and get super rich as easy as freaking possible, okay? And the thing is, if I made those videos public or they got too many views, then it's going to ruin the economy and then no one can take advantage of them, right? So, you know, it also helps support me. I don't make a lot of money doing this. I make less money than someone that works part-time at Starbucks. And the only reason I continue to do this is I just wanted to leave something behind before I go broke and homeless again. Okay? Yeah, so, I gotta, like, play more mainstream games. Like, one Crimson Desert video on my channel earns me more money than, like, 300 Albion videos, okay? But maybe things will change and ad rates will change if a lot of Xbox people from America watch this. But this game is almost entirely non-American, and so advertisers don't really care too much about who watches these videos. But anyway, I just hope, you know, I hope you have a good time for the 1 week you decide to play this game and then, you know, go back to Diablo 4's new expansion. And let me know what you think, and I really appreciate you watching, and I did want to cram this with more info, but I don't think Xbox bros are going to care. And all of it's already been done in my previous big guide video. So really, once you're done watching this, if you're still itching for more, go skip 3 hours ahead into that other guide video I just showed you on screen, and go check that one out, okay? With that said, I gotta go exercise. My back hurts, man. And anyway, you guys are great. You guys are awesome. The last thing you can do for me is click the video on the right side of your screen. If you don't, you're gonna get kidney stones. It's gonna happen to you.